CD7.
He was now driving past the very site of the triangle fire itself. Maybe he'd even been subconsciously prompted to come here. The Ash Building, the ironic name of the structure that had housed the doomed factory, was gone, and the site was now a part of NYU. Then and now. The bone collector would not have been surprised to see white-bloused working girls, trailing sparks and faint smoke, tumbling gracefully to their deaths, falling around him like snow. Upon breaking into Schneider's habitation, the authorities found a sight that sent even the most seasoned of them reeling with horror. The body of wretched Esther Weinraub, or what remained of it, was found in the basement. Schneider was bent on completing the work of the tragic fire, and was slowly removing the woman's flesh through means too shocking to recount here. A search of this loathsome place revealed a secret room off the basement, filled with bones that had been stripped clean of flesh. Beneath Schneider's bed, a constable found a diary in which the madman chronicled his history of evil. Bone, Schneider wrote, is the ultimate core of a human being. It alters not, deceives not, yields not. Once the facade of our intemperate ways of the flesh, the flaws of the lesser races, and the weaker gender are burnt or boiled away, we are, all of us, noble bone. Bone does not lie. It is immortal. The lunatic writing set forth a chronicle of gruesome experimentation as he sought to ascertain the most effective way of cleansing his victims of their flesh. He tried boiling the bodies, burning them, rendering with lye, staking them out for animals, and immersing them in water. But one method above all he favored for this macabre sport. It is best, I have concluded, his diary continues, simply to bury the body in rich earth and let nature do the tedious work. This is the most time-consuming method, but the least likely to arouse suspicion, as the odors are kept to a minimum. I prefer to inter the individuals while still alive, though why that might be, I cannot say with any certainty. In his heretofore secret room, 3 more bodies were discovered in this very condition. The splayed hands and agog faces of the poor victims attest that they were indeed alive when Schneider piled the last shovelful of dirt upon their tormented crowns. It was these dark designs that prompted the journalists of the day to christen Schneider with the name by which he was forever after known: the Bone Collector. He drove on, his mind returning to the woman in the trunk, Esther Weinraub. Her thin elbow, her collarbone delicate as a bird's wing. He sped the cab forward, even risked running 2 red lights. He couldn't wait much longer. "I'm not tired," Rhyme snapped. "Tired or not, you need to rest." "No, I need another drink." Black suitcases lined the wall, awaiting the help of officers from the 20th Precinct to transport them back to IRD lab. Mel Cooper was carting a microscope case downstairs. Lon Solito was still sitting in the rattan chair, but he wasn't saying much. Just coming to the obvious conclusion that Lincoln Rhyme was not a mellow drunk at all. Tom said, "I'm sure your blood pressure's up. You need rest." "I need a drink." God damn you, Amelia Sachs, Rhyme thought, and didn't know why. "You should give it up. Drinking's never been any good for you." "Well, I am giving it up," Rhyme responded silently. "For good. Monday. And no 12-step plan for me. It's a one-stepper." "Pour me another drink," he ordered, not really wanting one. "No." "Pour me a drink now," Rhyme snapped. "No way." "Lon, would you please pour me another drink?" Tom said, "He doesn't get any more. When he's in a mood like this, he's insufferable, and we're not going to put up with him." "You're going to withhold something from me? I could fire you." "Fire away." "Crip abuse. I'll get you indicted. Arrest him, Lon." "Lincoln," Solito said placatingly. "Arrest him!" The detective was taken aback by the viciousness of Rhyme's words. "Hey, buddy, maybe you should go a little light," Solito said. "Ah, Christ," Rhyme groaned. He started to moan loudly. Solito blurted, "What is it?" Tom was silent, looking on cautiously. "My liver." Rhyme's face broke into a cruel grin. "Cirrhosis, probably." Tom swung around, furious.
"I will not put up with this crap, okay?"
"No, it's not okay." A woman's voice from the doorway.
"We don't have much time."
"At all." Amelia Sachs walked into the room, glanced at the empty tables. Rhyme felt spittle on his lip. He was overwhelmed with fury, because she saw the drool, because he wore a crisp white shirt he'd changed into just for her, and because he wanted desperately to be alone, forever, alone in the dark of motionless peace, where he was king. Not king for a day, but king for eternity. The spit tickled. He cramped his already sore neck muscles trying to wipe his lip dry. Tom deftly swiped a Kleenex from a box and dried his boss's mouth and chin.
"Officer Sachs," Tom said. "Welcome. A shining example of maturity. We aren't seeing much of that right at the moment."
She wasn't wearing her hat, and her navy blouse was open at the collar. Her long red hair tumbled to her shoulders. Nobody would have any trouble differentiating that hair under a comparison scope.
"Mel let me in,"
she said, nodding toward the stairs.
"Isn't it past your bedtime, Sachs?"
Tom tapped a shoulder.
"Behave yourself,"
the gesture meant.
"I was just at the federal building,"
she said to Solito.
"Yeah, how are tax dollars doing?"
"They've caught him."
"What?"
Solito asked.
"Well, just like that? Jesus, they know about it downtown?"
"Perkins called the mayor. The guy's a cabbie. He was born here, but his father's Serbian, so they're thinking he's trying to get even with the UN or something. Got a yellow sheet. Oh, and a history of mental problems, too. Delray and Phoebe Swat are on their way there right now."
"How'd they do it?"
Rhyme asked.
"Bet you it was a fingerprint."
She nodded.
"I suspected that'd figure prominently. And tell me, how concerned were they about the next victim?"
"They're concerned," she said evenly, "but mostly they want to nail the unsub."
"Well, that's their nature. And let me guess, they're figuring they'll sweat the location of the Vic out of him after they take him down."
"You got it."
"That may take some doing," Rhyme said. "I'll venture that opinion without the benefit of our Dr. Dobbins and the behavioral mavens. So, change of heart, Amelia? Why'd you come back?"
"Because whether Delray collars him or not, I don't think we have time to wait. To save the next Vic, I mean."
"Ah, but we're dismantled, haven't you heard? Shut down, done gone out of business."
Rhyme was looking in the dark computer screen, trying to see if his hair had stayed combed.
"You giving up?"
she asked.
"Officer,"
Solito began,
"even if we wanted to do something, we don't have any of the PE. That's the only link."
"I've got it."
"What?"
"All of it. It's downstairs in the RRV."
The detective glanced out the window. Sachs continued.
"From the last scene? From all the scenes."
"You have it?" Rhyme asked. "How?"
But Solito was laughing.
"Ha! She jacked it, Lincoln. God damn!"
"Delray doesn't need it," Sachs pointed out. "Except for the trial. They've got the unsub. We'll save the victim. Works out nice, hmm?"
"Yeah, but Mel Cooper just left."
"No, he's downstairs. I asked him to wait."
Sachs crossed her arms. She glanced at the clock. After 11.
"We don't have much time,"
she repeated. His eyes, too, were on the clock. Lord, he was tired. Tom was right. He'd been awake longer than in years. But he was surprised, no, shocked, to find that while he might have been furious or embarrassed or stabbed with heartless frustration today, the passing minutes had not lain like hot, unbearable weights on his soul, as they had for the past 3.5 years.
"Well, Church mice in heaven, Rhyme barked a laugh. Tom! Tom! We need coffee, on the double. Sachs, get those cello samples to the lab, along with a Polaroid of the bit Mel lifted from the veal bone. I want a polarization comparison report in an hour, and none of this most probably crap. I want an answer. Which grocery chain did our unsub buy the veal bone at? And get that little shadow of yours back here, Lon, the one named after the baseball player.
The black van sped through side streets. This was a more circuitous route to the perp's location, but Delray knew what he was doing. Anti-terror operations were supposed to avoid major city streets, which were often monitored by accomplices. Delray, in the back of the lead van, tightened the Velcro strap on the body armor. They were less than 10 minutes away. He looked at the failing apartments, the trash-filled lots as they sped along. The last time he'd been in this decrepit neighborhood, he'd been Rastafarian Peter Hiley Thomas from Queens. He'd bought 137 pounds of cocaine from a shriveled little Puerto Rican who decided at the last minute to jack his buyer. He took Delray's buy-and-bust money and aimed a gun at Delray's groin, pulling the trigger as calmly as if he were picking vegetables at the A&P. Click, click, click. Misfire. Toby Doolittle and the backup team took the fucker and his minders down before the scumbag found his other piece, leaving one shook-up Delray to reflect on the irony of nearly getting killed because the perp truly bought the agent's performance. That he was a dealer, not a cop. ETA 4 minutes, the driver called. For some reason, Delray's thoughts flipped to Lincoln Rhyme. He regretted he'd been such a shit when he took over the case. But there hadn't been much choice. Solito was a bulldog and Poling was a psycho, though Delray could handle him. Rhyme was the one who made him uneasy. Sharp as a razor. Hell, it had been his team that found Peter's print, even if they didn't jump on it as fast as they should have. In the old days, before his accident, you couldn't beat Rhyme if he didn't want to get beat. And you couldn't fool him either. Now, Rhyme was a busted toy. It was a sad thing what could happen to a man. How you could die and still be alive. Delray had walked into his room, his bedroom no less, and hit him hard. Harder than he needed to. Maybe he'd call. He could... "Showtime!" the driver called, and Delray forgot all about Lincoln Rhyme. The vans turned onto the street where Peters lived. Most of the other streets they'd passed had been filled with sweating residents, clutching beer bottles and cigarettes, hoping for a breath or two of cool air. But this one was dark, empty. The vans cruised slowly to a stop. 24 agents climbed out, in black tactical outfits, carrying their H&Ks equipped with muzzle lights and laser sights. 2 homeless men stared at them. One quickly hid his bottle of Colt 44 malt liquor under his shirt. Delray gazed at a window in Peter's building. It gave off a faint yellow glow. The driver backed the first van into a shadowy parking space and whispered to Delray, "It's Perkins." Tapping his headset. "He's got the director on the horn. They want to know who's leading the assault."
"I am," snapped the chameleon.
He turned to his team.
"I want surveillance across the street and in the alleys. Snipers there, there, and there. And I want everybody in place 5 minutes ago. We all together on that?"
Down the stairs, the old wood creaking. His arm around her, he guided the woman, half conscious from the blow to her head, into the basement. At the foot of the stairs, he shoved her to the dirt floor and gazed down at her. Esther. Her eyes rose to meet his. Hopeless, begging. He didn't notice. All he saw was her body. He began to remove her clothing, the purple jogging outfit. It was unthinkable that a woman would actually go outside in this day and age wearing what was no more than, well, undergarments. He hadn't thought that Esther Weinraub was a whore. She'd been a working girl, stitching shirts, 5 for a penny. The bone collector observed how her collarbone showed at her throat. And where some other man might glance over her breasts and dark areolae, he stared at the indentation at the manubrium and the ribs blossoming from it like spider's legs.
"What are you doing?"
she asked, groggy from the blow to her head. The bone collector looked her over carefully, but what he saw wasn't a young, anorectic woman, nose too broad, lips too full, with skin like dirty sand. He saw beneath those imperfections the perfect beauty of her structure. He caressed her temple, stroked it gently. "Don't let it be cracked, please." She coughed, and her nostrils flared. The fumes were very strong down here, though he hardly noticed them anymore.
"Don't hurt me again,"
she whispered, her head lolling.
"Just don't hurt me, please."
He took the knife from his pocket and bent down, cut her underwear off. She looked down at her naked body.
"You want that?"
she said breathlessly.
"Okay, you can fuck me, okay?"
The pleasure of the flesh, he thought. It just doesn't come close. He pulled her to her feet, and madly she pushed away from him and began stumbling toward a small doorway in the corner of the basement. Not running, not really trying to escape, just sobbing, reaching out a hand, weaving toward the door. The bone collector watched her, entranced by her slow, pathetic gait. The doorway, which had once opened onto a coal chute, now led to a narrow tunnel that connected to the basement of the abandoned building next door. Esther struggled to the metal door and pulled it open. She climbed inside. It was no more than a minute later that he heard the wailing scream, followed by a breathless, wrenching, "God, no, no, no!" Other words, too, lost in her boiling howls of terror. Then she was coming back through the tunnel, moving faster now, whipping her hands around her, as if she was trying to shake off what she'd just seen. "Come to me, Esther." Stumbling over the dirt floor, sobbing. "Come to me." Running straight into his patient, waiting arms, which wrapped around her. He squeezed the woman tight as a lover, felt that marvelous collarbone beneath his fingers, and slowly dragged the frantic woman back toward the tunnel doorway. Chapter 20. The phases of the moon, the leaf, the damp underwear, dirt. Their team was back in Rhyme's bedroom, all except Poling and Howman. It was straining NYPD loyalty to bring captains in on what was, no two ways about it, an unauthorized operation. "You GC'd the liquid in the underwear, right, Mel?"
"Yeah, I have to do it again. They shut us down before we got the results."
He blotted out a sample and injected it into the chromatograph. As he ran the machine, Sachs jockeyed to look at the peaks and valleys of the profile appearing on the screen, like a stock index. Rhyme realized she was standing close to him, as if she'd edged near when he wasn't looking. She spoke in a low voice. Yes?
I was blunter than I meant to be. Before, I mean. I have a temper. I don't know where I got it from, but I have it."
"You were right," Rhyme said. They easily held each other's eyes, and Rhyme thought of the times he and Blaine had had serious discussions. As they talked, they always focused on an object between them. One of the ceramic horses she collected, a book, a nearly empty bottle of Merlot or Chardonnay. He said, "I work scenes differently than most criminalists. I needed somebody without any preconceived ideas, but I also needed somebody with a mind of her own. The contradictory qualities we seek in that elusive, perfect lover, strength and vulnerability in equal measures."
"When I talked to Commissioner Eckert," she said, "it was just to get my transfer through. That's all I wanted. It never occurred to me that were to get back to the feds and they'd take the case away."
"I know that."
"I still let my temper go. I'm sorry for that."
"Don't backpedal, Sachs. I need somebody to tell me I'm a jerk when I act like one. Tom does. That's why I love him."
"Don't get sentimental on me, Lincoln," Tom called from across the room.
Rhyme continued, "Nobody else ever tells me to go to hell. They're always walking on eggshells. I hate it."
"It doesn't seem like there've been many people around here to say much of anything to you lately."
After a moment he said,
It's true.
On the screen of the chromatograph spectrometer, the peaks and valleys stopped moving and became one of nature's infinite signatures. Mel Cooper tapped on the computer keys and read the results. Water, diesel oil, phosphate, sodium, trace minerals. No idea what it means. What, Rhyme wondered, was the message?
The underwear itself? The liquid? He said, "Let's move on. I want to see the dirt."
Sachs brought him the bag. It contained pinkish sand, laced with chunks of clay and pebbles.
"Bull's liver," he announced. "Rock and sand mixture. Found just above the bedrock in Manhattan. Sodium silicate mixed in?"
Cooper ran the chromatograph.
"Yep, plenty of it." "And we're looking for a downtown location within 50 yards of the water."
Rhyme laughed at the astonished gaze on Sachs's face.
"It's not magic, Sachs. I've just done my homework, that's all. Contractors mix sodium silicate with bull's liver to stabilize the earth when they dig foundations in deep bedrock areas near the water. That means it's got to be downtown. Now let's take a look at the leaf."
She held up the bag.
"No clue what it is," Rhyme said. "I don't think I've ever seen one like that, not in Manhattan."
I got a list of horticultural websites, Cooper said, staring at his computer screen. I'll do some surfing.
Rhyme himself had spent some time online, cruising the internet. As it had with books, movies, and posters, his interest in the cyber world had eventually paled. Perhaps because so much of his own world was virtual, the net was, in the end, a forlorn place for Lincoln Rhyme. Cooper's screen flicked and danced as he clicked on hyperlinks and disappeared deeper into the web.
I'm downloading some files. Should take 10-20 minutes.
Rhyme said, "All right. The rest of the clues Sachs found. Not the planted ones, the others. They might tell us about where he's been. Let's look at our secret weapon, Mel."
Secret weapon?
Sachs asked.
"The trace evidence."
Special Agent Fred Delray had put together a 10-man entry operation. 2 teams plus search and surveillance. The flak-jacketed agents stood in the bushes, sweating madly. Across the street, upstairs, in an abandoned brownstone, the S&S team had their big ears and video infrareds trained on the perp's house. The 3 snipers, with their big Remingtons strapped, loaded, and locked, lay prone on rooftops. Their binoculared spotters crouched beside them like Lamaze coaches. Delray, wearing an FBI windbreaker and jeans instead of his leprechaun green outfit, listened through his clip-on earphone.
"Surveillance to command. We've got infrared on the basement. Somebody moving down there." "What's the view like?" Delray asked. "No view. Windows are too dirty." "He all by his humble self? Maybe got a Vic with him?"
Knowing somehow that Officer Sachs was probably right, that he'd already napped somebody else now.
"Can't tell. We just got motion and heat."
Delray had sent other officers around to the sides of the house. They reported in.
No sign of anyone on the first or second floor. Garage is locked.
"Snipers?" Delray asked. "Report." "Shooter 1 to command. I've acquired on the front door. Over."
The others were covering the hallway and a room on the first floor.
"Loaded and locked," they radioed in.
Delray drew his large automatic.
"Okay, we got paper," Delray said,
meaning a warrant. They wouldn't have to knock.
"Let's go. Teams 1 and 2, deploy, deploy, deploy."
The first team took out the front door with a battering ram, while the second used the slightly more civilized approach of breaking in the back door window and unlocking the deadbolt. They streamed inside, Delray following the last of Team 1's officers into the old, filthy house. The smell of rotting flesh was overwhelming, and Delray, no stranger to crime scenes, swallowed hard, struggling to keep from vomiting. The second team secured the ground floor and then charged up the stairs toward the bedroom, while the first sped down the basement stairs, boots thumping loudly on the old wood. Delray raced down into the foul-smelling basement. He heard a door being kicked in somewhere below, and the shout of, "Don't move! Federal agents! Freeze! Freeze! Freeze!" But when he reached the basement doorway, he heard the same agent blurt in a very different tone,
"What the hell's this? Ah, Jesus!"
"Oh, fuck!" another one called. "That's gross!" "Shit in a flamin' pile," Delray spat out, choking as he stepped inside.
swallowing hard at the vile smell. The man's body lay on the floor, leaching black fluid, throat cut. His dead glazed eyes stared at the ceiling, but his torso seemed to be moving, swelling and shifting. Delray shuddered. He'd never developed much immunity to the sight of insect infestation. The number of bugs and worms suggested the Vic had been dead for at least 3 days.
"Why'd we get positive on the infrared?" one agent asked.
Delray pointed out the rat and mouse teeth marks along the Vic's bloated leg and side.
"They're around here someplace. We interrupted dinner hour."
"So what happened? One of the Vics get him?"
"What you talking about?"
Delray snapped.
Isn't that him?"
"No, it's not him!"
Delray exploded, gazing at one particular wound on the corpse. One of the team was frowning.
"Nah, Delray, this is a guy. We got mugshots. That's Peters."
"Of course it's fucking Peters, but he ain't the unsub. Don't you get it?"
"No, what do you mean?"
It was all clear to him now.
"Son of a bitch."
Delray's phone chirped and made him jump. He flipped it open, listened for a minute.
"She did what? Oh, like I really need this, too. No, we don't have the fucking perp in fucking custody."
He jammed the off button, pointed an angry finger at 2 SWAT agents.
"You're coming with me." "What's up, Delray?" "We gonna pay ourselves a visit. And what ain't we gonna be when we do it?"
The agents looked at each other, frowning. But Delray supplied the answer.
"We ain't gonna be very nice at all."
Mel Cooper shook contents of the envelopes out onto print, examined the dust with an eye loop.
"Well, there's the brick dust and some other kind of stone. Marble, I think."
He put a sample on the slide and examined it under the compound scope.
"Yeah, marble. Rose-colored."
"Was there any marble at the stockyard tunnel, where you found the German girl?"
"None,"
Sachs responded. Cooper suggested it might have come from Monell's residence hall when unsub 823 grabbed her.
"No, I know the block the Deutsche House is in. It's just a converted East Village tenement. The best stone you'd find there would be polished granite. Maybe, just maybe, it's a fleck of his hidey hole. Anything notable about it?"
"Chisel marks,"
Cooper said, bending over the scope.
"Ah, good. How clean?"
"Not very. Ragged."
"So an old steam stone cutter?"
"Yes, I'd guess."
"Right, Tom," Rhyme instructed, nodding at the poster. "There's marble in his safe house, and it's old."
"But why do we care about his safe house?" Banks asked, looking at his watch. "The feds will be there by now."
"You can never have too much information, Banks. Remember that. Now, what else have we got?"
"Well, another bit of the glove. That red leather. And what's this?"
he asked Sachs, holding up a plastic bag containing a plug of wood.
"The sample of the aftershave, where he brushed up against a post." "Should I run an olfactory profile?"
Cooper wondered.
"Let me smell it first," Rhyme said.
Sachs brought the bag over to him. Inside was a tiny disc of wood. She opened it up, and he inhaled the air.
"Brute, how could you miss it? Tom, add that our man uses drugstore cologne."
Cooper announced.
"Here's that other hair."
The technician mounted it in a comparison scope.
Very similar to the one we found earlier. Probably the same source." "Ah, hell, Lincoln. For you, I'll say it is the same. Brown."
"Are the ends cut or fractured naturally?"
"Cut."
"Good. We're closing in on hair color," Rhyme said.
Tom wrote brown just as Solito said,
"Don't write that."
"What?"
"Obviously it's not brown," Rhyme continued.
"Well, I thought—"
"It's anything but brown. Blonde, sandy, black, red."
The detective explained.
"It's an old trick. You go into an alley behind a barber shop, cop some hairs from the garbage, drop them around the scene."
"Oh." Banks filed this somewhere in his enthusiastic brain.
Rhyme said, "Okay, the fiber."
Cooper mounted it in the polarizing scope. As he adjusted knobs, he said,
"Birefringence of .053.
Rhyme blurted, "Nylon 6. What's it look like, Mel?"
Very coarse. Lobed cross-section, light gray."
"Carpet. Right, I'll check the database.
A moment later, he looked up from the computer.
It's a Hampstead Textile 118B fiber.
Rhyme exhaled a disgusted sigh.
What?
Sachs asked.
The most common trunk liner used by the U.S. automakers. Found in over 200 different makes going back 15 years. Hopeless. Mel, is there anything on the fiber? Use the SEM.
The tech cranked up the scanning electron microscope. The screen burst to life with an eerie blue-green glow. The strand of fiber looked like a huge rope.
Yeah, I got something here. Crystals, a lot of them. And they use titanium dioxide to delust a shiny carpet. That might be it. Gas it. It's important. There's not enough here, Lincoln. I'd have to burn the whole fiber. So burn it.
Solito said delicately, "Borrowing federal evidence is one thing. Destroying it? I don't know about that, Lincoln. If there's a trial..."
We have to.
"Oh, man," Banks said. Solito nodded reluctantly, and Cooper mounted the sample. The machine hissed. A moment later, the screen flickered and columns appeared.
There. That's the long-chain polymer molecule, the nylon. But that small wave, that's something else. Chlorine, detergent, it's cleanser."
"Remember," Rhyme said, "the German girl said the car smelled clean. Find out what kind it is." Cooper ran the information through a brand-name database.
Pfizer Chemicals makes it. It's sold under the name Tidy Clean by Bear Automotive Products in Teterboro.
"Perfect," cried Lincoln Rhyme. "I know the company. They sell in bulk to fleets, mostly rental car companies. Our unsub's driving a rental."
He wouldn't be crazy enough to drive a rental car to crime scenes, would he?
Banks asked.
"It's stolen,"
Rhyme muttered, as if the young man had asked what was 2 + 2.
"And it'll have stolen tags on it. Is Emma still with us?"
Yeah, she's probably home by now.
"Wake her up and have her start canvassing Hertz Avis national budget for thefts."
"Yeah, will do," Solito said, though uneasily, perhaps smelling the faint stench of burned federal evidence wafting through the air.
The footprints?
Sachs asked. Rhyme looked over the electrostatic impressions she'd lifted.
Unusual wear on the soles. See the rub-down portion on the outsides of each shoe at the ball of the foot?
Pigeon-toed?
Tom wondered aloud.
Possibly, but there's no corresponding heel wear, which you'd expect to see. Rhyme studied the prints. What I think is he's a reader.
A reader?
Sit in the chair there, Rhyme said to Sachs, and hunch over the table, pretending you're reading.
She sat, then looked up.
And?
Pretend you're turning pages.
She did several times, looked up again.
Keep going, you're reading War and Peace.
The pages kept turning, her head was bowed. After a moment, without thinking, she crossed her ankles. The outside edges of her shoes were the only part that met the floor. Rhyme pointed this out.
Put that in the profile, Tom, but add a question mark. Now let's look at the friction ridges.
Sachs said she didn't have the good fingerprint, the one they'd ID'd the unsub with.
It's still at the Federal Building.
But Rhyme wasn't interested in that print. It was the other one, the chroma coat Sachs had lifted from the German girl's skin, he wanted to look at.
Not scannable, Cooper announced. It isn't even C-grade. I wouldn't give an opinion about this if I had to.
Rhyme said, I'm not interested in identity. I'm interested in that line there. It was crescent-shaped and sat right in the middle of the pad of the finger.
What is it?
Sachs asked.
A scar, I think, Cooper said. From an old cut. A bad one. Looks like it went all the way to the bone.
Rhyme thought back to other markings and defects he'd seen on skin over the years. In the days before jobs became mostly paper shuffling and computer keyboarding, it was far easier to tell people's jobs by examining their hands. Distorted finger pads from manual typewriters, punctures from sewing machines and cobbler's needles, indentations and ink stains from stenographers and accountants' pens, paper cuts from printing presses, scars from die cutters, distinctive calluses from various types of manual labor. But a scar like this told them nothing. Not yet, at any rate. Not until they had a suspect whose hands they might examine.
What else? The knee print. This is good. Give us an idea of what he's wearing. Hold it up, Sachs. Higher. Baggy slacks. He'd retain that deep crease there, so it's natural fiber. In this weather, I'll bet cotton, not wool. You don't see silk slacks much nowadays.
Lightweight, not denim,
Cooper said. Sports clothes, Rhyme concluded. Add that to our profile, Tom.
Cooper looked back at the computer screen and typed some more.
No luck with the leaf. Doesn't match anything at the Smithsonian.
Rhyme stretched back into his pillow. How much time would they have? An hour? 2? The moon. Dirt. Brine. He glanced at Sachs, who was standing by herself in the corner. Her head was down, and her long red hair fell dramatically toward the floor. She was looking into an evidence bag, a frown on her face, lost in concentration. How many times had Rhyme himself stood in the same pose, trying to...
A newspaper,
she cried, looking up.
Where's a newspaper?
Her eyes were frantic as she looked from table to table.
Today's paper!
What is it, Sachs?
Rhyme asked. She grabbed the New York Times from Jerry Banks and leafed quickly through it.
The liquid. In the underwear,
she said to Rhyme.
Could it be salt water?
Salt water?
Cooper pored over the GCMS chart.
Of course! Water and sodium and other minerals, and the oil, phosphates, it's polluted seawater.
Her eyes met Rhyme's, and they said simultaneously,
High tide!
She held up the paper, open to the weather map. It contained a phases of the moon diagram identical to the one found at the scene. Below it was a tidal chart.
High tide's in 40 minutes.
Rhyme's face curled in disgust. He was never angrier than when he was angry with himself.
He's gonna drown the Vic. They're under a pier downtown.
He looked hopelessly at the map of Manhattan with its miles of shoreline.
Sachs, time to play race car driver again. You and Banks go west. Lon, why don't you take the east side, around the South Street Seaport. And Mel, figure out what the hell that leaf is.
A fluke of waves slapped his sagging head. William Everett opened his eyes and snorted the shivery water from his nose. It was icy cold, and he felt his questionable heart stutter as it struggled to send warming blood through his body. He almost fainted again, like when the son of a bitch had broken his finger. He floated back to waking, his thoughts, then on his late wife, and for some reason on their travels. They'd been to Giza and to Guatemala, Nepal, Tehran, 1 week before the embassy takeover. Their Southeast China Airlines plane had lost one of 2 engines an hour out of Beijing, and Evelyn had lowered her head, the crash position, preparing to die and staring at an article in the in-flight magazine. It warned that drinking hot tea right after a meal was dangerous for you. She told him about it afterwards at the Raffles Bar in Singapore, and they'd laughed hysterically until tears came to their eyes. Thinking of the kidnapper's cold eyes, his teeth, the bulky gloves. Now, in this horrid, wet tomb, the unbearable pain rolled up his arm and into his jaw. Broken finger? Or heart attack, he wondered. Maybe a little of both. Everett closed his eyes until the pain subsided. He looked around him. The chamber where he was handcuffed was beneath a rotting pier. A lip of wood dipped from the edge toward the churning water, which was about 6 inches below the bottom of the rim. Lights from boats on the river and the industrial sites of Jersey reflected through the narrow slit. The water was up to his neck now, and although the roof of the pier was several feet above his head, the cuffs were extended as far as they'd go. The pain swept up from his finger again, and Everett's head roared with the agony and dipped toward the water as he passed out. A nose full of water, and the racking cough that followed revived him. Then the moon tugged the plane of water slightly higher, and with a sudden gulp, the chamber was sealed off from the river outside. The room went dark. He was aware of the sounds of groaning waves and his own moaning from the pain. He knew he was dead, knew he couldn't keep his head above the greasy surface for more than a few minutes. He closed his eyes, pressed his face against the slick black column.
Chapter 21. All the way downtown, Sachs, Rhyme's voice clattered from the radio.
She punched the accelerator of the RV, red lights flashing as they screamed downtown along the West Side Highway. Ice cool, she goosed the wagon up to 80. "Okay, whoa," said Jerry Banks. Counting down, 23rd Street, 20th, the skidding jog at the 14th Street garbage barge dock. As they roared through the village, the meatpacking district, a semi pulled out of a side street directly into her path. Instead of braking, she nudged the wagon over the center curb like a steeplechaser, drawing breathless oaths from Banks and a wail from the air horn of the big white, which jackknifed spectacularly. "Oops," said Amelia Sachs, and swung back into the southbound lane. To Rhyme, she added, "Say again? Missed that?" Rhyme's tinny voice popped through her earphones.
"Downtown is all I can tell you, until we figure out what the leaf means."
"We're coming up on Battery Park City."
25 minutes to high tide," Banks called.
Maybe Delray's team could get the exact location out of him. Maybe they could drag Mr. 823 into an alley somewhere with a bag of apples. Nick had told her that was the way they talked perps into cooperating. Whack 'em in the gut with a bag of fruit. Really painful. No marks. When she was growing up, she wouldn't have thought cops did that. Now she knew different. Banks tapped her shoulder.
"There, a bunch of old piers."
Rotten wood, filthy, spooky places. They skidded to a stop and climbed out, running toward the water.
"You there, Rhyme?"
"Talk to me, Sachs. Where are you?"
"A pier just north of Battery Park City."
"I just heard from Lon on the east side. He hasn't found anything."
"It's hopeless," she said. "There are a dozen piers, then the whole promenade, and the fireboat house and ferry docks and the pier at Battery Park. We need ESU."
"We don't have ESU, Sachs. They're not on our side anymore."
20 minutes to high tide. Her eyes darted along the waterfront. Her shoulders sagged with helplessness. Hand on her weapon, she sprinted to the river, Jerry Banks not far behind.
"Get me something on that leaf, Mel. A guess. Anything. Wing it."
Fidgeting, Cooper looked from the microscope to the computer screen. 8,000 varieties of leafy plants in Manhattan.
"It doesn't fit the cell structure of anything."
"It's old," Rhyme said. "How old?"
Cooper looked at the leaf again.
"Mummified. I'd put it 100 years, little less maybe."
"What's gone extinct in the last 100 years?"
Plants don't go extinct in an ecosystem like Manhattan. They always show up again."
A ping in Rhyme's mind. He was close to remembering something. He both loved and hated this feeling. He might grab the thought like a slow pop-up fly, or it might vanish completely, leaving him with only the sting of lost inspiration. 16 minutes to high tide. What was the thought? He grappled with it, closed his eyes. Pier, he was thinking. The Vicks under a pier. What about it? Think! Pier, ships, unloading, cargo. Unloading cargo. His eyes snapped open. "Mel, is it a crop?"
Hell. I've been looking at general horticulture pages, not cultivated crops."
He typed for what seemed like hours.
"Well, hold on. Here's a list of the encoded binaries."
He scanned it.
"Alfalfa, barley, beets, corn, oats, tobacco."
"Tobacco, try that."
Cooper double-clicked his mouse, and the image slowly unfurled on the screen.
"That's it."
"The World Trade Towers," Rhyme announced. "The land from there north used to be tobacco plantations. Tom, the research for my book. I want the map from the 1740s, and that modern map Bo Howman was using for the asbestos cleanup sites. Put 'em up on the wall next to each other."
The aide found the old map in Rhyme's files. He taped them both onto the wall near his bed. Crudely drawn, the older map showed the northern part of the settled city, a cluster on the lower portion of the isle, covered with plantations. There were 3 commercial wharves along the river, which was then called not the Hudson but the West River. Rhyme glanced at the recent map of the city. The farmland was gone, of course, as were the original wharves, but the contemporary map showed an abandoned wharf in the exact location of one of the tobacco exporters' old piers. Rhyme strained forward, struggling to see the street name it was near. He was about to shout for Tom to come hold the map closer when, from downstairs, he heard a loud snap and the door crashed inward. Glass shattered. Tom started down the stairs.
"I want to see him."
The terse voice filled the hallway.
Just up,
the aide began.
No, not in a minute, not in an hour, but right fucking now.
Mel, Rhyme whispered, ditch the evidence. Shut the systems down.
but
Do it.
Rhyme shook his head violently, dislodging the headset microphone. It fell onto the side of the clinitron. Footsteps pounded up the stairs. Tom did the best he could to stall, but the visitors were 3 federal agents, and 2 of the 3 were holding large guns. Slowly, they backed him up the stairs. Bless him, Mel Cooper pulled apart a compound microscope in 5 seconds flat and was calmly replacing the components with meticulous care as the FBI crested the stairs and stormed into Rhyme's room. The evidence bags were stuffed under a table and covered with National Geographics.
Ah, Delray, Rhyme asked. Find our unsub, did you? Why didn't you tell us? Tell you what, that the fingerprint was bogus. No one asked me. Bogus? Cooper asked, mystified. Well, it was a real print, Rhyme said, as if it were obvious, but it wasn't the unsubs. Our boy needed a taxi to catch his fish with, so he met, what was his name? Victor Peters. Delray muttered and gave the cabbie's history. Nice touch, Rhyme said with some genuine admiration. Picked a Serb with a rap sheet and mental problems. Wonder how long he looked for a candidate. Anyway, 823 killed poor Mr. Peters and stole his cab, cut off his finger. He kept it and figured if we were getting too close, he'd leave a nice obvious print at a scene to throw us off. I guess it worked. Rhyme glanced at the clock. 14 minutes left. How'd you know? Delray glanced at the maps on Rhyme's wall, but thank God wasn't interested in them. The print showed signs of dehydration and shriveling. Bet the body was a mess. Then you found it in the basement, am I right? Where our boy likes to stow his victims? Delray ignored him and nosed around the room like a giant terrier. Where you hiding our evidence? Evidence? I don't know what you're talking about. Say, did you break my door? Last time you walked in without knocking, now you just kicked it in. You know, Lincoln, I was thinking of apologizing to you for before. That's big of you, Fred. But now I'm an inch away from collaring your ass. Rhyme glanced down at the microphone headset dangling on the floor. He imagined Sachs's voice bleeding from the earphones. Give me that evidence, Rhyme. You don't realize what kind of pissy bad trouble you're in. Tom, Rhyme asked slowly, Agent Delray startled me, and I dropped my Walkman headset. Could you hook it on the bed frame? The aide didn't miss a beat. He rested the mic next to Rhyme's head, out of Delray's sight. Thank you, Rhyme said to Tom, then added, You know, I haven't had my bath yet. I think it's about time, wouldn't you say? I've been wondering when you were going to ask, said Tom, with the ability of a natural-born actor. Come in, Rhyme, for Christ's sake, where are you? Then she heard a voice in her headset, Tom's. It sounded stilted, exaggerated. Something was wrong. I've got the new sponge, the voice said. Looks like a good one, Rhyme answered. Rhyme? Sachs blurted. What the hell's going on? Cost $17. It ought to be good. I'm going to turn you over. More voices sounded through the earphone, but she couldn't make them out. Sachs and Banks were jogging along the waterfront, peering over the wharves into the gray-brown water of the Hudson. She motioned to Banks to stop, leaned away from the cramp below her breastbone, spit into the river, tried to catch her breath. Through the headset, she heard, Won't take long. You'll have to excuse us, gentlemen. We'll just wait, you don't mind. I do mind, Rhyme said. Can I get a little privacy here? Rhyme, can you hear me? Sachs called desperately. What the hell was he doing? Nope. No privacy for them that steal evidence. Delray. He was in Rhyme's room. Well, that's the end of it. The Vic's as good as dead. I want that evidence, the agent barked. Well, what you're gonna get is a panoramic view of a man taking a sponge bath, Delray.
Banks started to speak, but she waved him quiet. Some muttered words she couldn't hear, the agent's angry shout, then Rhyme's calm voice again. "You know, Delray, I used to be a swimmer. Swam every day."
"We've got less than 10 minutes,
Sachs whispered. The water lapped calmly. 2 placid boats cruised past. Delray muttered something. "I'd go down to the Hudson River and swim. It's a lot cleaner then. The water, I mean." A garbled transmission. He was breaking up. "Old pier. Yeah, my favorite one's gone now. Used to be the home of the Hudson Dusters. That gang, you ever hear of them? In the 1890s, north of where Battery Park City is now. You look bored. Tired of looking at a Crip's flabby ass? No? Suit yourself. Yeah, that pier was between North Moore and Chambers. I'd dive in, swim around the piers."
"North Moore and Chambers!"
Sachs shouted, spinning around. They'd missed it because they'd gone too far south. It was a quarter-mile from where they were. She could see the brown, scabby wood, a large drain pipe backing up with tidal water. How much time was left? Hardly any. There was no way they could save him. She ripped the headset off and started sprinting to the car, Banks close behind.
"Can you swim?"
she asked. "Me? Well, a lap or 2 at the Health and Racket Club." They'd never make it. Sachs stopped suddenly, spun around in a fast circle, gazing at the deserted streets. The water was nearly to his nose. A small wave washed over William Everett's face just as he inhaled, and the foul, salty liquid streamed into his throat. He began to choke, a deep, horrible sound. Racking. The water filled his lungs. He lost his grip on the pier piling and sank under the surface. Stiffened and rose once more, then sank again.
"No. Lord, no. Please, don't let..."
He shook the cuffs, kicked hard, trying to get some play, as if some miracle might happen and his puny muscles could bend the huge bolt he was cuffed to. Snorting water from his nose, swiping his head back and forth in panic. He cleared his lungs momentarily, neck muscles on fire, as painful as his shattered finger, from bending his head back to find the faint layer of air just above his face. He had a moment's respite. Then another wave, slightly higher. And that was it. He couldn't fight any more. Surrender. Join Evelyn. Say goodbye. And William Everett let go. He floated beneath the surface in the drecky water, full of junk and tendrils of seaweed. Then jerked back in horror. No, no! He was here. The kidnapper. He'd come back. Everett kicked to the surface, sneezing more water, trying desperately to get away. The man shone a brilliant light into Everett's eyes and reached toward him with a knife. No! No! It wasn't enough to drown him. He had to slash him to death. Without thinking, Everett kicked out toward him. But the kidnapper vanished under the water, and then... snap! Everett's hands were free. The old man forgot his placid goodbyes and kicked like hell to the surface, sucking sour air through his nose and ripping the tape from his mouth, gasping, spitting the foul water. His head banged solidly into the underside of the oak pier, and he laughed out loud. Oh, God, God, God! Then another face appeared, also hooded, with another blindingly bright lamp attached, and Everett could just make out the NYPD emblem on the man's wetsuit. They weren't knives the men held, but metal cutters. One of them thrust a bitter rubber mouthpiece between Everett's lips, and he inhaled a dazzling breath of oxygen. The diver slipped his arm around him, and together they swam to the lip of the pier. "Take a deep breath. We'll be out in a minute." He filled his narrow lungs to bursting, and eyes closed, sailed with the diver deep into the water, lit eerily by the man's yellow light. It was a short but harrowing trip, straight down, then up again through cloudy, flecked water. Once he slipped out of the diver's hands, and they separated momentarily. But William Everett took the glitch in stride. After this evening, a solo swim in the choppy Hudson River was a piece of cake. She hadn't planned on taking a cab. The airport bus would have been fine. But Pammy was wired from too little sleep. They'd both been up since 5 that morning, and she was getting restless. The little girl needed to be in bed soon, tucked away with her blanket and her bottle of Hawaiian punch. Besides, Carol herself couldn't wait to get to Manhattan. She was just a skinny Midwest gal who'd never been farther east than Ohio in all her 41 years, and she was dying for her first look at the Big Apple. Carol collected her luggage, and they started toward the exit. She checked to make sure she had everything they'd left Katie and Eddie's house with that afternoon. Pammy, Pooh, purse, blanket, suitcase, yellow knapsack. Everything accounted for. Her friends had warned her about the city. "They'll hustle you," Eddie said. "Purse snatchers, pickpockets."
"And don't play those card games on the street,"
maternal Kate had added.
"I don't play cards in my living room," Carol reminded her, laughing. "Why am I going to start playing on the streets of Manhattan?"
But she appreciated their concern. After all, here she was, a widow with a 3-year-old, heading to the toughest city on earth for the UN conference. More foreigners, hell, more people than she'd ever seen at one time. Carol found a payphone and called the residence hotel to check on their reservations. The night manager said the room was ready and waiting for them. He'd see them in 45 minutes or so. They walked through automatic doors and were socked breathless by the scalding summer air. Carol paused, looking around. Gripping Pammy firmly with one hand, the handle of the battered suitcase with the other. The heavy yellow knapsack was snug on her shoulder. They joined the line of passengers waiting at the taxi starter's booth. Carol glanced at a huge billboard across the highway. "Welcome, UN delegates," it announced. The artwork was terrible, but she stared at it for a long moment. One of the men on the board looked like Ronnie. For a time, after he died 2 years ago, virtually everything reminded her of her handsome, crew-cut husband. She'd drive past McDonald's and remember that he liked Big Macs. Actors in movies who didn't look a thing like him might cock their heads the way he used to. She'd see a flyer for a lawnmower sale and remember how much he loved to cut their tiny square of grass in Arlington Heights. Then the tears would come, and she'd go back on Prozac or imipramine. She'd spend a week in bed, reluctantly acquiesce in Kate's offer that she stay with her and Eddie for a night, or a week, or a month. But no tears anymore. She was here to jumpstart her life. The sorrow was behind her now. Tossing her mass of dark blonde hair off her sweaty shoulders, Carol ushered Pammy forward and kicked the luggage ahead of them as the taxi queue moved up several places. She looked all around, trying to catch a glimpse of Manhattan. But she could see nothing except traffic and the tails of airplanes and a sea of people in cabs and cars. Steam rose like frantic ghosts from manholes, and the night sky was black and yellow and hazy. Well, she'd see the city soon enough, she guessed. She hoped that Pammy was old enough to keep her first memory of the site.
"How do you like our adventure so far, honey?"
"Adventures. I like adventures. I want some wine punch. Can I please have some?"
Please, that was new. The 3-year-old was learning all the keys and buttons. Carol laughed.
"We'll get you some soon."
Finally, they got their cab. The trunk popped open, and Carol dumped the luggage inside, slammed the lid. They climbed into the back seat and closed the door. Pammy, Pooh, purse. The driver asked, "Where to?" And Carol gave him the address of the Midtown Residence Hotel, shouting through the plexiglass divider. The driver pulled into traffic. Carol sat back and settled Pammy on her lap.
"Will we go past the UN?"
she called. But the man was concentrating on changing lanes and didn't hear her.
"I'm here for the conference," she explained. "The UN conference?"
Still no answer. She wondered if he had trouble with English. Kate had warned her that the taxi drivers in New York were all foreigners. Taking American jobs, Eddie grumbled. But don't get me started on that. She couldn't see him clearly through the scuffed divider. Maybe he just doesn't want to talk. They swung on to another highway, and suddenly, there it was in front of her, the jagged skyline of the city. Brilliant, like the crystals that Kate and Eddie collected. A huge cluster of blue and gold and silver buildings in the middle of the island, and another cluster way to the left. It was bigger than anything Carol had ever seen in her life, and for a moment the island seemed like a massive ship.
Look, Pammy, that's where we're going. Is that beautiful or what?
A moment later, though, the view was cut off as the driver turned off the expressway and made a fast turn at the bottom of the ramp. Then they were moving through hot, deserted streets lined with dark brick buildings. Carol leaned forward.
Is this the right way to the city?
Again, no answer. She rapped hard on the plexiglass.
Are you going the right way? Answer me! Answer me! Mommy, what's wrong?
Pammy said and started to cry.
Where are you going?
Carol shouted. But the man just kept driving, leisurely, stopping at all the red lights, never going over the speed limit. And when he pulled into the deserted parking lot behind a dark, abandoned factory, he made sure he signaled properly. Oh, no.
No.
He pulled on a ski mask and climbed from the cab. Walking to the back, he reached for the door. But he hesitated, and his hand dropped. He leaned forward, face against the window, and tapped on the glass. Once, twice, 3 times, getting the attention of lizards in the reptile room at a zoo. He stared at the mother and daughter for a long moment before he opened the door. Chapter 22. How'd you do it, Sachs? Standing beside the pungent Hudson River, she spoke into her stock mic.
I remembered seeing the fireboat station at Battery Park. They scrambled a couple divers and were at the pier in about 3 minutes. Man, you should have seen that boat move. I want to try one of those someday.
Rhyme explained to her about the fingerless cabbie.
Son of a bitch,
she said, clicking her tongue in disgust.
The weasel tricked us all.
Not all of us, Rhyme reminded her coyly.
So Delray knows I boosted the evidence. Is he looking for me?
He said he was heading back to the Federal Building, probably to decide which one of us to call her first. How's the scene there, Sachs?
Pretty bad, she reported. He parked on gravel.
So no footprints.
But it's worse than that. The tide backed out of this big drain pipe, and where he parked's underwater.
Ah, hell, Rhyme muttered. No trace, no prints, no nothing. How's the Vic?
Not so good. Exposure, broken finger. He's had heart problems. They're going to keep him in the hospital for a day or 2.
Can he tell us anything? Sachs walked over to Banks, who was interviewing William Everett.
He wasn't big,
the man said matter-of-factly, carefully examining the splint the medic was putting on his hand.
And he wasn't really strong. Not a muscle man, but he was stronger than me. No, I grabbed him, and he just pulled my hands away.
Description? Banks asked. Everett recounted the dark clothes and ski mask. That was all he could remember.
One thing I should tell you.
Everett held up his bandaged hand.
He's got a mean streak. I grabbed him, like I said. I wasn't thinking. I just panicked, but he got real mad. That's when he busted my finger.
Retaliation, Banks asked.
Well, I guess, but that's not the strange part.
No?
Well, the strange part is he listened to it.
The young detective had stopped writing, looked at Sachs.
He held my hand against his ear, real tight, and bent the finger until it broke, like he was listening and liking it.
Did you hear that, Rhyme?
Yes, Tom's added it to our profile. I don't know what it means, though. We'll have to think about it. Any sign of the planted PE?
Not yet.
Grit it, Sachs. Oh, and get the Vic's
clothes? I've already asked him. Rhyme, you all right?
She heard a fit of coughing. The transmission was shut off momentarily. He came back on a moment later.
You there, Rhyme? Everything okay?
Fine, he said quickly. Get going. Walk the grid.
She surveyed the scene, lit starkly by the ESU halogens. It was so frustrating. He'd been here. He'd walked on the gravel just a few feet away. But whatever P.E. he'd inadvertently left behind was lying inches below the surface of the dim water. She covered the ground slowly, back and forth.
I can't see anything. The clues might have been washed away.
No, he's too smart not to have taken the tide into account. They'll be on dry land somewhere.
I've got an idea, she said suddenly. Come on down here.
What?
Work the scene with me, Rhyme.
Silence.
Rhyme, did you hear me?
Are you talking to me? He asked.
You look like De Niro. You can't act as good as De Niro, you know? The scene from Taxi Driver?
Rhyme didn't laugh.
He said, the lines, "Are you looking at me?" not "talking to me."
Sachs continued, unfazed.
Come on down. Work the scene with me.
Yeah, I'll spread my wings. No, better yet, I'll project myself there. Telepathy, you know?
Quit joking. I'm serious. We need you. I can't find the planted clues.
But they'll be there. You just have to try a little harder.
I've walked the entire grid twice.
Then you've defined the perimeter too narrowly. Add another few feet and keep going. 823's not finished yet, not by a long shot.
You're changing the subject. Come on down and help me.
How? Rhyme asked. How am I supposed to do that?
I had a friend who was challenged, she began, and he...
You mean he was a crip?
Rhyme corrected, softly but firmly. She continued,
His aide had put him into this fancy wheelchair every morning, and he drove himself all over the place. To the movies, to...
Those chairs, Rhyme's voice sounded hollow. They don't work for me.
She stopped speaking. He continued.
The problem's how I was injured. It'd be dangerous for me to be in a wheelchair. It could, he hesitated, make things worse.
I'm sorry. I didn't know.
After a moment, he said,
Of course you didn't.
Blew that one. Oh, boy. Brother. But Rhyme didn't seem any the worse for her faux pas. His voice was smooth, unemotional.
Listen, you've got to get on with the search. Our unsub's making it trickier, but it won't be impossible. Here's an idea. He's the underground man, right? Maybe he buried them.
She looked over the scene. Maybe there. She saw a mound of earth and leaves and a patch of tall grass near the gravel. It didn't look right. The mound seemed too assembled. Sachs crouched beside it, lowered her head, and using the pencils began to clear away leaves. She turned her face slightly to the left and found she was staring at a rearing head, bared fangs.
Oh, Jesus Lord!
She shouted, stumbling backwards, falling hard on her butt, scrambling to draw her weapon.
No! Rhyme shouted, You all right?
Sachs drew a target and tried to steady the gun with very unsteady hands. Jerry Banks came running up, his own Glock drawn. He stopped. Sachs climbed to her feet, looking at what was in front of them. Man, Banks whispered.
It's a snake. Well, a snake skeleton,
Sachs told Rhyme.
A rattlesnake. Fuck.
Holstered the Glock.
It's mounted on a board.
A snake? Interesting.
Rhyme sounded intrigued.
Oh, yeah, real interesting,
she muttered. She pulled on latex gloves and lifted the coiled bones. She turned it over.
Metamorphosis.
What?
A label on the bottom. The name of the store it came from, I'd guess. 604 Broadway.
Rhyme said, I'll have the Hardy Boys check it out. What do we got? Tell me the clues.
They were underneath the snake, in a baggie. Her heart pounded as she crouched down over the bag.
A book of matches, she said.
Okay, maybe he's thinking arson. Anything printed on them?
No, but there's a smear of something, like Vaseline, only stinky.
Good, Sachs. Always smell evidence you're not sure about. Only be more precise.
She bent close.
Yuck.
That's not precise.
Sulfur, maybe.
Could be nitrate-based, explosive, Tovex. Is it blue?
No, it's milky clear.
Well, even if it could go bang, I imagine it's a secondary explosive. They're the stable ones. Anything else?
Another scrap of paper, something on it.
What, Sachs? His name, his address, email handle?
Looks like it's from a magazine. I can see a small black and white photo. Looks like part of a building, but you can't see which one. And underneath that, all you can read is a date, May 20th, 1906.
5/20/06. I wonder if it's a code or an address. I'll have to think about it. Anything else?
Nope.
She heard him sigh. All right. Come on back, Sachs. What time is it? Oh, my God, almost 1 a.m. I haven't been up this late in years. Come on back. Let's see what we have.
End of CD 7. CD 8.
Of all the neighborhoods in Manhattan, the Lower East Side has remained the most unchanged over the course of the city's history. Much of it's gone, of course. The rolling pastoral fields, the solid mansions of John Hancock and early government luminaries. Der Kolek, the large freshwater lake, its Dutch name eventually corrupted to the Collect, which more accurately described the grossly polluted pond. The notorious Five Points neighborhood, in the early 1800s the most dangerous square mile on Earth, where a single tenement, like the decrepit gates of hell, might be the site of 200 or 300 murders every year. But thousands of the old buildings remained. Tenements from the 19th century, and colonial frame houses, and federal brick townhomes from the prior Baroque meeting halls. Several of the Egyptian-style public buildings constructed by order of the regally corrupt Congressman Fernando Wood. Some were abandoned, their facades overgrown with weeds and floors cracked by persistent saplings. But many were still in use. This had been the land of Tammany Hall iniquity, of pushcarts and sweatshops, of the Henry Street Settlement House, Minsky's Burlesque, and the notorious Yiddish Gomorrah, the Jewish Mafia. A neighborhood that gives birth to institutions like these does not die easily. It was toward this neighborhood that the bone collector now piloted the taxi containing the thin woman and her young daughter.
Observing that the constabulary was onto him, James Schneider went once again to ground like the serpent that he was, seeking accommodations, it is speculated, in the cellars of the city's many tenant houses, which the reader may perchance recognize as the still prevalent tenements. And so he remained, quiescent for some months.
As he drove home, the bone collector saw around him not the Manhattan of the 1990s, the Korean delis, the dank bagel shops, the X-rated video stores, the empty clothing boutiques, but a dreamy world of bowler-clad men, women in rusting crinoline, hems and cuffs filthy with street refuse. Hordes of buggies and wagons, the air filled with the sometimes pleasant, sometimes repulsive scent of methane.
But such was the foul, indefatigable drive within him to start his collection anew, that he was soon forced from his lair to waylay yet another good citizen, this a young man newly arrived in town to attend university.
Driving through the notorious 18th Ward, once the home of nearly 50,000 people crammed into 1,000 decrepit tenements. When most people thought of the 19th century, they thought in sepia, because of old photographs. But this was wrong. Old Manhattan was the color of stone. With choking industrial smoke, paint prohibitively expensive, and dim lighting, the city was many shades of gray and yellow.
Schneider snuck up behind the fellow and was about to strike when fortune's conscience at last cried out. 2 constables chanced upon the assault. They recognized Schneider and gave chase. The killer fled east, across that engineering marvel, the Manhattan Bridge, completed in 1909, 2 years before these events. But he stopped halfway across, seeing that 3 constables were approaching from Brooklyn, having heard the alarm raised by the whistles and pistol reports of their confederates from Manhattan. Schneider, unarmed as chance would have it, climbed onto the railing of the bridge as he was surrounded by the law. He shouted maniacal diatribes against the constables, condemning them for having ruined his life. His words grew even madder. As the constabulary moved closer, he leapt from the rail into the river. A week later, a pilot discovered his body on the shore of Welfare Island, near Hell Gate. There was little left, for the crabs and turtles had been diligently working to reduce Schneider to the very bone which he, in his madness, cherished. He turned the taxi onto his deserted cobblestone street, East Van Brevoort, and paused in front of the building. He checked the 2 filthy strings he'd run low across the doors to make certain that no one had entered. A sudden motion startled him, and he heard the guttural snarlings of the dogs again, their eyes yellow, teeth brown, bodies dotted with scars and sores. His hand strayed to his pistol, but they suddenly turned and, yelping, charged after a cat or rat in the alley. He saw no one on the hot sidewalks and opened the padlock securing the carriage house door, then climbed back inside the car and drove into the garage, parked beside his Taurus. After the villain's death, his effects were secured and perused by detectives. His diary showed that he had murdered 8 good citizens of the city. Nor was he above grave robbery, for it was ascertained from his pages, if his claims be true, that he had violated several holy resting places in cemeteries around the city. None of his victims had accorded him the least affront. Nay, most were upstanding citizens, industrious and innocent. And yet he felt not a modicum of guilt. Indeed, he seems to have labored under the mad delusion that he was doing his victims a favor. He paused, wiped sweat from his mouth. The ski mask itched. He dragged the woman and her daughter out of the trunk and through the garage. She was strong and fought hard. At last, he managed to get the cuffs on them.
You prick! She howled. Don't you dare touch my daughter! You touch her and I'll kill you!
He gripped her hard around the chest and taped her mouth. Then he did the little girl's, too. "Flesh withers and can be weak," the villain wrote in his ruthless yet steady hand. "Bone is the strongest aspect of the body. As old as we may be in the flesh, we are always young in the bone. It is a noble goal I had, and it is beyond me why anyone might quarrel with it. I did a kindness to them all. They are immortal now. I freed them. I took them down to the bone." He dragged them into the basement and pushed the woman down hard on the floor, her daughter beside her, tied their cuffs to the wall with clothesline, then returned upstairs. He lifted her yellow knapsack from the back of the cab, the suitcases from the trunk, then pushed through a bolt-studded wooden door into the main room of the building. He was about to toss them into a corner, but found that for some reason he was curious about these particular captives. He sat down in front of one of the murals, a painting of a butcher, placidly holding a knife in one hand, a slab of beef in the other. He examined the luggage tag. Carol Gantz. Carol with an E. Why the extra letter, he wondered. The suitcase contained nothing but clothes. He started through the knapsack. He found the cash right away. There must have been 4,000 or 5,000. He put it back in the zippered compartment. There were a dozen child's toys, a doll, a tin of watercolors, a package of modeling clay, a Mr. Potato Head kit. There were also an expensive Discman, a half-dozen CDs, and a Sony travel clock radio. He looked through some pictures, photos of Carol and her girl. In most of the pictures, the woman seemed very somber. In a few others, she seemed happier. There were no photos of Carol and her husband, even though she wore a wedding ring. Many were of the mother and daughter with a couple, a heavy-set woman wearing one of those old granny dresses and a bearded, balding man in a flannel shirt. For a long time, the bone collector gazed at a portrait of the little girl. The fate of poor Maggie O'Connor, the young slip of a girl, merely 8 years of age, was particularly sad. It was her misfortune, the police speculate, that she stumbled across the path of James Schneider as he was disposing of one of his victims. The girl, a resident of notorious Hell's Kitchen, had come out to pluck horsehairs from one of the many dead animals found in that impoverished part of the city. It was the custom of youngsters to wind tail hairs into bracelets and rings, the only trinkets such urchins might have to adorn themselves with. Skin and bone. Skin and bone. He propped the photo on the mantelpiece beside the small pile of bones he'd been working on that morning, and some that he'd stolen from the store where he'd found the snake. It is surmised that Schneider found young Maggie near his lair, witnessing the macabre spectacle of his murdering one of his victims. Whether he dispatched her quickly or slowly, we cannot guess. But, unlike his other victims, whose remains were ultimately discovered, of frail, becurled Maggie O'Connor, naught was ever found. The bone collector walked downstairs. He ripped the tape off the mother's mouth, and the woman gasped for air, eyed him with cold fury.
What do you want?
She rasped.
What?
She wasn't as thin as Esther, but thank God she was nothing at all like fat Hannah Goldschmidt. He could see so much of her soul. The narrow mandible, the clavicle, and through the thin blue skirt, the hint of the innominate bone, a fusion of the ilium, the ischium, the pubis. Names like Roman gods. The little girl squirmed. He leaned forward and placed his hand on her head. Skulls don't grow from a single piece of bone, but from 8 separate ones, and the crown rises up like the triangular slabs of the Astrodome roof. He touched the girl's occipital bone, the parietal bones of the cap of the skull, and 2 of his favorites, the sensuous bones around the eye sockets, the sphenoid and the ethmoid.
Stop it!
Carol shook her head, furious.
Keep away from her!
Shh, he said, holding his gloved finger to his lips. He looked at the little girl, who cried and pressed close to her mother. Maggie O'Connor, he cooed, looking at the shape of the girl's face. My little Maggie. The woman glared at him. You were in the wrong place at the wrong time, child. What did you see me do? Young in the bone.
What are you talking about?
Carol whispered. He turned his attention to her. The bone collector had always wondered about Maggie O'Connor's mother. Where's your husband?
He's dead,
she spat out, then glanced at the little girl and said more softly,
He was killed 2 years ago. Look, just let my daughter go. She can't tell them anything about you. Are you listening to me? What are you doing?
He gripped Carol's hands and lifted them. He fondled the metacarpals of the wrists, the phalanges, the tiny fingers, squeezing the bones.
No, don't do that. I don't like that. Please.
Her voice crackled with panic. He felt out of control and didn't like the sensation one bit. If he was going to succeed here, with the victims, with his plans, he had to fight down the encroaching lust. The madness was driving him further and further into the past, confusing the now with the then. Before and after. He needed all of his intelligence and craftiness to finish what he'd started. And yet... Oh, she was so thin. She was so taut. He closed his eyes and imagined how a knife blade scraping over her tibia would sing like the bowing of an old violin. His breathing was fast. He was sweating rivers. When finally he opened his eyes, he found he was looking at her sandals. He didn't have many foot bones in good condition. The homeless people he'd been preying on in the past months, well, they'd suffered from rickets and osteoporosis. Their toes were impacted by badly fitting shoes. I'll make a deal with you, he heard himself saying. She looked down at her daughter. wriggled closer to her.
I'll make a deal. I'll let you go if you let me do something.
What? Carol whispered.
Let me take your skin off.
She blinked.
He whispered, let me, please. A foot, just one of your feet. If you'll do that, I'll let you go.
What?
Down to the bone.
She gazed at him with horror, swallowed.
What would it matter, he thought. She was so nearly there anyway, so thin, so angular. Yes, there was something different about her, different from the other victims.
He put the pistol away and took the knife out of his pocket, opened it with a startling click. She didn't move. Her eyes slid to the little girl, back to him.
You'll let us go?
He nodded.
You haven't seen my face. You don't know where this place is.
A long moment. She stared around her at the basement. She muttered a word, a name, he thought, Ron or Rob. And with her eyes firmly on his, she extended her legs and pushed her feet toward him. He slipped her shoe off the right foot. He took her toes, kneaded the fragile twigs. She leaned back, the cables of her tendons rising beautifully from her neck. Her eyes squeezed shut. He caressed her skin with the blade, a firm grip on the knife. She closed her eyes, inhaled, and gave a faint whimper.
Go ahead,
she whispered, and turned the girl's face away, hugged her tightly. The bone collector imagined her in a Victorian outfit, crinoline and black lace. He saw the three of them sitting together at Delmonico's or strolling down Fifth Avenue. He saw little Maggie with them, dressed in frothy lace, rolling a hoop with a stick as they walked over the canal bridge. Then, and now. He nestled the stained blade in the arch of her foot.
Mommy!
The girl screamed. Something popped within him. For a moment he was overwhelmed with revulsion at what he was doing, at himself.
No, he couldn't do it. Not to her. Esther or Hannah, yes, or the next one, but not her.
The bone collector shook his head sadly and touched her cheekbone with the back of his hand. He slapped the tape over Carol's mouth again and cut the cord binding her feet.
Come on,
he muttered. She struggled fiercely, but he gripped her head hard and pinched her nostrils till she passed out. Then he hefted her over his shoulder and started up the stairs, carefully lifting the bag that sat nearby. Very carefully. It was not the sort of thing he wanted to drop. Up the stairs, pausing only once to look at young, curly-haired Maggie O'Connor, sitting in the dirt, looking hopelessly up at him. Chapter 23. He snagged them both in front of Rhyme's townhouse, quick as the coiled snake that Jerry Banks was carrying at his side like a souvenir from Santa Fe. Delray and two agents stepped from an alley. He announced casually, "Got some news, honey dear. You're under arrest for the theft of evidence under custodial care of the U.S. government." Lincoln Rhyme had been wrong. Delray hadn't made it to the federal building after all. He'd been staking out Rhyme's digs. Banks rolled his eyes. "Chill out, Delray. We saved the Vic."
Yeah, and a mighty good thing you did, Sonny. If you hadn't, we were going to bring you up on homicide. But we saved him, Sachs said, and you didn't. Oh, thanks for that snappy recap, officer. Hold your wrists out. This is bullshit. Cuff this young lady, the chameleon said dramatically to a burly agent beside him. She began, "We found more clues, Agent Delray. He's got another one, and I don't know how much time we have." "Oh, and invite that there boy to our party, too,"
Delray nodded to Banks, who turned to the woman FBI agent approaching him and seemed to be thinking of decking her. Delray said a cheerful, No, you don't wanna. Banks reluctantly held out his hands. Sachs, angry, offered the agent a cold smile.
How was your trip to Morningside Heights?
He still killed that cabbie. Our pert boys are crawling over that house now like beetles on dung.
And that's all they're gonna find, Sachs said. This unsub knows crime scenes better than you and I do.
Downtown,
Delray announced, nodding at Sachs, who winced as the cuffs ratcheted tight around her wrists.
We can save the next one, too, if you...
You know what you got, Officer Sachs? Take a guess. You got yourself a right to remain silent. You got...
All right, the voice called from behind them. Sachs looked around and saw Jim Poling striding along the sidewalk. His slacks and dark sports shirt were rumpled. It looked as if he'd napped in them, though his bleary face suggested he hadn't slept in days. You could see a day's growth of beard, and his sandy hair was an unruly mess. Delray blinked uneasily, though it wasn't the cop he was troubled by, but the tall physique of the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District behind Poling, and bringing up the rear, S.A.C. Perkins.
Okay, Fred, let him go,
from the U.S. Attorney. In the modulated baritone of an FM disc jockey, the chameleon said, She stole evidence, sir. She...
I just expedited some forensic analysis,
Sachs said. Listen, Delray began. Nope, Poling said, completely in control now. No temper tantrums.
No, we're not listening.
He turned to Sachs and barked, But don't you try to be funny.
No, sir. Sorry, sir.
The U.S. Attorney said to Delray, Fred, you made a judgment call and it went south. Facts of life. It was a good lead, Delray said. Well, we're changing the direction of the investigation, the U.S. Attorney continued. S.A.C. Perkins said, We've been conferencing with the director and with behavioral. We've decided that Detectives Rhyme and Solito's positioning is the approach to pursue.
Yeah, but my snitch was clear that something was going down at the airport. That's not the sort of thing he'd be wishy about.
It comes down to this, Fred, the U.S. Attorney said bluntly.
Whatever the fucker's up to, it was Rhyme's team that saved the Vicks.
Delray's lengthy fingers folded into an uncertain fist, opened again.
I appreciate that fact, sir, but...
Agent Delray, this is a decision that has already been made. The glossy black face, so energized at the Federal Building when he was marshalling his troops, was now somber, reserved. For the moment, the hipster was gone.
Yes, sir.
This most recent hostage would have died if Detective Sachs here hadn't intervened, the U.S. Attorney said.
That'd be Officer Sachs, she corrected. And it was mostly Lincoln Rhyme. I was his leg man, so to speak.
The case is going back to the city, the U.S. Attorney announced. The Bureau's AT is to continue to handle terrorist information liaison, but with reduced manpower. Anything they learn should be conveyed to Detectives Solito and Rhyme. Delray, you're going to put bodies at their disposal for any search and surveillance or hostage rescue effort, or anything else they might need. Got that?
Yes, sir.
Good. You want to remove those handcuffs from these officers now? Delray placidly unlocked the cuffs and slipped them into his pocket. He walked to a large van parked nearby. As Sachs picked up the evidence bag, she saw him standing by himself at the edge of a pool of streetlight, his index finger lifted, stroking the cigarette behind his ear. She wasted a moment's sympathy on the Phoebe, then turned and ran up the stairs 2 at a time after Jerry Banks and his rattlesnake.
I have it figured out. Well, almost.
Sachs had just walked into Rhyme's room when he made this pronouncement. He was quite pleased with himself.
Everything except the rattler and the glop.
She delivered the new evidence to Mel Cooper. The room had been transformed yet again, and the tables were covered with new vials and beakers and pillboxes and lab equipment and boxes. It wasn't much compared to the Fed's headquarters, but to Amelia Sachs, it felt oddly like home.
Tell me,
she said.
Tomorrow's Sunday. Pardon me, today's Sunday. He's going to burn down a church.
How do you figure?
The date.
What, on the scrap of paper? What's it mean?
You ever hear of the anarchists?
Little Russians in trench coats carrying around those bombs that look like bowling balls?
Banks said. Yeah, from the man who reads picture books, Rhyme commented dryly. Now your Saturday morning cartoon roots are showing, Banks. Anarchism was an old social movement calling for the abolition of government. One anarchist, Enrico Malatesta, his shtick was propaganda by deed. Translated, that means murder and mayhem. One of his followers, an American named Eugene Lockworthy, lived in New York. One Sunday morning, he bolted the doors of a church on the Upper East Side just after the service began and set the place on fire, killed 18 parishioners.
And that happened on May 20th, 1906?
Sachs asked. Yep.
I'm not going to ask how you figured that out.
Rhyme shrugged. Obvious. Our unsub likes history, right? He gave us some matches, so he's telling us he's planning arson. I just thought back to the city's famous fires, the Triangle Shirtwaist, Crystal Palace, the General Slocum excursion boat. I checked the dates. May 20th was the first Methodist church fire.
Sachs asked, But where? Same location as that church?
Doubt it, Solito said. There's a commercial high-rise there now. 823 doesn't like new places. I got a couple of men on it just in case, but we're sure he's going for a church. And we think, Rhyme added, that he's going to wait till the service starts.
Why?
For one thing, that's what Lockworthy did, Solito continued. Also, we were thinking about what Terry Dobbins was telling us. Up in the ante, going for multiple Vics.
So we've got a little more time, until the service starts.
Rhyme looked up at the ceiling. Now, how many churches are there in Manhattan?
Hundreds.
That was rhetorical, Banks. I mean, let's keep looking over the clues. He'll have to narrow it down some.
Footsteps on the stair. It was the twins once again.
We passed Fred Delray outside.
He wasn't the least bit cordial.
Or happy.
Whoa, look at that.
Saul, Rhyme believed it was Saul, he'd forgotten who had the freckles, nodded at the snake.
I see more of those in one night than I ever want to again.
Snakes? Rhyme asked.
We were at Metamorphosis. It's a
very spooky place. Met the owner there, weird guy, as you may have guessed.
long beard. Wish we hadn't gone at night, Betting continued.
They sell taxidermied bats and insects. You wouldn't believe some of the insects.
5 inches long.
And critters like that one.
Saul nodded at the snake.
Scorpions. Lot of scorpions.
Anyway, they had a break-in a month ago, and guess what got took? A rattler skeleton.
Reported? Rhyme asked.
Yep.
But the total value of the perped merch was only $100 or so larceny wasn't like all hands on board,
But tell him.
Saul nodded.
The snake wasn't the only thing missing. Whoever broke in took a couple dozen bones.
Human bones? Rhyme asked.
Yep. That's what the owner thought was funny. Some of those insects.
Yeah, forget 5 inches. Some of them were 8 easy.
Are worth 300 or 400. But all the perp boosted was a snake and some bones.
Any particular ones? Rhyme asked.
An assortment, like your Whitman sampler.
His words, not ours.
Mostly little ones, hand and foot, and a rib, maybe 2.
The guy wasn't sure.
Any CS report?
Jacked bones? Nope.
The Hardy Boys departed once more, heading downtown to the last scene to start canvassing the neighborhood. Rhyme wondered about the snake. Was it giving them a location? Did it relate to the First Methodist fire? If rattlers had been indigenous to Manhattan, urban development had long ago played St. Patrick and purged the island of them. Was he going to make a play on the word snake or rattler? Then Rhyme suddenly believed he understood. The snake's for us.
Us?
Banks laughed. It's a slap in the face.
Whose face?
Everybody who's looking for him. I think it's a practical joke.
I wasn't laughing very hard, Sachs said.
Well, your expression was pretty funny, Banks grinned. I think we're better than he expected, and he's not happy about it. He's mad, and he's taking it out on us.
Tom, add that to our profile, if you would. He's mocking us.
Solito's phone rang. He opened it and answered.
Emma, darling, what you got?
He nodded as he jotted notes. Then looked up and announced,
Rental car thefts. 2 Avises disappeared from their location in the Bronx in the past week, one in Midtown. They're out because the colors are wrong. Red, green, and white. No nationals, 4 Hertz were jacked, 3 in Manhattan, 1 from the downtown east side location, from Midtown, and from the Upper West Side. There were 2 green and, this could be it, 1 tan. But a silver Ford got boosted from White Plains. That's my vote.
Agree, Rhyme announced. White Plains.
How do you know? Sachs asked. Monell said it could have been either beige or silver.
Because our boy's in the city, Rhyme explained. And if he's going to boost something as obvious as a car, he'll do it as far away from his safe house as he can. It's a Ford, you said. Solito asked Emma the question, then looked up.
Taurus, this year's model. Dark gray interior. Tag's irrelevant.
Rhyme nodded. Yeah, first thing he changed, the plates. Thank her and tell her to get some sleep, but not to wander too far from the phone.
Got something here, Lincoln?
Mel Cooper called.
What's that?
The glop. I'm running it through the database of brand names now.
He stared at the screen.
Cross-referencing, let's see. The most likely match is Kinkaway. It's a retail hair straightener.
Oh, politically incorrect, but helpful. That puts us up in Harlem, wouldn't you think? Narrows down the churches considerably. Banks was looking through the religious service directories of all 3 metro newspapers.
I count 22.
When's the earliest service?
3 have services at 8, 6 at 9, 1 at 9:30, and the rest at 10 or 11.
He'll go for one of the first services. He's already giving us hours to find the place. Solito said,
I got Howman getting the ESU boys together again.
How about Delray?
Sachs said. She pictured the forlorn agent by himself on the street corner outside.
What about him?
Solito muttered.
Odd, let's cut him in. He wants a piece of this guy bad.
Perkins said he was supposed to help, Banks offered.
You really want him?
Solito asked, frowning. Sachs was nodding.
Sure.
Rhyme agreed. Okay, he can run the Fed S&S teams. I want a team on each church right away, all entrances. But they should stay way back. I don't want to spook him. Maybe we can nail him in the act. Solito took a phone call. He looked up, eyes closed.
Jesus.
Ah, no, Rhyme muttered. The detective wiped his sweating face and nodded.
Central got a 911 from the night manager at this place, the Midtown Residence Hotel. Woman and a little girl called him from LaGuardia, said they were just about to get a cab. That was a while ago. They never showed up. With all the news about the nappings, he thought he should call. Her name's Carol Gantz from Chicago.
Hell, Banks muttered. A little girl, too? Ought to just pull all the cabs off the streets till we nail his butt.
Rhyme was drenched with weariness. His head raged. He remembered working a crime scene at a bomb factory. Nitroglycerin had bled out of some dynamite and seeped into an armchair Rhyme had to search for trace. Nitro gave you blinding headaches. The screen of Cooper's computer flickered.
Email,
he announced and called up the message. He read the fine type.
They polarized all the samples of cello that ESU collected. They think the scrap we found in the bone at the Pearl Street scene was from a ShopRite grocery store. It's the closest to the cello they use.
Good, Rhyme called. He nodded at the poster. Cross off all the grocery stores but the ShopRites. What locations do we have? He watched Tom ink through the stores, leaving 4. Broadway and 82nd, Greenwich and Bank, 8th Avenue and 24th, Houston and Lafayette. That leaves us with the Upper West Side, West Village, Chelsea, and the Lower East Side.
But he could have gone anywhere to buy them.
Oh, sure he could have, Sachs. He could have bought them in White Plains when he was stealing the car, or in Cleveland visiting his mother. But see, there's a point when unsubs feel comfortable in their deception, and they stop bothering to cover their tracks. The stupid or lazy ones toss the smoking gun in the dumpster behind their building and go on their merry way. The smarter ones drop it in a bucket of spackle and pitch it into Hell Gate. The brilliant ones sneak into a refinery and vaporize it in a 5,000-degree centigrade furnace. Oh, our unsub's smart, sure. But he's like every other perp in the history of the world. He got limits. I'm betting he thinks we won't have the time or inclination to look for him or his safe house because we'll be concentrating on the planted clues. And of course he's dead wrong. This is exactly how we'll find him. Now let's see if we can't get a little closer to his lair. Mel, anything in the Vic's clothes from the last scene?
But the tidal water had washed away virtually everything from William Everett's clothing.
You say they fought, Sachs, the unsub and this Everett.
Well, it wasn't much of a fight. Everett grabbed his shirt.
Rhyme clicked his tongue.
Oh, I must be getting tired. If I'd thought about it, I would have had you scrape under his nails. Even if he was underwater, that's one place.
Here you go,
she said, holding up 2 small plastic bags.
You scraped?
She nodded.
But why are there 2 bags?
Holding up one bag and then the other, she said,
left hand, right hand.
Mel Cooper broke into a laugh.
Even you never thought about separate bags for scraping, Lincoln. It's a great idea.
Rhyme grunted.
Differentiating the hands might have some marginal forensic value.
Whoa, Cooper said, laughing still. That means he thinks it's a brilliant idea and he's sorry he didn't think of it first.
The tech examined the scrapings.
I got some brick here.
There was no brick anywhere around the drain pipe or the field, Sachs said.
Yeah, it's fragments. But there's some attached to it. I can't tell what.
Banks asked.
Could it have come from the stockyard tunnel? There was a lot of brick there, right?
All that came from Annie Oakley here, Rhyme said, nodding ruefully at Sachs. No. Remember, the unsub had left before she pulled out her 6-gun.
Then he frowned, found himself straining forward.
Mel, I want to see that brick. And the scope. Is there any way?
Cooper looked over Rhyme's computer.
Yeah, I think we can rig something up.
He ran a cable from the video output port on the compound scope to his own computer and then dug into a large suitcase. He pulled out a long, thick gray wire.
This is a serial cable.
He connected the 2 computers and transferred some software to Rhyme's Compaq. In 5 minutes, Rhyme, delighted, was seeing exactly what Cooper was looking at through the eyepiece. The criminalist's eyes scanned the chunk of brick, hugely magnified. He laughed out loud.
He outfoxed himself. See those white blobs attached to the brick?
What are they? Solito asked.
Looks like glue,
Cooper offered. Exactly. From a pet hair roller. Perps who were real cautious use them to clean trace off themselves, but it backfired. Some bits of adhesive must have come off the roller and stuck to his clothes, so we know it's from his safe house. Held the brick in place until Everett picked it up under his fingernails.
Does the brick tell us anything?
Sachs asked.
It's old, and it's expensive. Cheap brick was very porous because they mixed in filler. I'd guess his place is either institutional or built by someone wealthy. At least 100 years old, maybe older.
Here we go, Cooper said. Another bit of glove, it looks like. If the damn things keep disintegrating, we'll be down to his friction ridges before too long.
Rhyme's screen flashed, and a moment later, what he recognized as a tiny fleck of leather came onto the screen.
Something's funny here, Cooper said.
It's not red, Rhyme observed, like the other particle. This fleck's black. Run it through the microspectrophotometer.
Cooper ran the test and then tapped his computer screen.
Yeah, it's leather, but the dye is different. Maybe it's stained or faded.
Rhyme was leaning forward, straining, looking closely at the fleck on the screen, when he realized he was in trouble. Serious trouble.
Hey, you okay?
It was Sachs who'd spoken. Rhyme didn't answer. His neck and jaw began to shiver violently. A feeling like panic rose from the crest of his shattered spine and moved up into his scalp. Then, as if a thermostat had clicked on, the chills and goosebumps vanished and he began to sweat. Perspiration poured from his face and tickled frantically.
Tom, he whispered,
Tom, it's happening.
Then he gasped as the headache seared through his face and spread along the walls of his skull. He jammed his teeth together, swayed his head, anything to stop the unbearable agony. But nothing worked. The light in the room flickered. The pain was so bad his reaction was to flee from it, to run flat out on legs that hadn't moved in years.
Lincoln!
Solito was shouting.
His face, Sachs gasped. It's bright red.
And his hands were pale as ivory. All of his body below the magic latitude at C4 was turning white. Rhyme's blood, on its phony, desperate mission to get where it thought it was needed, surged into the tiny capillaries of his brain, expanding them, threatening to burst the delicate filaments. As the attack grew worse, Rhyme was aware of Tom over him, ripping the blankets off the clinitron. He was aware of Sachs stepping forward, her radiant blue eyes narrowed in concern. The last thing he saw before the blackness was the Falcon, pushing off the ledge on his huge wings, startled by the sudden flurry of activity in the room, seeking easy oblivion in the hot air over the empty streets of the city.
Chapter 24. When Rhyme passed out, Solito got to the phone first.
Call 911 for EMS, Tom instructed. Then hit that number there. Speed dial. It's Pete Taylor, our spinal cord specialist.
Solito made the calls. Tom was shouting,
I'll need some help here. Somebody.
Sachs was closest. She nodded, stepped up to Rhyme. The aide had grabbed the unconscious man under the arms and pulled him up higher in the bed. He ripped open the shirt and prodded the pale chest, saying,
Everybody else, if you could just leave us.
Solito, Banks, and Cooper hesitated for a moment, then stepped through the doorway. Solito closed the door behind them. A beige box appeared in the aide's hands. It had switches and dials on the top and sprouted a wire ending in a flat disc which he placed over Rhyme's chest and taped down.
Phrenic nerve stimulator. It'll keep him breathing.
He clicked on the machine. As Tom slipped a blood pressure cuff onto Rhyme's alabaster white arm, Sachs realized with a start that his body was virtually wrinkle-free. He was in his 40s, but his body was that of a 25-year-old.
Why is his face so red? It looks like he's going to explode.
He is, Tom said matter-of-factly, yanking a doctor's kit from underneath the bedside table. He opened it, then he continued to take the pressure.
Dysreflexia. All the stress today, mental and physical. He's not used to it. He kept saying he was tired. I know, and I wasn't paying careful enough attention. Shh, I have to listen.
He plugged the stethoscope into his ears, inflated the cuff, and let the air out slowly. Staring at his watch, his hands were rock steady.
Oh, shit. Diastolic's at 125. Oh, shit.
Father in heaven, Sachs thought.
He's going to stroke out.
Tom nodded at the black bag.
Find the bottle of nifedipine and open up one of those syringes.
As she searched, Tom yanked down Rhyme's pajamas and grabbed a catheter from beside the bed, tore open its plastic wrapper, too. He smeared the end with KY jelly and lifted Rhyme's pale penis, inserting the catheter gently but quickly into the tip.
That's part of the problem. Bowel and urinary pressure can trigger an attack. He's been drinking way more than he should today.
She opened the hypodermic, but said,
I don't know how to do the needle. I'll do it.
He looked up at her.
Could I ask, would you mind doing this? I don't want the tube to get a kink in it. Okay, sure. You want gloves?
She pulled on a pair and carefully took Rhyme's penis in her left hand. She held the tube in her right. It had been a long, long time since she'd held a man here. The skin was soft, and she thought how strange it was that this center of a man's being is most of the time as delicate as silk. Tom expertly injected the drug.
Come on, Lincoln.
A siren sounded in the distance.
They're almost here,
she said, glancing out the window.
If we don't bring him back now, there's nothing they can do. Well, how long does it take the drug to work?
Tom stared at the unresponsive Rhyme, said,
It should have by now, but too high a dose and he goes into shock.
The aide bent down and lifted an eyelid. The blue pupil was glazed, unfocused.
Oh, this isn't good.
He took the pressure again. 150? Christ! It'll kill him, she said. Oh, that's not the problem. What? A shocked Amelia Sachs whispered. Oh, he doesn't mind dying. He looked at her briefly, as if surprised she hadn't figured this out. He just doesn't want to be any more paralyzed than he already is. He prepared another injection. He may already have had one. A stroke, I mean. That's what terrifies him. Tom leaned forward and injected more of the drug. The siren was closer now, honking, too. Cars would be blocking the ambulance's way, in no hurry to pull aside, one of the things that infuriated Sachs about the city. You can take the catheter out now. She carefully extracted the tube. Should I? Nodding toward the urine bag. Tom managed a weak smile. That's my job. Several minutes passed. The ambulance seemed to make no progress, then a voice crackled over a speaker, and gradually the siren grew closer. Suddenly, Rhyme stirred. His head shook slightly. Then it lolled back and forth, pressed into the pillow. His skin lost some of its florid tone. Lincoln, can you hear me? He moaned. Tom. Rhyme was shivering violently. Tom covered him with a sheet. Sachs found herself smoothing Rhyme's mussed hair. She took a tissue and wiped his forehead. Footsteps pounded on the stairs, and two burly EMS medics appeared, radios crackling. They hurried into the room, took Rhyme's blood pressure, and checked the nerve stimulator. A moment later, Dr. Peter Taylor burst into the room. Peter, Tom said, dysreflexia. Pressure? It's down, but it was bad. Crested at 150. The doctor winced. Tom introduced Taylor to the EMS techs. They seemed pleased an expert was there and stepped back as Taylor walked over to the bedside. Doctor, Rhyme said groggily, let's look at those eyes. Taylor shone a light into Rhyme's pupils. Sachs scanned the doctor's face for a reaction and was troubled by his frown. Don't need the nerve stimulator, Rhyme whispered. You and your lungs, right? The doctor asked wryly. Well, let's keep it going for a little while, why don't we? Just till we see what exactly's going on here. He glanced at Sachs. Maybe you could wait downstairs. Taylor leaned close, and Rhyme noticed the beads of sweat dotting the doctor's scalp under his thin hair. The man's deft hands lifted a lid and gazed again into one pupil, then the next. He rigged up the sphygmomanometer and took Rhyme's blood pressure, his eyes distant with that concentration of medicos lost in their minute vital tasks. Approaching normal, he announced. How's the urine? 1,100 cc's, Tom said. Taylor glowered. Been neglecting things, or just drinking to excess? Rhyme glowered right back. We were distracted, Doctor. It's been a busy night. Taylor followed Rhyme's nod and glanced around the room, surprised, as if someone had just sneaked the equipment in when he wasn't looking. What's all this? They hauled me out of retirement. Taylor's perplexed frown grew into a smile. Well, about time. I've been after you for months to do something with your life. Now, what's the bowel situation? Tom said, Probably 12 hours, 14. Careless of you, Taylor chided. That wasn't his fault, Rhyme snapped. I've had a room full of people here all day. I don't want to hear excuses, the doctor shot back. This was Pete Taylor, who never spoke through anyone when he talked to Rhyme and never let his bullying patient bully him. We'd better take care of things. He pulled on surgical gloves, leaned over Rhyme's torso. His fingers began manipulating the abdomen to trick the numb intestines into doing their work. Tom lifted the blankets and got the disposable diapers. A moment later, the job was done, and Tom cleaned his boss. Taylor said suddenly, So you've given up that nonsense, I hope, studying Rhyme closely. That nonsense. He'd meant the suicide. With a glance at Tom, Rhyme said, Haven't thought about that for a while. Good.
Taylor looked over the instruments on the table. This is what you ought to be doing. Maybe the department will put you back on the payroll.
Yeah, I don't think I could pass the physical.
How's the head?
A dozen sledgehammers comes close to describing it. My neck, too. Had 2 bad cramps so far today.
Taylor walked behind the clinitron, pressed his fingers on either side of Rhyme's spine, where, Rhyme supposed, though he'd never seen the spot, of course, there were prominent incision scars from the operations he'd had over the years. Taylor gave Rhyme an expert massage, digging deep into the taut straps of muscle in his shoulders and neck. The pain slowly vanished. He felt the doctor's thumbs pause at what he guessed was the shattered vertebra. The spaceship. The Stingray. Someday they'll fix this, Taylor said. Someday it'll be no worse than breaking your leg. You listen to me. I predict it. 15 minutes later, Peter Taylor came down the stairs and joined the cops on the sidewalk. Is he all right? Amelia Sachs asked anxiously. Well, the pressure's down. He needs rest, mostly. The doctor, a plain-looking man, suddenly realized he was talking to a very beautiful woman. He smoothed his thinning gray hair and cast a discreet glance at her willowy figure. His eyes then went to the squad cars in front of the townhouse, and he asked, "What's the case he's helping you with?" Solito demurred, as all detectives will in the face of that question from civilians. But Sachs had guessed Taylor and Rhyme were close, so she said, "The kidnappings? Have you heard about them?" "The taxi driver case? Oh, it's on all the news." Well, good for him. Work is the best thing that could happen to him. He needs friends, and he needs purpose. Tom appeared at the top of the stairs. He said thanks, Pete. Well, he didn't actually say thanks, but he meant it. You know how he is. Level with me, Taylor asked, voice lower now, conspiratorial. Is he still planning on talking to them? And when Tom said, "No, he's not," something in his tone told Sachs that he was lying. She didn't know about what or what significance it might have, but it rankled. Planning on talking to them? In any case, Taylor seemed not to pick up on the aide's deceit. He said, "I'll come back tomorrow, see how he's doing." Tom said he'd appreciate it, and Taylor slung his bag over his shoulder and started up the sidewalk. The aide gestured to Solito. "He'd like to talk to you for a minute." The detective climbed the stairs quickly. He disappeared into the room, and a few minutes later he and Tom walked outside. Solito, solemn himself now, glanced at her. "Your turn," and nodded toward the stairs. Rhyme lay in the massive bed, hair mussed, face no longer red, hands no longer ivory. The room smelled ripe, visceral. There were clean sheets on the bed, and his clothes had been changed again. This time the pajamas were as green as Del Rey's suit. "Those are the ugliest PJs I've ever seen," she said. "Your ex gave them to you, didn't she?"
How'd you guess? An anniversary present. Sorry for the scare, he said, looking away from her.
He seemed suddenly timid, and that upset her. She thought of her father in the pre-op room at Sloan Kettering before they took him down to the exploratory surgery he never awoke from. Weakness can be more frightening than threat. "Sorry?" she asked ominously. "No more of that shit, Rhyme." He appraised her for a minute, then said,
"You two will do fine."
"We two?"
"You and Lon. Mel, too, of course, and Jim Poling."
"What do you mean?"
"I'm retiring."
"You're what?"
Too taxing for the old system, I'm afraid."
"But you can't quit." She waved at the Monet poster. "Look at everything we found about 823. We're so close."
"So you don't need me. All you need is a little luck."
"Luck? It took years to get Bundy. And what about the Zodiac Killer and the werewolf?"
"We've got good information here. Hard information. You'll come up with some good leads. You'll nail 'em, Sachs. Your swan song before they lap you up into public affairs. I got a feeling Unsub 823's getting cocky.
Might even collar him at the church.
You look fine,
she said after a moment, though he didn't. Rhyme laughed, then the smile faded. I'm very tired, and I hurt. Hell, I think I hurt in places the docs will say I can't hurt.
Do what I do. Take a nap.
He tried to snort a derisive laugh, but he sounded weak. She hated seeing him this way. He coughed briefly, glanced down at the nerve stimulator, and grimaced, as if he was embarrassed that he depended on the machine. Sachs, I don't suppose we'll be working together again. Just wanted to say that you got a good career ahead of you. You make the right choices.
Well, I'll come back and see you after we snag his bad ass.
Yeah, I'd like that. I'm glad you were the first officer yesterday morning. There's nobody else I'd rather walk the grid with. Lincoln? A voice said. She turned to see a man in the doorway. He looked around the room curiously, taking in all the equipment. Been some excitement around here, looks like. Doctor, Rhyme said, his face blossoming into a smile. Please, come in. He stepped into the room. I got Tom's message. Emergency, he said. Dr. William Berger, this is Amelia Sachs. But Sachs could see she'd already ceased to exist in Lincoln Rhyme's universe. Whatever else was left to be said, and she felt there were some things, maybe many things, would have to wait. She walked through the door. Tom, who stood in the large hallway outside, closed the door behind her, and, ever proper, paused, nodding for her to precede him. As Sachs walked out into the steamy night, she heard a voice from nearby. Excuse me. She turned and found Dr. Peter Taylor standing by himself under a ginkgo tree. Can I talk to you for a minute? Sachs followed Taylor up the sidewalk a few doors.
Yes?
She asked. He leaned against a stone wall and gave another self-conscious swipe at his hair. Sachs recalled how many times she'd intimidated men with a single word or glance. She thought, as she often did, what a useless power beauty is. You're his friend, right? The doctor asked her. I mean, you work with him, but you're a friend, too.
Sure, I guess I am.
That man who just went inside, do you know who he is?
Berger, I think. He's a doctor.
Did he say where he was from?
No.
Taylor looked up at Rhyme's bedroom window for a moment. He asked, You know the Lethe Society?
No. Oh, wait. It's a euthanasia group, right?
Taylor nodded. I know all of Lincoln's doctors, and I've never heard of Berger. I was just thinking maybe he's with them.
What?
Is he still talking to them? So that's what the conversation was about. She felt weightless from the shock.
Has he seriously talked about this before?
Oh, yes. Taylor sighed, gazed into the smoky night sky. Oh, yes. Then glanced at her name badge. Officer Sachs, I've spent hours trying to talk him out of it. Days. But I've also worked with quads for years, and I know how stubborn they are. Maybe he'd listen to you. Just a few words. I was thinking, could you?
Oh, God damn it, Rhyme,
she muttered, and started down the sidewalk at a run, leaving the doctor in mid-sentence. She got to the front door of the townhouse just as Tom was closing it. She pushed past him.
Forgot my watchbook. Be right back. You can't go up there. He's with his doctor. I'll just be a second.
She was at the landing before Tom started after her. He must have known it was a scam because he took the stairs 2 at a time. But she had a good lead and had shoved open Rhyme's door before the aide got to the top of the stairs. She pushed in, startling both Rhyme and the doctor, who was leaning against the table, arms crossed. She closed the door and locked it. Tom began pounding. Berger turned toward her with a frown of curiosity on his face. Sachs, Rhyme blurted.
I have to talk to you.
What about?
About you.
Later.
How much later, Rhyme?
She asked sarcastically.
Tomorrow? Next week?
What do you mean?
You want me to schedule a meeting for maybe a week from Wednesday? Will you be able to make it then? Will you be around?
Sachs?
I want to talk to you. Alone.
No.
Then we'll do it the hard way.
She stepped up to Berger.
You're under arrest. The charge is attempted assisted suicide.
And the handcuffs flashed, click, click, snapping onto his wrists in a silver blur. She guessed the building was a church. Carol Gantz lay in the basement on the floor. A single shaft of cold, oblique light fell on the wall, illuminating a shabby picture of Jesus and a stack of mildewy golden-booked Bible stories. A half-dozen tiny chairs for Sunday school students, she guessed, were nested in the middle of the room. The cuffs were still on, and so was the gag. He'd also tied her to a pipe near the wall with a 4-foot-long piece of clothesline. On a tall table nearby, she could see the top of a large glass jug. If she could knock it off, she might use a piece of glass to cut the clothesline. The table seemed out of reach, but she rolled over onto her side and started to squirm like a caterpillar toward it. This reminded her of Pammy when she was an infant, rolling on the bed between herself and Ron. She thought of her baby, alone in that horrible basement, and started to cry.
Pammy, Pooh, Purse.
For a brief moment, she weakened. Wished she'd never left Chicago.
No, stop thinking that way. Quit feeling sorry for yourself. This was the absolute right thing to do. You did it for Ron, and for yourself, too. He'd be proud of you.
Kate had told her that 1,000 times, and she believed it. Struggling once more, she moved a foot closer to the table. Groggy, couldn't think straight. Her throat stung from the terrible thirst, and the mold and mildew in the air. She crawled a little farther, then lay on her side, catching her breath, staring up at the table. It seemed hopeless. What's the use, she thought, wondering what was going through Pammy's mind.
You fucker, thought Carol. I'll kill you for this.
She squirmed, trying to move farther along the floor. But instead she lost her balance and rolled onto her back. She gasped, knowing what was coming.
No.
With a loud pop, her wrists snapped. She screamed through the gag, blacked out. When she came to a moment later, she was overwhelmed with nausea.
No, no, no!
If she vomited, she'd die. With the gag on, that'd be it.
Fight it down. Fight it. Come on, you can do it. Here I go.
She retched once, then again.
No, control it.
Rising in her throat.
Control it.
And she did. Breathing through her nose, concentrating on Kate and Eddie and Pammy, on the yellow knapsack containing all her precious possessions. Seeing it, picturing it from every angle. Her whole life was in there, her new life.
Ron, I don't want to blow it. I came here for you, honey.
She closed her eyes, thought, breathe deep. In, out. Finally, the nausea subsided, and a moment later she was feeling better. And though she was crying in pain from the snapped wrist, she managed to continue to caterpillar her way toward the table. 1 foot, 2. She felt a thump as her head collided with the table leg. She'd just managed to connect with it, and couldn't move any farther. She swung her head back and forth and jostled the table hard. She heard the bottle slosh as it shifted on the tabletop. She looked up. A bit of the jug was showing beyond the edge of the table. Carol drew back her head and hit the table leg one last time.
No.
She'd knocked the leg out of reach. The jug teetered for a moment but stayed upright. Carol strained to get more slack from the clothesline, but couldn't.
Damn. Oh, damn.
As she gazed hopelessly up at the filthy bottle, she realized it was filled with a liquid, and something floated inside.
What is that?
She scrunched her way back toward the wall a foot or two and looked up. It seemed like a light bulb inside. No, not a whole bulb, just the filament and the base screwed into a socket. A wire ran from the socket out of the jug to one of those timers that turn the lights on and off when you're away on vacation. It looked like a bomb. Now she recognized the faintest whiff of gasoline.
No.
Carol began to squirm away from the table as fast as she could, sobbing in desperation. There was a filing cabinet by the wall. It'd give her some protection. She drew her legs up, then felt a chill of panic and unwound them furiously. The motion knocked her off balance. She realized to her horror that she was rolling onto her back once more.
Oh, stop. Don't.
She stayed poised, perfectly still for a long moment, quivering as she tried to shift her weight forward. But then she continued to roll, collapsing onto her cuffed hand, her shattered wrist taking the weight of her body. There was a moment of incredible pain, and mercifully, she fainted once more. Chapter 25.
No way, Rhyme. You can't do it.
Berger looked on uneasily. Rhyme supposed that in this line of work he'd seen all sorts of hysterical scenarios played out at moments like this. The biggest problem Berger'd have wasn't those wanting to die, but those who wanted everyone else to live. Tom pounded on the door. "Tom," Rhyme called. "It's all right. You can leave us." Then to Sachs. "We've said our farewells, you and me. It's bad form to ruin a perfect exit."
You can't do this.
Who'd blown the whistle? Pete Taylor, maybe. The doctor must have guessed that he and Tom were lying. Rhyme saw her eyes slip to the 3 items on the table. The gifts of the Magi. The brandy, the pills, and the plastic bag. Also a rubber band, similar to the one Sachs still wore on her shoes. How many times had he come home from a crime scene to find Blaine staring at the bands on his shoes, horrified?
Everybody'll think my husband can't afford new shoes. He's keeping the soles on with rubber bands. Honestly, Lincoln.
Sachs, take the cuffs off the good doctor here. I'll have to ask you to leave one last time. She barked a fast laugh.
Excuse me. This is a crime in New York. The DA could bootstrap it into murder he wanted to.
Berger said, "I'm just having a conversation with a patient."
Yeah, that's why the charge is only attempt, so far. Maybe we should run your name and prints through NCIC, see what we come up with.
Lincoln, Berger said quickly, alarmed. "I can't." "We'll work it out," Rhyme said. "Sachs, please." Feet apart, hands on trim hips, her gorgeous face imperious. "Let's go," she barked to the doctor. "Sachs, you have no idea how important this is."
I won't let you kill yourself.
"Let me?" Rhyme snapped. "Let me? And why exactly do I need your permission?" Berger said, "Miss, Officer Sachs, it's his decision, and it's completely consensual. Lincoln's more informed than most of the patients I deal with."
Patients? Victims, you mean?
"Sachs!" Rhyme blurted, trying to keep the desperation from his voice. "It's taken me a year to find someone to help me."
Maybe because it's wrong. Ever consider that? Why now, Rhyme? Right in the middle of a case?
If I have another attack and a stroke, I might lose all ability to communicate. I could be conscious for 40 years and completely unable to move. And if I'm not brain dead, nobody in the universe is going to pull the plug. At least now I'm still able to communicate my decisions.
But why?
She blurted. "Why not?" Rhyme answered. "Tell me, why not?"
Well,
it seemed as if the arguments against suicide were so obvious she was having trouble articulating them.
Because
why, Sachs?
Well, for one thing, it's cowardly.
Rhyme laughed. Do you want to debate it, Sachs? Do you? Okay, fair enough. Cowardly, you say.
That leads us to Sir Thomas Browne. When life is more terrible than death, it's the truest valor to live. Courage in the face of insurmountable adversity. A classic argument in favor of living. But if that's true, then why anesthetize patients before surgery? Why sell aspirin? Why fix broken arms? Why is Prozac the most prescribed medicine in America? Sorry, but there's nothing intrinsically good about pain.
But you're not in pain.
Oh, and how do you define pain, Sachs? Maybe the absence of all feeling can be pain, too.
You can contribute so much. Look at all you know, all the forensic, all the history.
Oh, the social contribution argument. Oh, that's a popular one.
He glanced at Berger, but the medico remained silent. Rhyme saw his interest dip to the bone sitting on the table, the pale disc of spinal column. He picked it up, kneaded it in his cuffed hands. He was a former orthopedics man, Rhyme recalled. He continued to Sachs.
But who says we should contribute anything to life? Besides, the corollary is I might contribute something bad. I might cause some harm, too, to myself or someone else.
That's what life is.
Rhyme smiled.
But I'm choosing death, not life.
End of CD 8. CD 9.
Sachs looked uneasy as she thought hard.
It's just... death isn't natural. Life is.
No, Freud would disagree with you. He gave up on the pleasure principle and came to feel that there was another force, a non-erotic primary aggression, he called it, working to unbind the connections we build in life. Our own destruction's a perfectly natural force. Everything dies. What's more natural than that?
Again, she worried a portion of her scalp.
All right, she said. Life's more of a challenge to you than most people, but I thought... everything I've seen about you tells me you're somebody who likes challenges.
Challenges? Oh, let me tell you about challenges. I was on a ventilator for a year. See the tracheostomy scar on my neck? Well, through positive pressure breathing exercises and the greatest willpower I could muster, I've managed to get off the machine. In fact, I've got lungs like nobody's business. They're as strong as yours. And a C4 quad, that's one for the books, Sachs. It consumed my life for 8 months. Do you understand what I'm saying? 8 months just to handle a basic animal function. I'm not talking about painting the Sistine Chapel or playing the violin. I'm talking about fucking breathing.
But you could get better. Next year they might find a cure.
No, not next year, not in 10 years.
You don't know that. They must be doing research.
Sure they are. Want to know what? I'm an expert. Transplanting embryonic nerve tissue onto damaged tissue to promote axonal regeneration.
These words tripped easily from his handsome lips.
No significant effect. Some doctors are chemically treating the affected areas to create an environment where cells can regenerate. No significant effect. Not in advanced species. Lower forms of life show pretty good success. If I were a frog, I'd be walking again. Well, hopping.
So there are people working on it?
Sachs asked. Sure, but no one expects any breakthroughs for 20, 30 years.
If they were expected, she shot back, then they wouldn't be breakthroughs now, would they?
Rhyme laughed. She was good. Sachs tossed the veil of red hair from her eyes and said,
Your career was law enforcement, remember? Suicide's illegal.
Yeah, it's a sin, too, he responded. The Dakota Indians believed that the ghosts of those who committed suicide had to drag around the tree they'd hanged themselves from for all eternity. Did that stop suicide? Nope, they just used small trees.
Tell you what, Rhyme. Here's my last argument.
She nodded at Berger, grabbed the cuff chain.
I'm taking him in and booking him. Refute that one.
Lincoln, Berger said uneasily, panic in his eyes. Sachs took the doctor by the shoulder and led him to the door.
No, he said. Please, don't do this.
As Sachs opened the door, Rhyme called out, Sachs, before you do that, answer me something.
She paused, one hand on the knob.
One question.
She looked back.
Have you ever wanted to kill yourself?
She unlocked the door with a loud snap. He said,
Answer me.
Sachs didn't open the door. She stood with her back to him.
No. Never.
Are you happy with your life?
As much as anybody.
Well, you're never depressed?
I didn't say that. I said I've never wanted to kill myself.
You like to drive, you were telling me. People who like to drive fast. You do, don't you?
Yes, sometimes.
What's the fastest you've done?
I don't know.
Over 80? A dismissing smile.
Yes.
Over 100? She gestured upward with her thumb. 110? 120? He asked, smiling in astonishment.
Clocked at 168.
Oh, my, Sachs, you are impressive. Well, driving that fast, didn't you think that maybe, just maybe, something might happen? A rod or axle or something would break? A tire would blow, a spot of oil on the road?
It was pretty safe. I'm not crazy.
Pretty safe. But driving as fast as a small plane, well, that's not completely safe, now is it?
You're leading the witness.
No, I'm not. Stay with me. You drive that fast, you have to accept that you could have an accident and die, right?
Maybe,
she conceded. Berger, cuffed hands in front of him, looked on nervously as he kneaded the pale yellow disc of spinal column. So you've moved close to that line, right? Ah, you know what I'm talking about. I know you do. The line between the risk of dying and the certainty of dying. You see, Sachs, if you carry the dead around with you, it's a very short step over that line. A short step to joining them. She lowered her head and her face went completely still as the curtain of hair obscured her eyes. Giving up the dead, he whispered, praying she wouldn't leave with Berger, knowing he was so very close to pushing her over the edge. I touched a nerve there. How much of you wants to follow the dead? More than the little, Sachs. Oh, much more than the little. She was hesitating. He knew he was near her heart. She turned angrily to Berger, gripped him by the cuffs. Come on, pushed him through the door. Rhyme called, You know what I'm saying, don't you? Again she stopped. Sometimes things happen, Sachs. Sometimes you just can't be what you ought to be. You can't have what you ought to have. And life changes. Maybe just a little, maybe a lot. And at some point, it just isn't worth the fight to try to fix what went wrong. He watched them standing motionless in the doorway. The room was utterly silent. She turned and looked back at him. Death cures loneliness, Rhyme continued. It cures tension. It cures the itch. Just like she'd glanced at his legs earlier, he now gave a fast look at her torn fingers. She released Berger's cuffs and walked to the window. Tears glistened on her cheeks in the yellow radiance from the streetlights outside. Sachs, I'm tired, he said earnestly. I can't tell you how tired I am. You know how hard life is to start with. Pile on a whole mountain full of burdens, washing, eating, crapping, making phone calls, buttoning shirts, scratching your nose. And then pile on 1,000 more. And more after that. He fell silent. After a long moment, she said,
I'll make a deal with you.
What's that? She nodded toward the poster.
823's got that mother and her little girl. Help us save them. Just them. If you do that, I'll give him an hour alone with you.
She glanced at Berger.
Provided he gets the hell out of town afterwards.
Rhyme shook his head. Sachs, if I have a stroke, if I can't communicate...
If that happens, she said evenly, even if you can't say a word, the deal still holds. I'll make sure you have 1 hour together.
She crossed her arms, spread her feet again in what was now Rhyme's favorite image of Amelia Sachs. He wished he could have seen her on the railroad tracks that morning, stopping the train. She said,
That's the best I'll do.
A moment passed. Rhyme nodded.
Okay, it's a deal.
To Berger, he said,
Monday?
"Okay, Lincoln."
Fair enough.
Berger, still shaken, watched Sachs cautiously as she unlocked the cuffs. Afraid, it seemed, that she might change her mind. When he was free, he walked quickly to the door. He realized he was still holding the vertebra and returned, set it, almost reverently, next to Rhyme on the crime scene report for the first murder that morning.
"Happier'n hogs and red Virginia mud,"
Sachs remarked, slouching in the squeaky rattan chair, meaning Solito and Poling, after she'd told them that Rhyme had agreed to remain on the case for another day.
"Poling particularly," she said. "I thought the little guy was going to hug me. Don't tell him I called him that. How you feeling? You look better."
She sipped some scotch and set the glass back on the bedside table beside Rhyme's tumbler.
Not bad.
Tom was changing the bedclothes.
"You were sweating like a fountain," he said.
Ah, but only above my neck, Rhyme pointed out. Sweating, I mean.
"That right?"
Sachs asked.
Yep, that's how it works. Thermostat's busted below that. I never need any axial deodorant.
"Axial?"
Pit, Rhyme snorted. Armpit. My first aide never said armpit. He'd say, I'm going to elevate you by your axials, Lincoln. Oh, and if you feel like regurgitating, go right ahead, Lincoln. He called himself a caregiver. The word was actually on his resume. I have no idea why I hired him. You know, we're very superstitious, Sachs. We think calling something by a different name is going to change it. Unsub, perpetrator. But that aide, he was just a nurse who was up to his own armpits and piss and puke. Right, Tom? Nothing to be ashamed of. It's an honorable profession. Messy, but honorable.
"Oh, I thrive on mess. That's why I work for you."
What are you, Tom? An aide or a caregiver?
"I'm a saint."
Yeah, fast with the comebacks. And fast with a needle, too. He brought me back from the dead. Done it more than once.
Rhyme was suddenly pierced with a fear that Sachs had seen him naked. Eyes fixed firmly on the unsub profile, he said,
Say, do I owe you some thanks too, Sachs? Did you play Clara Barton here?
He uneasily waited for her answer. Didn't know how he could look at her again if she had.
"Nope,"
Tom answered.
"Saved you all by my lonesome. Didn't want any of these sensitive souls repulsed by the sight of your baggy rear end."
Thank you, Tom, he thought. Then barked, Now go away. We have to talk about the case, Sachs and me.
"You need some sleep."
Of course I do. We still need to talk about the case. Good night, good night.
After Tom left, Sachs poured some Macallan in a glass. She lowered her head and inhaled the smoky vapors.
Who snitched? Rhyme asked. Pete?
"Who?"
she asked.
Dr. Taylor, the SCI man.
She hesitated long enough for him to know that Taylor was the one. She said finally,
"He cares about you."
Of course he does. That's a problem. I want him to care a little less. Does he know about Berger?
"He suspects."
Rhyme grimaced.
Look, tell him that Berger's just an old friend. What?
Sachs exhaled slowly, as if shooting cigarette smoke through her pursed lips.
"You not only want me to let you kill yourself, you want me to lie to the one person who could talk you out of it."
He couldn't talk me out of it, Rhyme responded.
"Then why do you want me to lie?"
He laughed. Let's just keep Dr. Taylor in the dark for a few more days.
"All right," she said. "Jesus, you're a tough person to deal with."
He examined her closely.
Why don't you tell me about it?
"About what?"
Who's the dead that you haven't given up?
"There's plenty of them."
Such as?
"Read the newspaper."
Come on, Sachs.
She shook her head, stared down at her scotch with a faint smile on her lips.
No, I don't think so.
He put her silence down to reluctance about having an intimate conversation with someone she'd known only for one day, which seemed ironic, considering she sat next to a dozen catheters, a tube of KY jelly, and a box of Depends. Still, he wasn't going to push it and said nothing more. So he was surprised when she suddenly looked up and blurted,
It's just, oh, hell.
And as the sobbing began, she lifted her hands to her face, spilling a good 2 inches of Scotland's best all over the parquet. Chapter 26.
I can't believe I'm telling you this.
She sat huddled in the deep chair, legs drawn up, issue shoes kicked off. The tears were gone, though her face was as ruddy as her hair. Go on, he encouraged.
That guy I told you about? We were going to get an apartment together.
Oh, with the collie. You didn't say it was a guy. Your boyfriend? The secret lover, Rhyme wondered.
He was my boyfriend.
I was thinking maybe it was your father you'd lost.
No. Pop did pass away 3 years ago. Cancer. But we knew it was coming. If that prepares you for it, I guess we were prepared. But Nick...
He was killed? Rhyme asked softly. She didn't answer.
Nick Corelli. One of us. A cop. Detective Third. Works street crimes.
The name was familiar. Rhyme said nothing and let her continue.
We lived together for a while. Talked about getting married.
She paused, seemed to be lining up her thoughts like targets at a shooting range.
He worked undercover. So we were pretty secret about our relationship. He couldn't let word get around on the street that his gal was a cop.
She cleared her throat.
It's hard to explain. See, we had this thing between us. It was... Well, it hasn't happened for me very often. Well, hell, it never happened before Nick. We clicked in some really deep way. He knew I had to be a cop, and that wasn't a problem for him. Same with me and his working undercover. That kind of wavelength, you know, where you just completely understand someone. You ever felt what I'm talking about? With your wife?
Rhyme smiled faintly. I did, yes, but not with Blaine, my wife. And that was all he wanted to say on the subject. How'd you meet? He asked.
The assignments lectures at the academy, where somebody gets up and they tell you a little about what their division does. Nick was lecturing on undercover work. He asked me out on the spot. Our first date was at Rodman's Neck.
The gun range? She nodded, sniffing.
Afterwards, we went to his mom's in Brooklyn and had pasta and a bottle of Chianti. She pinched me hard and said I was too skinny to have babies. Made me eat 2 cannoli. We went back to my place and he stayed over that night. Quite a first date, huh? From then on, we saw each other all the time. It was going to work, Rhyme. I felt it. It was going to work just fine.
Rhyme said, what happened?
He was...
Another bolstering hit of old liquor.
He was on the take, is what happened. The whole time I knew him.
He was?
Crooked. Oh, way crooked. I never had a clue. Not a single goddamn clue. He socked it away in banks around the city. He dusted close to 200,000.
Lincoln was silent a moment. I'm sorry, Sachs. Drugs?
No, merch mostly. Appliances, TVs, jackings. They called it the Brooklyn Connection, the papers did.
Rhyme was nodding. That's why I remember it. There were a dozen of them in the ring, right? All cops.
Mostly. A few ICC people, too.
What happened to him? Nick.
You know what happens when cops bust cops? They beat the crap out of him. Said he resisted, but I know he didn't. Broke 3 ribs, a couple fingers, smashed his face all up. Pleaded guilty, but he still got 20 to 30.
For hijacking? Rhyme was astonished.
He worked a couple of the jobs himself. pistol-whipped one driver, took a shot at another one. Just to scare him. I know it was just to scare him, but the judge threw him away.
She closed her eyes, pressed her lips together hard.
When he got collared, Internal Affairs went after him like they were in heat. They checked pen registers. We were real careful about calling each other. He said Perp sometimes tapped his line. But there were some calls to my place. IA came after me, too. So Nick just cut me off. I mean, he had to. Otherwise, I would have gone down with him. You know IA. It's always a goddamn witch hunt.
What happened?
To convince them that I wasn't anything to him, well, he said some things about me.
She swallowed, her eyes fixed on the floor.
At the IA inquest, they wanted to know about me. Nick said, "Oh, PD Sachs? I just fucked her a few times. Turned out she was lousy, so I dumped her."
She tilted her head back and mopped tears with her sleeve.
The nickname? PD?
Lon told me. She frowned.
Did he tell you what it means?
The portable's daughter, after your father. She smiled wanly.
That's how it started, but that's not how it ended up. At the inquest, Nick said I was such a lousy fuck it really stood for pussy diver, 'cause I probably like girls better. Guess how fast that went through the department.
It's a low common denominator out there, Sachs. She took a deep breath.
I saw him in court toward the end of the inquest. He looked at me once, and I can't even describe what was in his eyes. Just pure heartbreak. Oh, he did it to protect me, but still. You were right, you know, about the lonely stuff.
I didn't mean...
No,
she said, unsmiling.
I hit you, you hit me. That was fair. And you were right. I hate being alone. I want to go out. I want to meet somebody. But after Nick, I lost my taste for sex.
Sachs gave a sour laugh.
Everybody thinks looking like me's wonderful. I could have my pick of guys, right? Bullshit. The only ones with the balls to ask me out are the ones who want to screw all the time. So I just gave up. It's easier by myself. I hate it, but it's easier.
At last, Rhyme understood her reaction at seeing him for the first time. She was at ease with him, because here was a man who was no threat to her. No sexual come-ons. Someone she wouldn't have to fend off. And perhaps a certain camaraderie, too. As if they were both missing the same crucial gene. You know, he joked, you and me, we ought to get together and not have an affair. She laughed.
So tell me about your wife. How long were you married?
7 years. 6 before the accident, 1 after.
And she left you?
No, I left her. I didn't want her to feel guilty about it.
Good of you.
I'd have driven her out eventually. I'm a prick. You've only seen my good side. After a moment, he asked, "This thing with Nick, did it have anything to do with why you're leaving patrol?"
No. Well, yes.
Gun-shy? Finally, she nodded.
Life on the street's different now. That's what did it to Nick, you know. What turned him. It's not like it was when Pop was walking his beat. Things were better then.
You mean it's not like the stories your dad told you?
Maybe,
she conceded. Sachs slumped in the chair.
The arthritis? That's true, but it's not as serious as I pretend it is.
I know, Rhyme said.
You know? How?
I just looked at the evidence and drew some conclusions.
Is that why you've been on my case all day? You knew I was faking?
I've been on your case, he said, because you're better than you think you are. She gave him a screwy look. Ah, Sachs, you remind me of me.
I do?
Let me tell you a story. I've been on crime scene detail maybe a year when we got a call from homicide. There was a guy found dead in an alley in Greenwich Village. All the sergeants were out, and so I got elected to run the scene.
I was 26 years old, remember? I go up there and check it out, and it turns out the dead guy's the head of City Health and Human Services. Now, what's he got all around him but a load of Polaroids? You should have seen some of those snaps. He'd been to one of those S&M clubs off Washington Street. Oh, and I forgot to mention, when they found him, he was dressed in a stunning little black mini dress and fishnet stockings. So, I secured the scene. All of a sudden, a captain shows up and starts to cross the tape. I know he's planning to have those pictures disappear on the way to the evidence room, but I was so naive I didn't care much about the pictures. I was just worried about somebody walking through the scene.
P is for protect the crime scene?
Rhyme chuckled. So I didn't let him in. While he was standing at the tape screaming at me, a DEPCOM tried an end run. I told him no. He started screaming at me. The scene stays virgin till IRD's through with it, I told him. Well, guess who finally showed up?
The mayor?
Well, deputy mayor.
And you held them all off?
Nobody got into that scene except latents and photography. Of course, my payback was spending 6 months printing floaters. But we nailed the perp with some trace and a print off one of those Polaroids. Happened to be the same snap the Post used on page 1, as a matter of fact. Just like what you did yesterday morning, Sachs, closing off the tracks on 11th Avenue.
I didn't think about it, she said. I just did it. Why are you looking at me that way?
Ah, come on, Sachs. You know where you ought to be. On the street, patrol, major crimes, IRD, doesn't matter. But public affairs? Ah, you'll rot there. It's a good job for some people, but not you. Don't give up so fast.
Oh, and you're not giving up? What about Berger?
Things are a little different with me. Her glance questioned, they are? And she went prowling for a Kleenex. When she returned to the chair, she asked,
You don't carry any corpses around with you?
I have in my day. They're all buried now.
Tell me.
Really? There's nothing.
Not true. I can tell. Come on. I showed you mine.
He felt an odd chill. He knew it wasn't dysreflexia. His smile faded.
Rhyme, go on, she persisted. I'd like to hear.
Well, there was a case a few years ago, he said. I made a mistake. A bad mistake.
Tell me.
She poured them each another finger of the scotch. It was a domestic murder-suicide call. Husband and wife in a Chinatown apartment. He shot her, killed himself. I didn't have much time for the scene. I worked it fast, and I committed a classic error. I'd made up my mind about what I was going to find before I started looking. I found some fibers that I couldn't place, but I assumed that the husband and wife had tracked them in. I found the bullet fragments, but didn't check them against the gun we found at the scene. I noticed the blowback pattern, but didn't grit it to double-check the exact position of the gun. I did the search, signed off, and went back to the office.
What happened?
The scene had been staged. It was really a burglary murder, and the perp had never left the apartment.
What? He was still there?
After I left, he crawled out from under the bed and started shooting. He killed one forensic tech and wounded an assistant ME. He got out on the street, and there was a shootout with a couple of portables who'd heard the 1013. The perp was shot up. He died later, but he killed one of the cops and wounded the other. He also shot up a family that had just come out of a Chinese restaurant across the street, used one of the kids as a shield.
Oh, my God.
Colin Stanton was the father's name. He wasn't hurt at all, and he'd been an Army medic. EMS said he probably could have saved his wife or one or both of the kids if he tried to stop the bleeding, but he panicked and froze. He just stood there, watching them all die in front of him.
Jesus, Rhyme. But it wasn't your fault. You...
Let me finish. That wasn't the end of it.
No?
The husband went back home, upstate New York. He had a breakdown and went into a mental hospital for a while. Tried to kill himself. They put him under a suicide watch. First, he tried to cut his wrist with a piece of paper, a magazine cover. Then he sneaked into the library and found a water glass in the librarian's bathroom, shattered it, and slashed his wrists. They stitched him up okay and kept him in the mental hospital for another year or so. Finally, they released him. A month or so after he was out, he tried again, used a knife. Rhyme added coolly, "That time it worked." He'd learned about Stanton's death in an obituary faxed from the Albany County coroner to NYPD Public Affairs. Someone there had sent it to Rhyme via interoffice mail with a post-it attached. "FYI, thought you'd be interested," the officer had written. There was an IA investigation. Professional incompetence. They slapped my wrist. I think they should have fired me. She sighed and closed her eyes for a moment.
And you're telling me you don't feel guilty about that?
Not anymore.
I don't believe you.
I served my time, Sachs. I lived with those bodies for a while, but I gave them up. If I hadn't, how could I have kept on working?
After a long moment, she said,
When I was 18, I got a ticket. Speeding. I was doing 90 in a 40 zone.
Well,
Dad said he'd front me the money for the fine, but I'd have to pay him back, with interest. But you know what else he told me? He said he would have tanned my hide for running a red light or reckless driving, but going fast he understood. He told me, "I know how you feel, honey. When you move, they can't get you."
Sachs said to Rhyme,
If I couldn't drive, if I couldn't move, then maybe I'd do it too. Kill myself.
I used to walk everywhere, Rhyme said. I never did drive much. Haven't owned a car in 20 years. Kind you have.
Nothing a snooty Manhattanite like you would drive. A Chevy, Camaro, was my father's.
Who gave you the drill press? For working on cars, I assume.
She nodded.
And a torque wrench, and spark gap set, and my first set of ratcheting sockets, my 13th birthday present.
Laughing softly.
That Chevy, it's a wobbly knob car. You know what that is? An American car? The radio and vents and light switches are all loose and cheesy. But the suspension's like a rock, it's light as an egg crate, and I'll take on a BMW any day.
And I'll bet you have.
Once or twice.
Yeah, cars are status in the crip world, Rhyme explained. We'd sit or lie around the ward in rehab and talk about what we could get out of our insurance companies. Wheelchair vans were top of the heap. Next are hand-control cars, which wouldn't do me any good, of course.
He squinted, testing his supple memory.
You know, I haven't been in a car in years. I can't remember the last time.
Got an idea,
Sachs said suddenly.
Before your friend Dr. Berger comes back, let me take you for a ride. Or is that a problem, sitting up? You were saying that wheelchairs don't work for you.
Well, no, wheelchairs are a problem, but a car? I think that'd be okay.
He laughed.
168 miles per hour?
That was a special day,
Sachs said, nodding at the memory.
Good conditions and no highway patrol.
The phone buzzed, and Rhyme answered it himself. It was Lon Solito.
We got an S&S on all the target churches in Harlem. Delray's in charge of that. Man's become a true believer, Lincoln. You wouldn't recognize him. Oh, and I got 30 portables and a ton of UN security cruising for any other churches we might have missed. If he doesn't show up, we're going to do a sweep of all of them at 7:30, just in case he snuck in without us seeing him. I think we're going to nail him, Link,
the detective said, suspiciously enthusiastic for a New York City homicide cop.
Okay, Lon. I'll send Amelia up to your CP around 8.
They hung up. Tom knocked on the door before coming into the room. As if he'd catch us in a compromising position, Rhyme laughed to himself.
No more excuses, he said testily. Bed, now.
It was after 3 a.m., and Rhyme had left exhaustion far behind long ago. He was floating somewhere else, above his body. He wondered if he'd start to hallucinate.
Yes, Mother, he said.
Officer Sachs is staying over, Tom. Could you get her a blanket, please?
What did you say?
Tom turned to face him.
A blanket.
No, after that,
the aide said.
That word.
I don't know. Please?
Tom's eyes went wide with alarm.
Are you all right? You want me to get Pete Taylor back here, the head of Columbia Presbyterian, the Surgeon General?
You see how this son of a bitch torments me? Rhyme said to Sachs. He never knows how close he comes to getting fired.
A wake-up call for when?
6:30 should be fine, Rhyme said.
When he was gone, Rhyme asked,
Hey, Sachs, you like music?
Love it.
What kind?
Oldies, doo-wop, Motown. How about you? You seem like a classical kind of guy.
See that closet there?
This one?
No, the other one, to the right. Open it up.
She did, and gasped in amazement. The closet was a small room filled with close to 1,000 CDs.
It's like Tower Records.
That's stereo. See it on the shelf?
She ran her hand over the dusty black Harman Kardon.
Cost more than my first car, Rhyme said. I don't use it anymore.
Why not?
He didn't answer, but said instead, Put something on. Is it plugged in? It is? Good. Pick something.
A moment later, she stepped out of the closet and walked over to the couch as Levi Stubbs and the Four Tops started singing about love. It had been a year since there'd been a note of music in this room, Rhyme estimated. Silently, he tried to answer Sachs's question about why he'd stopped listening. He couldn't. Sachs lifted files and books off the couch, lay back on it, and thumbed through a copy of Scenes of the Crime.
Can I have one?
She asked.
Take 10.
Will you...
Her voice braked to a halt.
Sign it for you?
He laughed. She joined him.
How about if I put my thumbprint on it? Graphoanalysts will never give you more than an 85% probability of a handwriting match, but a thumbprint? Any friction ridge expert will certify it's mine.
He watched her read the first chapter. Her eyes drooped. She closed the book.
Will you do something for me?
She asked.
What?
Read to me? Something from the book? When Nick and I were together...
Her voice faded.
What?
When we were together, a lot of times Nick would read out loud before we went to sleep. Books, the paper, magazines. It's one of the things I miss the most.
I'm a terrible reader, Rhyme confessed. I sound like I'm reciting crime scene reports. But I got this memory. It's pretty good. How about if I just tell you about some scenes?
Would you?
She turned her back, pulled her navy blouse off, and unstrapped the thin American body armor vest, tossed it aside. Beneath it, she wore a mesh T-shirt, and under that, a sports bra. She pulled the blouse back on and lay on the couch, pulled the blanket over her, and curled up on her side, closed her eyes. With the environmental control unit, Rhyme dimmed the lights.
I always found the sights of death fascinating, he began. They like shrines. We're a lot more interested in where people bought the big one than where they were born. Take John Kennedy. 1,000 people a day visit the Texas Book Depository in Dallas. How many do you think make pilgrimages to some obstetrics ward in Boston?
Rhyme nestled his head in the luxurious softness of the pillow.
Is this boring you?
No,
she said.
Please don't stop.
You know what I've always wondered about, Sachs?
Tell me.
It's fascinated me for years. Calvary. 2,000 years ago. Now there's a crime scene I'd have liked to work. I know what you're going to say, but we know the perps. Well, do we? All we really know is what the witnesses tell us. Remember what I say. Never trust a wit. Maybe those Bible accounts aren't what happened at all. Where's the proof? The P.E.? The nails, blood, sweat, the spear, the cross, the vinegar, sandal prints, and friction ridges.
Rhyme turned his head slightly to the left, and he continued to talk about crime scenes and evidence until Sax's chest rose and fell steadily, and faint strands of her fiery red hair blew back and forth under her shallow breath. With his left index finger, he flipped through the ESU control and shut off the light. He, too, was soon asleep. A faint light of dawn was in the sky. Awakening, Carol Gantz could see it through the chicken wire impregnated glass above her head.
Pammy. Oh, baby.
Then she thought of Ron and all her possessions sitting in that terrible basement, the money, the yellow knapsack. Mostly, though, she was thinking about Pammy. Something had wakened her from a light, troubled sleep. What was it? The pain from her wrist? It throbbed horribly. She adjusted herself slightly. The tubular howl of a pipe organ and a rising chorus of voices filled the room again. That's what had wakened her. Music. A crashing wave of music. The church wasn't abandoned. There were people around. She laughed to herself. Somebody would... And that was when she remembered the bomb. Carol peered around the filing cabinet. It was still there, teetering on the edge of the table. It had the crude look of real bombs and murder weapons, not the slick, shiny gadgets you see in movies. Sloppy tape, badly stripped wires, dirty gasoline.
Maybe it's a dud, she thought.
In the daylight, it didn't look so dangerous. Another burst of music. It came from directly over her head, accompanied by a shuffling of footsteps. A door closed, creaks and groans as people moved around the old dry wood floors. Plumes of dust fell from the joists. The soaring voices were cut off in mid-passage. A moment later, they started singing again. Carol banged with her feet, but the floor was concrete, the walls brick. She tried to scream, but the sound was swallowed by the gag. The rehearsal continued, the solemn, vigorous music rattling through the basement. After 10 minutes, Carol collapsed on the floor in exhaustion. Her eyes were drawn back to the bomb again. Now the light was better, and she could see the timer clearly. Carol squinted. The timer. It wasn't a dud at all. The arrow was set for 6:15 a.m. The dial showed the time was now 5:30. Squirming her way farther behind the filing cabinet, Carol began to kick the metal sides with her knee. But whatever faint noises the blows made immediately vanished in the booming, mournful rendition of Swing Low, Sweet Chariot, filling the church basement from above. Part 4. Down to the Bone. This only is denied the gods, the power to remake the past. Aristotle. Sunday, 5:45 a.m. to Monday, 7 p.m. Chapter 27. He awoke to a scent, as he often did. And, as on many mornings, he didn't at first open his eyes, but just remained in his half-seated position, trying to figure out what the unfamiliar smell might be. The gassy scent of dawn air? The dew on the oil-slick streets? Damp plaster? He tried to detect the scent of Amelia Sachs, but could not. His thoughts skipped over her and continued. What was it? Cleanser? No. A chemical from Cooper's impromptu lab? No, he recognized all of those. It was... yes, marking pen. Now he could open his eyes, and after a glance at sleeping Sachs to make certain she hadn't deserted him, found himself gazing at the Monet poster on the wall. That's where the smell was coming from. The hot, humid air of this August morning had wilted the paper and brought the scent out. Knows CS procedure. Possibly has record. Knows FR prints. Gun, .32 Colt. Ties Vicks with unusual knots. Old appeals to him. Called one Vic Hannah. Knows basic German. Underground appeals to him. The wall clock's pale numbers glowed 5:45 a.m. His eyes returned to the poster. He couldn't see it clearly, just a ghostly pattern of pure white against a lesser white. But there was enough light from the dawn sky to make out most of the words. Dual personalities. Maybe priest, social worker, counselor. Unusual wear on shoes. Reads a lot. Listened as he broke Vic's finger. Left snake as slap at investigators. The falcons were waking. He was aware of a flutter at the window. Rhyme's eyes skipped over the chart again. In his office at IRD, he'd nailed up a dozen erasable marker boards, and on them he'd keep a tally of the characteristics of the unsubs in major cases. He remembered, pacing, staring at them, wondering about the people they described. Molecules of paint, mud, pollen, leaf. Old building, pink marble. Thinking about a clever jewel thief he and Lon had collared 10 years ago. At central booking, the perp had coyly said they'd never find the loot from the prior jobs, but if they'd consider a plea, he'd tell them where he'd hidden it. Rhyme had responded, "Well, we have been having some trouble figuring out where it is." "Yeah, I'm sure you have," the snide crook said. "You see," Rhyme continued, "we've narrowed it down to the stone wall and the coal bin of a colonial farmhouse on the Connecticut River, about 5 miles north of Long Island Sound. I just can't tell whether the house is on the east bank or the west bank of the river." When the story made the rounds, the phrase everybody used to describe the expression on the perp's face was, "You had to fucking be there." Maybe it is magic, Sachs, he thought. At least 100 years old, probably mansion or institutional. He scanned the poster once again and closed his eyes, leaning back into his glorious pillow. It was then that he felt the jolt, almost like a slap on his face. The shock rose to his scalp like spreading fire, eyes wide, locked onto the poster. Old appeals to him. "Sachs," he cried, "wake up!" She stirred and sat up.
What? What's...
Old, old, old. "I made a mistake," he said tersely. "There's a problem." She thought at first it was something medical, and she leapt from the couch, reaching for Tom's medical bag. "No, the clues, Sachs, the clues! I got it wrong!" His breathing was rapid, and he ground his teeth together as he thought. She pulled her clothes on, sat back, her fingers disappearing automatically into her scalp, scratching.
What Rhyme? What is it?
"The church. It might not be in Harlem," he repeated. "I made a mistake."
Just like with the perp who killed Colin Stanton's family. In criminalistics, you can nail down 100 clues perfectly, and it's the one you miss that gets people killed.
What time is it?
She asked.
5:45, a little after. Get the newspaper, the church services schedule.
Sachs found the paper, thumbed through it, then looked up.
What are you thinking?
823's obsessed with what's old. If he's after an old black church, then he might not mean uptown. Philip Payton started the Afro-American Realty Company in Harlem in 1900. There were 2 other black settlements in the city. Downtown, where the courthouses are now, and San Juan Hill. They're mostly white now, but, what the hell was I thinking of?
Where's San Juan Hill?
Just north of Hell's Kitchen on the west side. It was named in honor of all the black soldiers who fought in the Spanish-American War.
She read through the paper.
Downtown churches, she said. Well, in Battery Park, there's the Seamen's Institute, a chapel there. They have services. Trinity, St. Paul's.
That wasn't the black area, farther north and east.
A Presbyterian church in Chinatown?
Any Baptist, evangelical?
No, nothing in that area at all. There's... Oh, hell.
With resignation in her eyes, she sighed,
Oh, no.
Rhyme understood.
Sunrise service.
She was nodding.
Holy Tabernacle Baptist. Oh, Rhyme, there's a gospel service starting at 6. 59th and 11th Avenue.
That's San Juan Hill. Call them.
She grabbed the phone and dialed the number. She stood, head down, fiercely plucking an eyebrow and shaking her head.
Answer! Answer! Oh, hell, it's a recording. The minister must be out of his office. She said into the receiver, This is the New York Police Department. We have reason to believe there's a firebomb in your church. Evacuate as fast as possible.
She hung up, pulled her shoes on.
Go, Sachs. You've got to get there, now!
Me?
We're closer than the nearest precinct. You can be there in 10 minutes.
She jogged toward the door, slinging her utility belt around her waist.
I'll call the precinct,
he yelled as she leapt down the stairs, hair a red cloud around her head.
And Sachs, if you ever wanted to drive fast, do it now.
The RRV wagon skidded into 81st Street, speeding west. Sachs burst into the intersection at Broadway, skidded hard, and whacked a New York Post vending machine, sending it through Zabar's window before she brought the wagon under control. She remembered all the crime scene equipment in the back. Rear heavy vehicle, she thought. Don't corner at 50. Then down Broadway, brake at the intersections, check left, check right, clear, punch it. She peeled off 9th Avenue at Lincoln Center and headed south. Oh, hell. A mad stop on screaming tires. The street was closed. A row of blue sawhorses blocked 9th for a street fair later that morning. A banner proclaimed, "Crafts and delicacies of all nations, hand in hand, we are all one." God damn UN! She backed up a half block and got the wagon up to 50 before she slammed into the first sawhorse. Spreading portable aluminum tables and wooden display racks in her wake, she tore a swathe through the deserted fair. 2 blocks later, the wagon broke through the southern barricade, and she skidded west on 59th, using far more of the sidewalk than she meant to. There was the church, 100 yards away. Parishioners on the steps, parents, little girls in frilly white and pink dresses, young boys in dark suits and white shirts, their hair in gangsta knobs or fades. And from the basement window, a small puff of gray smoke. Sachs slammed the accelerator to the floor, the engine roaring, grabbing the radio.
RRV2 to Central, K?
And in the instant it took her to glance down at the Motorola to make sure the volume was up, a big Mercedes slipped out of the alley directly into her path. A fast glimpse of the family inside, eyes wide in horror as the father slammed on the brakes. Sachs instinctively spun the wheel hard to the left, putting the wagon into a controlled skid. "Come on," she was begging the tires. "Grip, grip, grip!" But the oily asphalt was loose from the heat of the past few days and covered with dew. The wagon danced over the road like a hydrofoil. The rear end met the Merc's front flat on at 50 miles an hour. With an explosive boom, the 560 sheared off the rear right side of the wagon. The black CS suitcases flew into the air, breaking open and strewing their contents along the street. Churchgoers dove for cover from the splinters of glass and plastic and sheet metal. The airbag popped and deflated, stunning Sachs. She covered her face as the wagon tumbled over a row of cars and through a newsstand, then skidded to a stop upside down. Newspapers and plastic evidence bags floated to the ground like tiny paratroopers. Held upside down by the harness, blinded by her hair, Sachs wiped blood from her torn forehead and lip and tried to pop the belt release. It held tight. Hot gasoline flowed into the car and trickled along her arm. She pulled a switchblade from her back pocket, flicked the knife open, and cut the seatbelt. Falling, she nearly skewered herself on the knife and lay, gasping, choking on the gas fumes. "Come on, girl, get out! Out!" The doors were jammed closed, and there was no escape through the crushed rear end of the wagon. Sachs began kicking the windows. The glass wouldn't break. She drew her foot back and slammed it hard into the cracked windshield. No effect, except that she nearly sprained her ankle. Her gun. She slapped her hip. The gun had been torn from the holster and tossed somewhere inside the car. Feeling the hot drizzle of gasoline on her arm and shoulder, she searched frantically through the papers and CS equipment littering the ceiling of the station wagon. Then she saw the clunky Glock near the dome light. She swept it up and aimed it at the side window. "Go ahead. Backdrop's clear. No spectators yet." Then she hesitated. Would the muzzle flash ignite the gas? She held the gun as far away from her soaked uniform blouse as she could, debating. Then squeezed the trigger. Chapter 28. 5 shots, a star pattern. And even then, the honest General Motors glass held firm. 3 more blasts, deafening her in the confines of the wagon. But at least the gas didn't explode. She began to kick again. Finally, the window burst outward in a cascade of blue-green ice. Just as she rolled out, the interior of the wagon exploded with a breathless whoosh. Stripping down to her T-shirt, she flung away her gas-soaked uniform blouse and bulletproof vest and tossed aside the headset mic. Felt her ankle wobble, but sprinted to the front door of the church, past the fleeing churchgoers and a choir. The ground floor was filled with bubbling smoke. Nearby, a section of the floor rippled and steamed and then burst into flames. The minister appeared suddenly, choking, tears streaming down his face. He was dragging an unconscious woman behind him. Sachs helped him get her to the door.
Where's the basement?
She asked. He coughed hard, shook his head.
Where?
She cried, thinking of Carol Gantz and her little daughter.
The basement!
There, but on the other side of the patch of the burning floor. Sachs could barely see it, the smoke was so thick. A wall collapsed in front of them, the old joists and posts behind it snapping and firing sparks and jets of hot gas, which hissed into the cloudy room. She hesitated, then started for the basement door. The minister took her arm. Wait! He opened a closet and grabbed a fire extinguisher, yanked the arming pin. Let's go. Sachs shook her head.
Not you. Keep checking up here. Tell the fire department there's a police officer and another victim in the basement.
Sachs was sprinting now. When you move. She jumped over the fiery patch of floor, but because of the smoke, she misjudged the distance to the wall. It was closer than she'd thought, and she slammed into the wood paneling, then fell backwards, rolling as her hair brushed the fire, some strands igniting. Gagging on the stink, she crushed the flames out and started to push herself to her feet. The floor, weakened by the flames beneath, broke under her weight, and her face crashed into the oak. She felt the blaze in the basement lick her hands and arms as she yanked her hands back. Rolling away from the edge, she climbed to her feet and reached for the knob to the basement door. She stopped suddenly.
Come on, girl, think better. Feel a door before opening it. If it's too hot, you let oxygen into a superheated room, it'll ignite and a backdraft will fry your ass good.
She touched the wood. It was scorching hot. Then thought,
but what the hell else can I do?
Spitting on her hand, she gripped the knob fast, twisting it open and releasing it just before the burn seared her palm. The door burst open and a cloud of smoke and sparks shot outward.
Anybody down there?
She called and started down. The lower stairs were burning. She blasted them with a short burst of carbon dioxide and leapt into the murky basement. She broke through the second-to-last step, pitching forward. The extinguisher clattered to the floor as she grabbed the railing just in time to save her leg from snapping. Pulling herself out of the broken step, Sachs squinted through the haze. The smoke wasn't as bad down here. It was rising, but the flames were raging all around her. The extinguisher had rolled under a burning table. Forget it. She ran through the smoke. "Hello!" she shouted. No answer. Then remembered that Unsub 823 used duct tape. He liked his Vicks silent. She kicked in a small doorway and looked inside the boiler room. There was a door leading outside, but burning debris blocked it completely. Beside it stood the fuel tank, which was now surrounded by flames. It won't explode, Sachs remembered from the academy. The lecture on arson. Fuel oil doesn't explode. Kick aside the debris and push the door open. Clear your escape route. Then go look for the woman and the girl. She hesitated, watching the flames roll over the side of the oil tank. It won't explode. It won't explode. She started forward, edging toward the door. It won't... The tank suddenly puffed out like a heated soda can and split down the middle. The oil squirted into the air, igniting in a huge orange spume. A fiery pool formed on the floor and flowed toward Sachs. Won't explode, okay, but it burns pretty fucking well. She leapt back through the door, slammed it shut. So much for her escape route. Backing toward the stairs, choking now, keeping low, looking for any signs of Carol and her little girl. Could 823 have changed the rules? Could he have given up on basements and put these Vicks in the church attic? Crack.
A fast look upward. She saw a large oak beam, rippling with flames, start to fall. With a scream, Sachs leapt aside, but tripped and landed hard on her back, staring at the huge falling bar of wood streaking directly at her face and chest. Instinctively, she held her hands up. A huge bang as the beam landed on a child's Sunday school chair. It stopped inches from Sachs' head. She crawled out from underneath and rolled to her feet. Looking around the room, peering through the darkening smoke. Hell no, she thought suddenly. I'm not losing another one. Choking, Sachs turned back to the fire and staggered toward the one corner she hadn't checked. As she jogged forward, a leg shot out from behind a file cabinet and tripped her. Hands flying outward, Sachs landed face down, inches from a pool of burning oil. She rolled to her side, drawing her weapon and swinging it into the panicked face of a blonde woman struggling to sit up. Sachs pulled a gag off her mouth, and the woman spit black mucus. She gagged for a moment, a deep, dying sound.
Carol Gantz?
She nodded.
Your daughter?
Sachs cried.
Not here. My hands. The cuffs. No time. Come on.
Sachs cut Carol's ankles free with her switchblade. It was then that she saw, against the wall by the window, a melting plastic bag. The planted clues, the ones that told where the little girl would be. She stepped toward it, but with a deafening bang, the door to the boiler room cracked in half, spewing a 6-inch tidal wave of burning oil over the floor, surrounding the bag, which disintegrated instantly. Sachs stared for a moment, and then heard the woman scream. All the stairs were blazing now. Sachs knocked the fire extinguisher out from under the smoldering table. The handle and nozzle had melted away, and the metal canister was too hot to grasp. With her knife, she cut a patch off her uniform blouse and lifted the crackling extinguisher by its neck, flung it to the top of the burning stairs. It staggered for a moment like an uncertain bowling pin, and then started down. Sachs drew her Glock, and when the red cylinder was halfway down, fired one round. The extinguisher erupted in a huge, booming explosion. Pieces of red shrapnel from the casing hissed over their heads. The mushroom cloud of carbon dioxide and powder settled over the stairs and momentarily dampened most of the flames.
Now, move!
Sachs shouted. Together they took the steps 2 at a time, Sachs carrying her own weight and half the woman's, and pushed through the doorway into the inferno on the first floor. They hugged the wall as they stumbled toward the exit, while above them stained glass windows burst and rained hot shards. The colorful bodies of Jesus and Matthew and Mary and God himself down upon the bent backs of the escaping women. Chapter 29. 40 minutes later, Sachs had been salved and bandaged and stitched and had sucked so much pure oxygen she felt like she was tripping. She sat beside Carol Gantz. They stared at what was left of the church, which was virtually nothing. Only 2 walls remained, and, curiously, a portion of the 3rd floor, jutting into space above a lunar landscape of ash and debris piled in the basement.
Pammy, Pammy,
Carol moaned, then retched and spit. She took her own oxygen mask to her face, leaned back, weary and in pain. Sachs examined another alcohol-soaked rag with which she was wiping the blood from her face. The rags had started out brown and were now merely pink. The wounds weren't serious, a cut in her forehead, swatches of 2nd-degree burns on her arm and hand. Her lips were no longer flawless, however. The lower one had been cut deeply in the crash, the tear requiring 3 stitches. Carol was suffering from smoke inhalation and a broken wrist. An impromptu cast covered her left wrist, and she cradled it, head down, speaking through clenched teeth. Every breath was an alarming wheeze.
That son of a bitch!
Coughing.
Why, Tammy, why on earth a 3-year-old child?
She wiped angry tears with the back of her uninjured arm.
Maybe he doesn't want to hurt her. So he just brought you to the church. No, she spat out angrily. He doesn't care about her. He's sick. I saw the way he looked at her. I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna fucking kill him.
The harsh words dissolved into a harsher bout of coughing.
Sachs winced in pain. She'd unconsciously dug a nail into a burned fingertip. She pulled out her watchbook.
Can you tell me what happened?
Between bouts of sobbing and throaty coughs, Carol told her the story of the kidnapping.
You want me to call anybody? Sachs asked. Your husband?
Carol didn't answer. She drew her knees up to her chin, hugged herself, wheezing roughly. With her scalded right hand, Sachs squeezed the woman's biceps and repeated the question.
My husband.
She stared at Sachs with an eerie look.
My husband's dead. Oh, I'm sorry.
Carol grew groggy from the sedative, and a woman medic helped her into the ambulance to get some rest. Sachs looked up and saw Lon Solito and Jerry Banks running toward her from the burned-out church.
Jesus, officer.
Solito was surveying the carnage in the street.
What about the girl?
Sachs nodded.
He's still got her.
Banks said,
You okay? Nothing serious.
Sachs glanced toward the ambulance.
The Vic, Carol, she doesn't have any money, no place to stay. She's in town to work for the UN. Think you could make some calls, Detective? See if they could set her up for a while?
Sure,
Solito said. And the planted clues? Banks asked. He winced as he touched a bandage over his right eyebrow.
Gone, Sachs said. I saw them, in the basement. Couldn't get to him in time. Burned up and buried.
Oh, man, Banks muttered. What's going to happen to little girl?
What does he think's going to happen to her?
She walked back toward the wreck of the IRD wagon, found the headset. She pulled it on and was about to call in a patch request to Rhyme, but hesitated, then lifted off the mic. What could he tell her anyway? She looked at the church. How can you work a crime scene when there is no scene? She was standing with her hands on her hips, staring out onto the smoldering hulk of the building when she heard a sound she couldn't place. A whining, mechanical sound. She paid no attention to it until she was aware of Lon Solito pausing as he dusted ash off his wrinkled shirt. He said, I don't believe it. She turned toward the street. A large black van was parked a block away. A hydraulic ramp was protruding off the side, and something sat on it. She squinted. One of those bomb squad robots, it seemed. The ramp lowered to the sidewalk, and the robot rolled off. Then she laughed out loud. The contraption turned toward them and started to move. The wheelchair reminded her of a Pontiac Firebird, candy apple red. It was one of those electric models, small rear wheels, a large battery and motor mounted underneath. Tom walked along beside it, but Lincoln Rhyme himself was driving. In control, she observed wryly, via a straw that he held in his mouth. His movements were oddly graceful. Rhyme pulled up to her and stopped.
All right, I lied,
he said abruptly. She exhaled a sigh.
About your back? When you said you couldn't use a wheelchair?
I'm confessing I lied. You're going to be mad, Amelia, so be mad and get it over with.
You ever notice when you're in a good mood you call me Sachs? When you're in a bad mood you call me Amelia?
I'm not in a bad mood, he snapped.
He really isn't, Tom agreed. He just hates to get caught at anything.
The aide nodded toward the impressive wheelchair. She glanced at the side. It was made by the Action Company, a Storm Arrow model.
He had this in the closet downstairs all the while he spun his pathetic little tale of woe. Oh, I let him have it for that.
No annotations, Tom, thank you. I'm apologizing, all right? I am sorry.
He's had it for years, Tom continued. Learned the sip and puff cold. That's the straw control. He's really very good at it. By the way, he always calls me Tom. I never get preferential last name treatment.
I got tired of being stared at, Rhyme said matter-of-factly, so I stopped going for joyrides.
Then glanced at her torn lip.
Hurt?
She touched her mouth, which was bent into a grin.
Stings like hell.
Rhyme glanced sideways.
And what happened to you, Banks? Shaving your forehead now?
Walked into a fire truck.
The young man grinned and touched the bandage again.
Rhyme,
Sachs began, smiling no longer.
there's nothing here. He's got the little girl, and I couldn't get to the planted PE in time.
Ah, Sachs, there's always something. Have faith in the teachings of Monsieur Locard.
I saw them burn up, the clues. And if there was anything left at all, it's all buried under tons of debris.
Then we'll look for the clues he didn't mean to leave. We'll do this scene together, Sachs, you and me. Come on.
He gave 2 short breaths into the straw and started forward. They'd got 10 feet nearer the church when she said suddenly,
Wait,
he braked to a stop.
you're getting careless, Rhyme. Get some rubber bands on those wheels. Wouldn't want to confuse your prints with the unsubs.
End of CD 9. CD 10.
Where do we start?
We need a sample of the ash, Rhyme said. There were some clean paint cans in the back of the wagon. See if you can find one.
She collected a can from the remains of the RRV.
You know where the fire started? Rhyme asked.
Pretty much.
Take a sample of ash, a pint or two, as close to the point of origin as you can get.
Right.
She said, climbing up on a 5-foot-high wall of brick, all that remained of the north side of the church. She peered down into the smoky pit at her feet.
A fire marshal called, "Hey, officer, we haven't secured the area yet. It's dangerous."
Not as dangerous as the last time I was there,
she answered, and holding the handle of the can in her teeth, started down the wall. Lincoln Rhyme watched her, but he was really seeing himself, 3.5 years ago, pull his suit jacket off and climb down into the construction site at the subway entrance near City Hall.
"Sachs,"
Rhyme called. She turned.
"Be careful. I saw what was left of the RRV. I don't want to lose you twice in one day."
She nodded and then disappeared over the edge of the wall. After a few minutes, Rhyme barked to Banks,
"Where is she?"
I don't know.
"What I'm saying is, could you go check on her?"
Oh, sure.
He walked to the wall, looked over.
"Well?"
Rhyme asked.
It's a mess.
"Of course it's a mess. Do you see her?"
No.
"Sachs!"
Rhyme shouted. There was a long groan of wood, then a crash. Dust rose.
"Sachs? Amelia?"
No answer. Just as he was about to send ESU in after her, they heard her voice.
Incoming.
"Jerry!"
Rhyme called.
Ready.
The young detective called. The can came flying up out of the basement. Banks caught it one-handed. Sachs climbed out of the basement, wiping her hands on her slacks, wincing.
"Okay."
She nodded.
"Now let's work the alley," Rhyme ordered. "There's traffic at all hours around here, so he'd want the car off the street while he got her inside. That's where he parked. Use that door right there."
How do you know?
There are 2 ways to open locked doors, without explosives, that is. Locks and hinges. This one would be dead-bolted from the inside, so he took the pins out of the hinges. You see, he didn't bother to put them in very far again when he left.
They started at the door and worked their way to the back of the grim canyon, the smoldering building on their right. They moved a foot at a time, Sachs training the polylight on the cobblestones.
"I want tire treads," Rhyme announced. "I want to know where his trunk was."
Here,
she said, examining the ground.
treads. But I don't know whether these are the front or the rear tires. He might have backed in.
Are they clear or fuzzy, the tread marks?
A little fuzzy.
Then those are the front.
He laughed at her bewildered expression.
"You're the automotive expert, Sachs. Next time you get in a car and start it, see if you don't spin the wheel a little before you start moving, to see if the tires are pointed straight. The front treads are always fuzzier than the rear. Now, the stolen car was a 97 Ford Taurus. It measures 197.5 stem to stern, wheelbase 108.5, approximately 45 inches from the center of the rear tire to the trunk. Measure that and vacuum."
Come on, Rhyme, how do you know that?
"Looked it up this morning. You do the Vicks clothing?"
Yep. Nails and hair, too. And Rhyme, get this. The little girl's name is Pam, but he called her Maggie. Just like he did with the German girl. He called her Hannah, remember?
You mean his other persona did, Rhyme said. I wonder who the characters are in his little play.
I'm going to vacuum around the door, too, she announced.
Rhyme watched her, face cut and hair uneven, singed short in spots. She vacuumed the base of the door, and just as he was about to remind her that crime scenes were three-dimensional, she ran the vacuum up and around the jamb.
He probably looked inside before he took her in,
she said, and began vacuuming the windowsills, too. Which would have been Rhyme's next order. He listened to the whine of the dustbuster. But second by second, he was fading away, into the past, some hours before. Sachs began. Shh, he said. Like the walks he now took, like the concerts he now attended, like so many of the conversations he had, Rhyme was slipping deeper and deeper into his consciousness. And when he got to a particular place, even he had no idea where, he found he wasn't alone. He was picturing a short man wearing gloves, dark sports clothes, a ski mask, climbing out of the silver Ford Taurus sedan, which smelled of cleanser and new car. The woman, Carol Gantz, was in the trunk, her child captive in an old building made of pink marble and expensive brick. He saw the man dragging the woman from the car. Almost a memory, it was that clear. Popping the hinges, pulling open the door, dragging her inside, tying her up. He started to leave, but paused. He walked to a place where he could look back and see Carol clearly. Just like he'd stared down at the man he'd buried at the railroad tracks yesterday morning. Just like he'd chained Tammy Jean Colfax to the pipe in the center of the room, so he could get a good look at her. But why, Rhyme wondered, why does he look? To make sure the Vic can't escape? To make sure he hasn't left anything behind? His eyes sprang open. The indistinct apparition of Unsub 823 vanished. Sachs, remember the Colfax scene when you found the glove print?
Sure.
You said he was watching her. That's the reason he chained her out in the open, but you didn't know why. Well, I figured it out. He watches the Vics because he has to. Because it's his nature.
What do you mean?
Come on!
Rhyme sipped twice into the straw control, which turned the Arrow wheelchair around, then puffed hard, and he started forward. He wheeled to the sidewalk, sipped hard into the straw to stop. He squinted as he looked all around him.
He wants to see his victims, and I'm betting he wanted to see the parishioners, too, from someplace he thought was safe, where he didn't bother to sweep up afterwards.
He was gazing across the street at the only secluded vantage point on the block, the outdoor patio of a restaurant opposite the church.
There! Sweep it clean, Sachs.
She nodded, slipped a new clip into her Glock, grabbed evidence bags, a pair of pencils, and the dustbuster. He saw her run across the street and work her way up the steps carefully, examining them.
He was here, she shouted. There's a glove print, and a shoe print. It's worn just like the other ones.
Yes, Rhyme thought. Oh, this felt good. The warm sun, the air, the spectators, and the excitement of the chase. When you move, they can't get you. Well, if we move faster, maybe we can. Rhyme happened to glance at the crowd and saw that some people were staring at him. But far more were watching Amelia Sachs. For 15 minutes, she pored over the scene, and when she returned, she held up a small evidence bag.
What'd you find, Sachs? His driver's license? His birth certificate?
Gold,
she said, smiling.
I found some gold.
Chapter 30. Come on, people, Rhyme called. We gotta move on this one before he gets the girl to the next scene. I mean move!
Tom did a sitting transfer to get Rhyme from the Storm Arrow back into bed, perching him momentarily on a sliding board and then easing him back into the Clinitron. Sachs glanced at the wheelchair elevator that had been built into one of the bedroom closets. It was the one he hadn't wanted her to open when he was directing her to the stereo and CDs. Rhyme lay still for a moment, breathing deeply from the exertion.
The clues are gone, he reminded them. There's no way we can figure out where the next scene is. So we're going for the big one, his safe house. You think you can find it? Solito asked. Do we have a choice? Rhyme thought, and said nothing. Banks hurried up the stairs. He hadn't even stepped into the bedroom before Rhyme blurted, "What'd they say? Tell me! Tell me!" Rhyme knew that the tiny fleck of gold that Sachs had found was beyond the capabilities of Mel Cooper's impromptu lab. He'd asked the young detective to speed it down to the FBI's regional PERT office and have it analyzed.
They'll call us in the next half hour.
Half hour? Rhyme muttered. Didn't they give it priority?
You bet they did. Delray was there. You should have seen him. He ordered every other case put on hold and said if the metallurgy report wasn't in your hands ASAP, there'd be one mean mother, you get the picture, reaming there, you get the rest of the picture. Rhyme, Sachs said, there's something else the Gantz woman said that might be important. He told her he'd let her go if she agreed to let him flail her foot.
Flail?
Cut the skin off it.
Flay, Rhyme corrected.
Oh, anyway, he didn't do anything. She said it was, in the end, like he couldn't bring himself to cut her.
Hey, just like the first scene, the man by the railroad tracks, Solito offered.
Interesting, Rhyme reflected. I thought he'd cut the Vic's finger to discourage anybody from stealing the ring, but maybe not. Look at his behavior. Cutting the finger off the cabbie and carrying it around, cutting the German girl's arm and leg, stealing the bones and the snake skeleton, listening while he broke Everett's finger. There's something about the way he sees his victim, something...
Anatomical?
Exactly, Sachs.
Yeah, except the Gantz woman,
Solito said. My point, Rhyme said. He could have cut her and still kept her alive for us, but something stopped him. What?
Solito said, what's different about her? Can't be that she's a woman, or she's from out of town, so was a German girl.
Maybe he didn't want to hurt her in front of her daughter,
Banks said. No, Rhyme said, laughing grimly. Compassion isn't his thing.
Sachs said suddenly, but that is one thing different about her. She's a mother.
Rhyme considered this. Yeah, that could be it. Mother and daughter. It didn't carry enough weight for him to let them go, but it stopped him from torturing her. Tom, jot that down, with a question mark. He then asked Sachs, did she say anything else about the way he looked? Sachs flipped through her notebook.
Same as before. She read, ski mask, slight build, black gloves.
Black gloves? Rhyme looked at the chart on the wall. Not red.
She said black. I asked her if she was sure.
And that other bit of leather was black too, wasn't it, Mel? Maybe that was from the gloves. So what's the red leather from? Cooper shrugged.
I don't know, but we found a couple pieces of it, so it's something close to him.
Rhyme looked over the evidence bags. What else did we find?
The trace we vacuumed in the alley and by the doorway.
Sachs tapped the filter over a sheet of newsprint, and Cooper went over it with a loop.
Plenty of nothing, he announced. Mostly soil, bits of mineral, Manhattan mica schist, feldspar.
Which was found throughout the city. Keep going.
Decomposed leaves, that's about it.
How about the Gantz woman's clothes? Cooper and Sachs opened the newspaper and examined the trace.
Mostly soil, Cooper said, and a few bits of what looked like stone.
Where did he keep her at his safe house, exactly?
On the floor in the basement. She said it was a dirt floor.
Excellent, Rhyme shouted to Cooper. Burn it! The soil! Cooper placed a sample in the GCMS. They waited impatiently for the results. Finally, the computer screen blinked. The grid resembled a lunar landscape.
All right, Lincoln. Interesting. I'm reading off the charts for tannin and...
Sodium carbonate?
Ain't he amazing? Cooper laughed. How'd you know?
They were used in tanneries in the 18th and 19th centuries. The tannic acid cures the hide and the alkaline fixes it. So, his safe house is near the site of an old tannery. He smiled. Couldn't help himself. He thought, you hear footsteps, 823? That's us behind you. His eyes slipped to the Randall survey map.
Because of the smell, no one wanted tanneries in their neighborhood, so the commissioners restricted them. I know there was some on the Lower East Side and in West Greenwich Village, when it literally was a village, a suburb of the city. And then on the far west side in the 50s, near the Stockyard Tunnel where we found the German girl. Oh, and in Harlem in the early 1900s. Rhyme glanced at the list of grocery stores, the locations of the ShopRites that sold veal shanks. Chelsea's out. No tanning there. Harlem, too. No ShopRites there. So it's the West Village, Lower East Side, or Midtown West Side. Hell's Kitchen again, which he seems to like. Only about 10 square miles, Rhyme estimated cynically. He'd figured out on his first day on the job that it was easier to hide in Manhattan than in the North Woods. Let's keep going. What about the stone in Carol's clothes? Cooper was bent over the microscope.
Okay, got it.
Patch it into me, Mel. Rhyme's computer screen burst to life, and he watched the flecks of stone and crystal like brilliant asteroids. Move it around, Rhyme instructed. 3 substances were bonded together.
The one on the left is marble, pinkish, Cooper said. Like what we found before. And in between, that gray stuff.
Yeah, it's mortar, and the other is brownstone, Rhyme announced. It's from a federal-style building like the 1812 City Hall. Only the front facade was marble. The rest was brownstone. They did it to save money. Well, they did it so the money appropriated for marble could find its way into various pockets. Now, what else do we have? The ash. Let's find the arson accelerant.
Cooper ran the ash sample through the GCMS. He stared at the curve that appeared on the screen. Newly refined gasoline, containing its manufacturer's dyes and additives, was unique and could be traced back to a single source, as long as different batches of gas weren't mixed together at the service station where the perp bought it. Cooper announced that the gasoline matched perfectly the brand sold by the gas exchange service stations. Banks grabbed the yellow pages and flipped them open.
We've got 6 stations in Manhattan. 3 downtown, 1 at 6th Avenue in Houston, 1 on Delancey, 503 East, and 1 at 19th and 8th.
19th's too far north, Rhyme said. He stared at the profile chart. East side or west? Which is it?
Grocery stores, gasoline. A lanky figure suddenly filled the doorway.
I still invited this here party?
Frederick Delray asked.
Depends, Rhyme countered. You bearing gifts?
I got presents galore, the agent said, waving a folder emblazoned with the familiar disc of the FBI emblem.
You ever knock, Delray? Solito asked.
Got out of the habit, you know.
Come on in, Rhyme said. What do you got?
Dunno for sure. Doesn't make any sense to this boy, but then what do I know? Delray read from the report for a moment, then said, We had Tony Farco at PERT. Said hey to you, by the way, Lincoln. Analyze that bit of PE you found. Turns out it's gold leaf, probably 60 to 80 years old. He found a few cellulose fibers attached, so he thinks it's from a book.
Of course. Gold top stain from a page, Rhyme said.
Now, he also found some particles of ink on it. He said, and I'm quoting the boy now, it's not inconsistent with the type of ink the New York Public Library uses to stamp the ends of their books. Don't he talk funny?
A library book, Rhyme mused.
Amelia Sachs said, A red leather-bound library book.
Rhyme stared at her. Right, he shouted. That's what the bits of red leather are from, not the glove. It's a book he carries around with him. Could be his Bible.
Bible? Delray asked. You thinking he's some kind of religious nutso?
Not the Bible, Fred. Call the library again, Banks. Maybe that's how he wore down his shoes in the reading room. I know it's a long shot, but we don't have a lot of options here. I want a list of all the antiquarian books stolen from Manhattan locations in the past year.
Will do.
The young man rubbed a shaving scar as he called the mayor at home and bluntly asked His Honor to contact the director of the public library and tell them what they needed. A half-hour later, the fax machine buzzed and spewed out 2 pages. Tom ripped the transmission out of the machine. Whoa, readers sure have sticky fingers in this city, he said as he brought it to Rhyme. 84 books 50 years old or older had disappeared from the public library branches in the past 12 months, 35 of them in Manhattan. Rhyme scanned the list. Dickens, Austen, Hemingway, Dreiser. Books about music, philosophy, wine, literary criticism, fairy tales. Their value was surprisingly low, $20, $30. He supposed that none of them were first editions, but perhaps the thieves hadn't known that. He continued to scan the list. Nothing. Nothing. Maybe. And then he saw it. Crime in Old New York by Richard Willis Stevens, published by Bountiful Press in 1919. Its value was listed at $65, and it had been stolen from the Delancey Street branch of the New York Public Library 9 months earlier. It was described as 5 by 7 inches in size, bound in red kid skin with marbleized end papers, gilded edges. "I want a copy of it. I don't care how. Get somebody to the Library of Congress if you have to." Delray said, "I'll take care of that one." Grocery stores, gasoline, the library. Rhyme had to make a decision. There were 300 searchers available, cops and state troopers and federal agents. But they'd be spread microscopically thin if they had to search both the west and east sides of downtown New York. Gazing at the profile chart. "Is your house in the West Village?" Rhyme silently asked 823. "Did you buy the gas and steal the book on the east side to fox us? Or is that your real neighborhood? How clever are you?" No. The question's not how clever you are, but how clever you think you are. How confident were you that we'd never find those minuscule bits of yourself that Monsieur Locard assures us you'd leave behind? Finally, Rhyme ordered, "Go with the Lower East. Forget the village. Get everybody down there. All of Beau's troops, all of yours, Fred. Here's what you're looking for. A large federal-style building close to 200 years old, rose-colored marble front, brownstone sides and back. May have been a mansion or a public building at one time, with a garage or carriage house attached. A Taurus sedan and a yellow cab coming and going for the past few weeks, more often in the last few days." Rhyme glanced at Sachs. Giving up the dead. Solito and Delray made their calls. Sachs said to Rhyme, "I'm going too." "I hadn't expected anything else." When the door had closed downstairs, he whispered, "Godspeed, Sachs. Godspeed." Chapter 31. 3 squad cars cruised slowly through the streets of the Lower East Side, 2 constables in each, eyes searching. And a moment later, 2 black broughams appeared. 2 sedans, he meant. Unmarked, but their telltale searchlights next to the left side view mirrors left no doubt who they were. He'd known they were narrowing the search, of course, and that it was only a matter of time until they found his house. But he was shocked that they were this close. And he was particularly upset to see the cops get out and examine a silver Taurus parked on Canal Street. How the hell had they found out about his carriage? He'd known that stealing a car was a huge risk, but he thought it would take Hertz days to notice the missing vehicle. And even if they did, he was sure the constables would never connect him with the theft. Oh, they were good. One of the mean-eyed cops happened to glance at his cab. Staring forward, the bone collector turned slowly onto Houston Street, lost himself in a crowd of other cabs. A half hour later, he ditched the taxi and the Hertz Taurus and had returned on foot to the mansion. Young Maggie looked up at him. She was scared, yes, but she'd stopped crying. He wondered if he should just keep her, take himself a daughter, raise her. The idea glowed within him for a moment or two, then it faded. No, there'd be too many questions. Also, there was something eerie about the way the girl was looking at him. She seemed older than her years. She'd always remember what he'd done. Oh, for a while, she might think it had been a dream, but then someday the truth would come out. It always did. Repress what you will. Someday the truth comes out. No, he couldn't trust her any more than he trusted anyone else. Every human soul would let you down in the end. You could trust hate. You could trust bone. Everything else was betrayal. He crouched beside Maggie and eased the tape off her mouth.
"Mommy!" she howled. "I want my mommy!"
He said nothing, just stood and looked down at her delicate skull, at her twigs of arms. She screamed like a siren. He took off his glove. His fingers hovered over her for a moment. Then he caressed the soft hair on her head. Fingerprints can be lifted from flesh if taken within 90 minutes of contact, see chroma coat, but no one has as yet successfully lifted and reconstructed friction ridge prints from human hair. Rhyme, Physical Evidence, 4th edition, Forensic Press, 1994. The bone collector slowly rose and walked upstairs, into the large living room of the building, past the paintings on the walls, the workers, the staring women and children. He cocked his head at a faint noise outside. Then louder, a clatter of metal. He grabbed his weapon and hurried to the back of the building. Unbolting the door, he pushed it open suddenly, dropping into a two-handed shooting stance. The pack of wild dogs glanced at him. They returned quickly to the trash can they'd knocked over. He slipped the gun into his pocket and returned to the living room. He found himself next to the bottle glass window again, looking out at the old graveyard. Oh, yes. There was the man again, wearing black, standing in the cemetery. In the distance, the sky was spiked by the black masts of clipper ships and sloops docked in the East River along the outward shore. The bone collector felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow. He wondered if some tragedy had just occurred. Maybe the Great Fire of 1776 had just destroyed most of the buildings along Broadway. Or the yellow fever epidemic of 1795 had decimated the Irish community. Or the General Slocum excursion boat fire in 1904 had killed over 1,000 women and children, destroying the Lower East Side's German neighborhood. Or maybe he was sensing tragedies soon to occur. After a few minutes, Maggie's screams grew quiet, replaced by the sounds of the old city. The roar of steam engines, the clang of bells, the pops of black powder gunshots, the clop of hooves on resonant cobblestones. He continued to stare, forgetting the constables who pursued him, forgetting Maggie, just watching the ghostly form stroll down the street. Then and now. His eyes remained focused out the window for a long moment, lost in a different time. And so he didn't notice the wild dogs, who'd pushed through the back door he'd left ajar. They looked at him through the doorway of the living room, and paused only momentarily before turning around and loping quietly into the back of the building. Noses lifted at the smells, ears pricked at the sounds of the strange place. Particularly the faint wailing that rose from somewhere beneath them. It was a sign of their desperation that even the Hardy Boys split up. Betting was working a half-dozen blocks around Delancey. Saul was farther south. Solito and Banks each had their search areas, and the hundreds of other officers, FBI agents, and troopers made door-to-door rounds, asking about a slight man, a young child crying, a silver Ford Taurus, a deserted Federal-style building fronted in rose marble, the rest of it dark brownstone.
Huh? What the hell you mean, Federal? Seen a kid? You asking if I ever seen a kid in the Lower East? Yo, Jimmy, you ever see any kids around here? Like, not in the last, 60 seconds?
Amelia Sachs was flexing her muscle. She insisted that she be on Solito's crew, the one hitting the ShopRite on East Houston that had sold Unsub 823 the veal chop, and the gas station that had sold him the gasoline, the library from which he'd stolen Crime in Old New York. But they'd found no leads there, and scattered like wolves smelling a dozen different scents. Each picked a chunk of neighborhood to call his or her own. As Sachs gunned the engine of the new RRV and tried another block, she felt the same frustration she'd known when working the crime scenes over the past several days. Too damn much evidence. Too much turf to cover. The hopelessness of it. Here on the hot, damp streets, branching into 100 other streets and alleys, running past 1,000 buildings, all old. Finding the safe house seemed as impossible as finding that hair that Rhyme had told her about, pasted to the ceiling by the blowback from a .38 revolver. She'd intended to hit every street, but as time wore on and she thought of the child buried underground, near death, she began to search more quickly, speeding down streets, glancing right and left for the rosy marble building. Doubt stabbed her. Had she missed the building in her haste? Or should she drive like lightning and cover more streets? On and on. Another block. Another. And still nothing.
After the villain's death, his effects were secured and perused by detectives. His diary showed that he had murdered 8 good citizens of the city. Nor was he above grave robbery, for it was ascertained from his pages, if his claims be true, that he had violated several holy resting places in cemeteries around the city. None of his victims had accorded him the least affront. Nay, most were upstanding citizens, industrious and innocent. And yet he felt not a modicum of guilt. Indeed, he seems to have labored under the mad delusion that he was doing his victims a favor.
Lincoln Rhyme's left ring finger twitched slightly, and the frame turned the onion-skin page of Crime in Old New York, which had been delivered by 2 federal officers 10 minutes earlier. Service expedited thanks to Fred Delray's inimitable style.
"Flesh withers and can be weak," the villain wrote in his ruthless yet steady hand. "Bone is the strongest aspect of the body. As old as we may be in the flesh, we are always young in the bone. It is a noble goal I had, and it is beyond me why anyone might quarrel with it. I did a kindness to them all. They are immortal now. I freed them. I took them down to the bone."
Terry Dobbins had been right. Chapter 10, James Schneider, the Bone Collector, was a virtual blueprint for Unsub 823's behavior. The MOs were the same: fire, animals, water, boiling alive. 823 prowled the same haunts Schneider had. He'd confused a German tourist with Hannah Goldschmidt, a turn-of-the-century immigrant, and had been drawn to a German residence hall to find a victim. And he'd called little Pammy Gantz by a different name, too, Maggie, apparently thinking she was the young O'Connor girl, one of Schneider's victims. A very bad etching in the book, covered by tissue, showed a demonic James Schneider sitting in a basement examining a leg bone. Rhyme stared at the Randall survey map of the city. Bones. Rhyme was recalling a crime scene he'd run once. He'd been called to a construction site in Lower Manhattan, where some excavators had discovered a skull a few feet below the surface of a vacant lot. Rhyme saw immediately that the skull was very old and brought a forensic anthropologist into the case. They continued to dig and discovered a number of bones and skeletons. A little research revealed that in 1741 there'd been a slave rebellion in Manhattan, and a number of slaves and militant white abolitionists had been hanged on a small island in the Collect. The island became a popular site for hangings, and several informal cemeteries and potter's fields sprang up in the area. Where had the Collect been? Rhyme tried to recall. Near where Chinatown and the Lower East Side meet. But it was hard to say for certain because the pond had been filled in so long ago. It had been... Yes, he thought, his heart thudding. The Collect had been filled in because it had grown so polluted the city commissioners considered it a major health risk. And among the main polluters were the tanneries on the eastern shore. Pretty good with the dialer now, Rhyme didn't flub a single number and got put through to the mayor on the first try. His honor, though, the man's personal secretary said, was at a brunch at the UN. But when Rhyme identified himself, the secretary said, "1 minute, sir." And in much less time than that, he found himself on the line with a man who said, through a mouthful of food, "Talk to me, detective. How the fuck are we doing?"
5885K,
Amelia Sachs said, answering the radio. Rhyme heard the edginess in her voice. "Sachs."
"This isn't good," she told him. "We're not having any luck."
"I think I've got him."
"What?"
"The 600 block, East Van Brevoort, near Chinatown."
"How'd you know?"
The mayor put me in touch with the head of the Historical Society. There's an archaeologic dig down there, an old graveyard, across the street from where a big tannery used to be. And there were some big federal mansions in the area at one time. I think he's nearby.
I'm rolling.
Through the speakerphone, he heard a squeal of tires, then the siren cut in. I've called Lon and Howman, he added. They're on their way over now.
Rhyme,
Her urgent voice cracked.
I'll get her out.
Ah, you got a cop's good heart, Amelia. A professional heart, Rhyme thought. But you're still just a rookie. Sachs, he said.
Yes?
I've been reading this book. 823's picked a bad one for this role model of his. Really bad. She said nothing. What I'm saying is, he continued, whether the girl's there or not, if you find him and he so much as flinches, you nail him.
But we get him alive, he can lead us to her. We can...
No, Sachs, listen to me. You take him out. Any sign he's going for a weapon, anything, you take him out.
Static clattered. Then he heard her steady voice.
I'm at Van Brevoort, Rhyme. You were right. Looks like his place.
18 unmarked, 2 ESU vans, and Amelia Sachs's RRV were clustered near a short deserted street on the Lower East Side. East Van Brevoort looked like it was in Sarajevo. The buildings were abandoned. 2 of them burned to the ground. On the east side of the street was a dilapidated hospital of some kind, its roof caved in. Next to it was a large hole in the ground, roped off with a no trespassing sign emblazoned with the county court seal. The archaeologic dig Rhyme had mentioned. A scrawny dog had died and lay in the gutter, its corpse picked over by rats. In the middle of the other side of the street was a marble-fronted townhouse, faintly pink, with an attached carriage house, marginally nicer than the other decrepit tenements along Van Brevoort. Solito, Banks, and Howman stood beside the ESU van as a dozen officers suited up in Kevlar and racked their M16s. Sachs joined them, and without asking, tucked her hair under a helmet and started to vest up. Solito said, "Sachs, you're not tactical." Slapping the Velcro strap down, she stared at the detective, eyebrow lifted high, until he relented and said, "Okay, but your rear guard, that's in order." Howman said, "You'll be team 2.
Yes, sir. I can live with that.
One ESU cop offered her an MP5 machine gun. She thought about Nick, their date on the range at Rodman's Neck. They'd spent 2 hours practicing with automatic weapons, firing Z patterns through doors, flip reloading with taped banana clips, and field stripping M16s to clear the sand jams that plagued the Colts. Nick loved the staccato clutter, but Sachs didn't much like the messy firepower of the big weapons. She'd suggested a match between them with Glocks, and had whopped him 3 straight at 50 feet. He laughed and kissed her hard as the last of her empty casings spun, ringing, onto the firing range.
I'll just use my sidearm, she told the ESU officer.
The Hardy Boys ran up, crouching as if they were mindful of snipers.
Here's what we got. There's nobody around. Block is
Completely empty.
The windows of his buildings are all barred. A back entrance
Leading into the alley, the door's open.
"Open," Howman said, glancing at several of his officers. Saul confirmed.
Not just unlocked, but open. Booby traps?
Not that we could see, which isn't to say
There aren't any.
Solito asked,
Any vehicles in the alley?
nope.
2 front entrances, main front door.
Which looks painted shut. The second's a carriage house doors, double, wide enough for 2 vehicles. There's a padlock and chain.
But they're lying on the ground.
Howman nodded.
So maybe he's inside.
"Maybe," Saul said, then added,
And tell him what we think we heard.
Very faint. Could have been crying.
Could have been screaming.
Sachs said,
The little girl?
Maybe, but then it just stopped. How'd Rhyme figure this place?
Hey, you tell me how his mind works, Solito asked.
Howman called one of his commanders and issued a series of orders. A moment later, 2 ESU vans pulled into the intersection and blocked the other end of the street.
Team 1, front door. Blow it with cutting charges. It's wood and it's old, so keep the plastic down, okay? Team 2, into the alley. On my 3, you go. Got it? Neutralized, but we're assuming the girl's in there, so check your backdrops before you squeeze. Officer Sachs, you sure you want to do this? A firm nod. Okay, boys and girls, go get 'em.
Chapter 32. Sachs and the 5 other officers of Team 2 ran into the tarred alley, which had been blocked off by ESU trucks. Renegade weeds grew profusely through the cobblestones and cracked foundations, and the desolation reminded Sachs of the train track grave yesterday morning.
He hoped the victim was dead, for his sake.
Howman had ordered troopers onto the roofs of the surrounding buildings, and she saw the muzzles of their black Colts bristling like antennae. The team paused at the rear doorway. Her fellow cops glanced at Sachs as she checked the rubber bands over her shoes. Heard one of them whisper to another something about superstition. Then she heard through her earphone,
Team 1 leader at front door, charged, mounted, and armed. We are clear, K. Roger, Team 1 leader, Team 2. Team 2 in position, K. Roger, Team 2 leader, both teams, dynamic entry on my 3.
Checked her weapon one last time.
1.
Her tongue touched a dot of sweat hanging from the swollen wound on her lip.
2.
Okay, Rhyme, here we go.
3.
The explosion was very sedate, a distant pop, and then the teams were moving, fast. She sprinted along behind the ESU troopers as they slipped inside and scattered, their muzzle-mounted flashlights crisscrossing the shafts of brilliant sunlight that streamed through the windows. Sachs found herself alone as the rest of the team dispersed, checking out armoires and closets and the shadows behind the grotesque statues the place was filled with. She turned the corner. A pale face loomed, a knife, a thud in her heart. Combat stance, gun up. She laid 5 pounds of pressure on the slick trigger before she realized that she was staring at a painting on the wall. An eerie, moon-faced butcher holding a knife in one hand, a slab of meat in the other. Brother, he picked a great place for home. The ESU troops clopped upstairs, checking the first and second floors. But Sachs was looking for something else. She found the door leading down to the basement, partly open. Okay, halogen off. You've got to take a look first. But she remembered what Nick had said. Never look around corners at head or chest level. That's where he's expecting you. Down on one knee, a deep breath. Go! Nothing. Blackness. Back to cover. Listen. At first she heard nothing. Then there was a definite scratching, a clatter, the sound of a fast breath or grunt. He's there, and he's digging his way out. Into her mic she said, I've got activity in the basement. Back up.
Roger.
But she couldn't wait. She thought of the little girl down there with him, and she started down the stairs, paused, and listened again. Then she realized she was standing with her body fully exposed from the waist down. She practically leapt down to the floor, dropped into a crouch in the darkness. Breathe deep. Now, do it. The halogen in her left hand stabbed a brilliant rod of light through the room. The muzzle of her weapon targeted the center of the white disc as it swung left to right. Keep the beam down. He'd be at crotch level, too, remembering what Nick had told her. Perps don't fly. Nothing. No sign of him.
Officer Sachs?
An ESU trooper was at the top of the stairs. Oh, no, she muttered as her beam fell on Pammy Gantz, frozen in a corner of the basement. Don't move, she called to the trooper. Inches away from the girl stood the pack of emaciated wild dogs, sniffing at her face, her fingers, her legs. The girl's wide eyes darted from one animal to the other. Her tiny chest rose and fell, and tears streamed down her face. Her mouth was open, and the dot of her pink tongue seemed glued to the right arc of her lip. Stay up there, she said to the ESU trooper. Don't spook him. Sachs drew targets, but didn't fire. She could kill 2 or 3, but the others might panic and grab the girl. One was big enough to snap her neck with a single flip of its scarred, mangy head.
Is he down there?
The ESU cop asked. Dunno. Get a medic here, to the top of the stairs. Nobody come down.
Roger.
Her weapon sights floating from one animal to another, Sachs slowly started forward. One by one, the dogs became aware of her and turned away from Pammy. The little girl was merely food. Sachs was a predator. They growled and snarled, front legs quivering as their hindquarters tensed, ready to jump. I'm scared, Pammy said shrilly, drawing their attention again.
Shh, honey, Sachs cooed. Don't say anything. Be quiet. Mommy, I want my mommy!
Her abrasive howl set the dogs off. They danced in place and swung their battered noses from right to left, growling.
Easy, easy.
Sachs moved to the left. The dogs were facing her now, glancing from her eyes to her outstretched hand and the gun. They separated into 2 packs. One stayed close to Pammy. The other moved around Sachs, trying to flank her. She eased between the little girl and the 3 dogs closest to her. The Glock swinging back and forth, a pendulum. Their black eyes on the black gun. One dog with a scabby yellow coat snarled and stepped forward on Sachs's right. The little girl was whimpering,
Mommy!
Sachs moved slowly. She leaned down, clamped her hand on the child's sweatshirt, and dragged Pammy behind her. The yellow dog moved closer.
Shoo,
Sachs said. Closer still.
Go away!
The dogs behind the yellow one tensed as he bared cracked brown teeth.
Get the fuck out of here!
Sachs snarled and slammed the barrel of the Glock onto his nose. The dog blinked in dismay, yelped, skittered up the stairs. Pammy screamed, sending the others into a frenzy. They started fighting among themselves, a whirlwind of snapping teeth and slaver. A scarred Rottweiler tossed a dust mop of a mutt to the floor in front of Sachs. She stamped her foot beside the scrawny brown thing, and he skittered to his feet, raced up the stairs. The others chased him like greyhounds after a rabbit. Pammy began to sob. Sachs crouched beside her and swept the basement again with her light. No sign of the unsub.
It's okay, honey. We'll have you home soon. You'll be all right. That man here? You remember him?
She nodded.
Did he leave? I don't know. I want my mommy.
She heard the other officers call in. The first and second floors were secure.
The car and taxi, Sachs asked. Any sign?
A trooper transmitted.
They're gone. He's probably left.
He's not there, Amelia. That would be illogical. From the top of the stairs, an officer called.
Basement secure?
She said, I'm going to check. Hold on.
We're coming down.
Negative on that, she said. We've got a pretty clean crime scene here, and I want to keep it that way. Just get a medic down here to check out the little girl.
The young medic, a sandy-haired man, walked down the stairs and crouched beside Pammy. It was then that Sachs saw the trail leading into the back of the basement, to a low, black-painted metal door. She walked to it, avoiding the path itself to save the prints, and crouched down. The door was partly open, and there seemed to be a tunnel on the other side, dark but not completely black, leading to another building. An escape route. The son of a bitch. With the knuckles of her left hand, she pushed the door open wider. It didn't squeak. She peered into the tunnel. Faint light, 20-30 feet away. No moving shadows. If Sachs saw anything in the dimness, it was TJ's contorted body dangling from the black pipe, Monel Gerger's round, limp body as the black rat crawled toward her throat.
Portable 5885 to CP,
Sachs said into her mic.
Go ahead, Kay,
Howman's terse voice responded.
I've got a tunnel leading to the building south of the unsubs. Have somebody cover the doors and windows.
Will do, Kay.
I'm going in, she told him.
The tunnel? We'll get you some backup, Sachs.
Negative. I don't want the scene contaminated. Just have somebody keep an eye on the girl.
Say again?
No backup.
She clicked the light out and started crawling. There'd been no courses in tunnel rat work at the academy, of course, but the things Nick had told her about securing an unfriendly scene came back to her. Weapon close to the body, not extended too far where it could be knocked aside. 3 steps, shuffles forward. Pause. Listen. 2 more steps. Pause. Listen. 4 steps next time. Don't do anything predictable.
Hell, it's dark. And what's that smell?
She shivered in disgust at the hot, foul stink. The claustrophobia wrapped around her like a cloud of oil smoke, and she had to stop for a moment, concentrating on anything but the closeness of the walls. The panic slipped away, but the smell was worse. She gagged.
Quiet, girl. Quiet.
Sachs controlled the reflex and kept going.
And what's that noise? Something electrical, a buzzing, rising and falling.
10 feet from the end of the tunnel. Through the doorway, she could see a second large basement. Murky, though not quite as dark as the one Pammy had been in. Light leached in through a greasy window. She saw motes of dust peddling through the gloom.
No, girl. The gun's too far in front of you. One kick and it's gone, close to your face. Keep your weight low and back. Use your arms to aim. Ask for support.
Then she was at the doorway. She gagged again, tried to stifle the sound.
Is he waiting for me or not?
Head out, a fast look. You've got a helmet. It'll deflect anything but a full metal or Teflon, and remember, he's shooting a .32, a girl gun.
All right, think. Look which way first.
The patrolman's guide wasn't any help, and Nick wasn't offering any advice at the moment. Flip a coin. Left. She stuck her head out fast, glancing to the left, back into the tunnel. She'd seen nothing. A blank wall, shadows.
If he's the other way, he's seen me. And he's got a good target positioning. Okay, fuck, just go. Fast!
When you move, Sachs leapt. They can't get ya. She hit the ground hard, rolling, twisting around. The figure was hidden in shadows against the wall to the right, under the window. Drawing a target, she started to fire, then froze. Amelia Sachs gasped.
Oh, my God.
Her eyes were inexorably drawn to the woman's body propped up against the wall. From the waist up, she was thin, with dark brown hair, a gaunt face, small breasts, bony arms. Her skin was covered with swarms of flies, the buzzing Sachs had heard. From the waist down, she was nothing. Bloody hip bones, femur, the whip of her spine, feet. All the flesh had been dissolved in the repulsive bath she rested next to. A horrible stew, deep brown, chunks of flesh floating in it. Lye or acid of some sort. The fumes stung Sachs' eyes, while horror and fury, too, boiled in her heart.
Oh, you poor thing.
Sachs waved pointlessly at the flies that strafed the new intruder. The woman's hands were relaxed, palms upward, as if she were meditating. Eyes closed. A purple jogging outfit sat by her side. She wasn't the only victim. Another skeleton, completely stripped, lay beside a similar vat, older, empty of the terrible acid but coated with a dark sludge of blood and melted muscle. Its forearm and hand were missing. And beyond that was another one, this victim picked apart, the bones carefully scrubbed of all the flesh, cleaned, resting carefully on the floor. A stack of triple-aught sandpaper rested beside the skull. The elegant curve of the head shone like a trophy. And then she heard it behind her. A breath, faint but unmistakable. The snap of air deep in a throat. She spun around, furious at herself for her carelessness. But the emptiness of the basement gaped back at her. She swept the light over the floor, which was stone and didn't show footprints as clearly as the dirt floor in 823's building next door. Another inhalation. Where was he? Where? Sachs crouched further, sending the light sideways, up and down. Nothing.
Where the fuck is he?
Another tunnel? An exit to the street? Looking at the floor again, she spotted what she thought was a faint trail leading into the shadows of the room. She moved along beside it. Pause. Listen.
Breathing?
Yes.
No.
Stupidly, she spun around and looked at the dead woman once more.
Come on.
Eyes back again, moving along the floor.
Nothing. How can I hear him and not see him?
The wall ahead of her was solid, no doors or windows. She backed up toward the skeletons. From somewhere, Lincoln Rhyme's words came back. "Crime scenes are three-dimensional." Sachs looked up suddenly, flashing the light in front of her. The huge Doberman's teeth shone back, dangling bits of gray flesh. 2 feet away, on a high ledge, he was waiting, like a wildcat, for her. Neither of them moved for a moment, absolutely frozen. Then Sachs instinctively dropped her head, and before she could bring her weapon up, he launched himself toward her face, his teeth connected with the helmet. Gripping the strap in his mouth, he shook furiously, trying to break her neck as they fell backwards onto the edge of an acid-filled pit. The pistol flew from her hand. The dog kept his grip on her helmet while his hind legs galloped, his claws digging into her vest and belly and thighs. She hit him hard with her fists, but it was like slugging wood. He didn't feel the blows at all. Releasing the helmet, he reared back and then lunged for her face. She flung her left arm over her eyes, and as he grabbed her forearm and she felt his teeth clamp down on her skin, she slipped the switchblade from her pocket and shoved the blade between his ribs. There was a yelp, a high sound, and he rolled off her, kept moving, speeding straight for the doorway. Sachs snagged her pistol and was after him in an instant, scrabbling through the tunnel. She burst out to see the wounded animal sprinting straight toward Pammy and the medic, who stood frozen as the Doberman leapt into the air. Sachs dropped into a crouch and squeezed off 2 rounds. One hit the back of the animal's head, and the other streaked into the brick wall. The dog collapsed in a quivering pile at the medic's feet. "Shots fired!" she heard in her radio, and a half-dozen troopers rushed down the stairs, pulled the dog away, and deployed around the girl. "It's all right!" Sachs shouted. "It was me!" The team rose from their defensive positions. Pammy was screaming, "Doggy dead! She made the doggy dead!" Sachs holstered her weapon and hefted the girl onto her hip. "Mommy!" "You'll see your mommy soon," Sachs said. "We're going to call her right now." Upstairs, she set Pammy on the floor and turned to a young ESU officer standing nearby. "I lost my cuff key. Could you take those off her, please? Open them over a piece of clean newspaper, wrap them up in the paper, and put the whole thing in a plastic bag." The officer rolled his eyes. "Listen, beautiful, go find yourself a rookie to order around." He started to walk away. "Trooper," Bo Howman barked, "you'll do what she says." "Sir," he protested, "I'm ESU." "Got news," Sachs muttered. "Your crime scene now." Carol Gantz was lying on her back in a very beige bedroom, staring at the ceiling, thinking about the time a few weeks ago when she and Pammy and a bunch of friends were sitting around a campfire in Wisconsin at Kate and Eddie's place, talking, telling stories, singing songs. Kate's voice wasn't so hot, but Eddie could have been a pro. He could even play bar chords. He sang Carole King's Tapestry just for her, and Carol sang along softly through her tears, thinking that maybe, just maybe, she really was putting Ron's death behind her and getting on with her life. She remembered Kate's voice from that night. "When you're angry, the only way to deal with it is to wrap up that anger and give it away. Give it to somebody else. Do you hear me? Don't keep it inside you. Give it away." Well, she was angry now. Furious. Some young kid, a mindless little shit, had taken her husband away, shot him in the back. And now some crazy man had taken her daughter. She wanted to explode, and it took all her willpower not to start flinging things against the wall and howling like a coyote. She lay back on the bed and gingerly placed her shattered wrist on her belly. She'd taken a Demerol, which had eased the pain, but she hadn't been able to sleep. She'd done nothing but stay inside all day long, trying to get in touch with Kate and Eddie and waiting for news about Pammy. She kept picturing Ron, kept picturing her anger, actually imagining herself packing it up in a box, wrapping it carefully, sealing it up. And then the phone rang. She stared for a moment, then yanked it off the cradle. "Hello?" Carol listened to the policewoman tell her that they'd found Pammy, that she was in the hospital, but that she was okay. A moment later, Pammy herself came on the phone, and they were both crying and laughing at the same time. 10 minutes later, she was on her way to Manhattan Hospital in the back seat of a black police sedan. Carol practically sprinted down the corridor to Pammy's room and was surprised to be stopped by the police guard. So they hadn't caught the fucker yet? But as soon as she saw her daughter, she forgot about him, forgot the terror in the taxi and the fiery basement. She threw her arms around her little girl.
Oh, honey, I missed you. Are you okay? Really okay? That lady, she killed a doggy.
Carol turned and saw the tall, red-haired policewoman standing nearby, the one who'd saved her from the church basement.
But it was all right because he was going to eat me.
Carol hugged Sachs.
I don't know what to say. I just... Thank you. Thank you.
Pammy's fine, Sachs assured her. Some scratches, nothing serious, and she's got a little cough. Mrs. Gantz? A young man walked into the room carrying her suitcase and yellow knapsack. I'm Detective Banks. We got your things here.
Oh, thank God.
Is anything missing? He asked her. She looked through the knapsack carefully. It was all there. The money, Pammy's doll, the package of clay, the Mr. Potato Head, the CDs, the clock radio. He hadn't taken anything. Wait.
You know, I think there's a picture missing. I'm not sure. I thought I had more than these, but everything important's here.
The detective gave her a receipt to sign. A young resident stepped into the room. He joked with Pammy about her Pooh Bear as he took her blood pressure. Carol asked him,
When can she leave?
Well, we'd like to keep her in for a few days, just to make sure.
A few days? But she's fine.
Well, she's got a bit of bronchitis I want to keep an eye on. And, he lowered his voice, we're also going to bring in an abuse specialist, just to make sure.
But she was going to go with me tomorrow, to the UN ceremonies I promised her.
The policewoman added,
It's easier to keep her guarded here. We don't know where the the kidnapper is. We'll have an officer babysitting you, too. Well, I guess. Can I stay with her for a while?
Oh, you bet, the resident said. You can stay the night. We'll have a cot brought in. Then Carol was alone with her daughter once more. She sat down on the bed and put her arm around the child's narrow shoulders. She had a bad moment remembering how he, that crazy man, had touched Pammy. How his eyes had looked when he'd asked if he could cut her own skin off. Carol shivered and began to cry. It was Pammy who brought her back.
Mommy, tell me a story. No, sing me something. Sing me the Friends song, please.
Calming down, Carol asked.
You want to hear that one, huh? Yes.
Carol hoisted the girl onto her lap and in a reedy voice started to sing You've Got a Friend. Pammy sang snatches of it along with her. It had been one of Ron's favorites, and in the past couple of years, after he was gone, she hadn't been able to listen to more than a few bars without breaking into tears. Today, she and Pammy finished it together, pretty much on key, dry-eyed and laughing. Chapter 33. Amelia Sachs finally made it home to her apartment in Carroll Gardens, Brooklyn, exactly 6 blocks from her parents' house, where her mother still lived. As soon as she walked in, she hit the first speed dial button on the kitchen phone.
Mom, me. I'm taking you to brunch at the Plaza, Wednesday. That's my day off. What for? To celebrate your new assignment? How is public affairs? You didn't call.
A fast laugh. Sachs realized her mother had no idea what she'd been doing for the past day and a half.
You been following the news, Mom? Me? I'm Brokaw's secret admirer, you know that. You hear about this kidnapper the last few days? Who hasn't? What are you telling me, honey? I got the inside scoop.
And she told her astonished mother the story. About saving the Vicks, and about Lincoln Rhyme, and with some editing about the crime scenes.
Amy, your father'd be so proud. So, call in sick on Wednesday. The Plaza, okay? Oh, forget it, sweetheart. Save your money. I got waffles and Bob Evans in the freezer. You can come here. It's not that expensive, Mom. Not that much. It's a fortune. Well, hey, Sachs said, trying to sound spontaneous. You like the pink teacup, don't you?
A little place in the West Village that served up platters of the best pancakes and eggs on the East Coast for next to nothing. A pause.
That might be nice.
This was a strategy Sachs had used successfully over the years.
I gotta get some rest, Mom. I'll call tomorrow. You work too hard. Amy, this case of yours, it wasn't dangerous, was it?
I was just doing the technical stuff, Mom. Crime scene. It doesn't get any safer than that.
And they asked for you especially, the woman said.
Then repeated,
Your father'd be so proud.
They hung up, and Sachs wandered into the bedroom, flopped down on the bed. After she'd left Pammy's room, Sachs had paid visits to the other two surviving victims of Unsub 823. Monel Gerger, dotted with bandages and pumped full of anti-rabies serum, had been released and was returning to her family in Frankfurt.
But just for the rest of summer,
she explained adamantly.
Not for good.
And she'd pointed to her stereo and CD collection in the decrepit apartment in the Deutsche House by way of proving that no New World psycho was driving her permanently out of town. William Everett was still in the hospital. The shattered finger was not a serious problem, of course, but his heart had been acting up again. Sachs was astonished to find that he'd owned a shop in Hell's Kitchen years ago and thought he might have known her father. I knew all the beat cops, he said. She showed him her wallet picture of the man in his dress uniform. I think so. Not sure, but I think so. The calls had been social, but Sachs had gone armed with her watchbook. Neither of the Vics, though, had been able to tell her anything more about Unsub 823. In her apartment now, Sachs glanced out her window. She saw the ginkgos and maples shiver in the sharp wind. She stripped off her uniform, scratched under her boobs, where it always itched like mad from being squished under the body armor. She pulled on a bathrobe. Unsub 823 hadn't had much warning, but it had been enough. The safe house on Van Brevoort had been hosed completely. Even though the landlord said he'd moved in a long time ago, last January, with a phony ID, no one was very surprised to learn, 823 had left with everything he'd brought, trash included. After Sachs had worked the scene, NYPD latents had descended and was dusting every surface in the place. So far, the preliminary reports weren't encouraging. Looks like he even wore gloves when he crapped, young Banks had reported to her. A mobile unit had found the taxi and the sedan. Unsub 823 had cleverly parked them near Avenue D and 9th Street. Solito guessed it probably took a local gang 7 or 8 minutes to strip them down to their chassis. Any physical evidence the vehicles might have yielded was now in a dozen chop shops around the city. Sachs turned on the tube and found the news. Nothing about the kidnappings. All the stories were about the opening ceremonies of the UN Peace Conference. She stared at Bryant Gumbel, stared at the UN Secretary General, stared at some ambassador from the Middle East, stared far more intently than her interest warranted. She even studied the ads as if she were memorizing them. Because there was something she definitely didn't want to think about. Her bargain with Lincoln Rhyme. The deal was clear. Now that Carol and Pammy were safe, it was her turn to come through, to let him have his hour alone with Dr. Berger. Now him, Berger. She hadn't liked the look of the doctor at all. You could see one big fucking ego in his compact athletic frame, his evasive eyes, his black hair perfectly combed, expensive clothes. Why couldn't Rhyme have found someone like Kevorkian? He may have been quirky, but at least seemed like a wise old grandfather. Her lids closed. Giving up the dead. Well, a bargain was a bargain. But God damn it, Rhyme. Well, she couldn't let him go without one last try. He'd caught her off guard in his bedroom. She was flustered, hadn't thought of any really good arguments. Monday. She had until tomorrow to try to convince him not to do it. Or at least to wait a while. A month. Hell, a day. What could she say to him? She'd jot down her arguments, write a little speech. Opening her eyes, she climbed out of bed to find a pen and some paper. Sachs froze, her breath whistling into her lungs like the wind outside. He wore dark clothes, the ski mask and gloves black as oil. Unsub 823 stood in the middle of her bedroom. Her hand instinctively went toward the bedside table, her Glock, a knife, but he was ready. The shovel swung fast and caught her on the side of her head. A yellow light exploded in her eyes. She was on her hands and knees when the foot slammed into her rib cage and she collapsed to her stomach, struggling for breath. She felt her hands being cuffed behind her, a strip of duct tape slapped onto her mouth. Moving fast, efficiently. He rolled her onto her back. Her robe fell open. Kicking furiously, struggling madly to pull the cuffs apart. Another blow to her stomach. She gagged and fell still as he reached for her. Gripped her at the armpits, dragged her out the back door, and into the large private garden behind the apartment. His eyes remained on her face, not even looking at her tits, her flat belly, her mound with its few red curls. She could easily have given that up to him if it would have saved her life. But no, Rhyme's diagnosis was right. It wasn't lust that drove 823. He had something else in mind. He dropped her willowy figure face up into a patch of black-eyed Susan and Pachysandra, out of sight of the neighbors. He looked around, catching his breath. He picked up the shovel and plunged the blade into the dirt. Amelia Sachs began to cry.
End of CD 10. CD 11.
Rubbing the back of his head into the pillow. Compulsive, a doctor had once told him after observing this behavior. An opinion Rhyme hadn't asked for, or wanted. His nestling, Rhyme reflected, was just a variation on Amelia Sax's tearing her flesh with her own nails. He stretched his neck muscles, rolling his head around, as he stared at the profile chart on the wall. Rhyme believed that the full story of the man's madness was here in front of him, and the black, swoopy handwriting, and the gaps between the words. But he couldn't see the story's ending. Not yet. He looked over the clues again. There were only a few left unexplained. The scar on the finger, the knot, the aftershave. The scar was useless to them unless they had a suspect whose fingers they could examine. And there'd been no luck in identifying the knot. Only Preppy Banks's opinion that it wasn't nautical. What about the cheap aftershave? Assuming that most unsubs wouldn't spritz themselves to go on a kidnapping spree, why had he worn it? Rhyme could only conclude again that he was trying to obscure another, a telltale scent. He ran through the possibilities. Food, liquor, chemicals, tobacco. He felt eyes on him and looked to his right. The black dots of the bony rattlesnake's eye sockets gazed toward the clinitron. This was the one clue that was out of place. It had no purpose except to taunt them. Something occurred to him. Using the painstaking turning frame, Rhyme slowly flipped back through Crime in Old New York to the chapter on James Schneider. He found the paragraphs he'd remembered. It has been suggested by a well-known physician of the mind, a practitioner of the discipline of psychology, which has been much in the news of late, that James Schneider's ultimate intent had little to do with harming his victims. Rather, this learned doctor has suggested the villain was seeking revenge against those that did him what he perceived to be harm, the city's constabulary, if not society as a whole. Who can say where the source of this hate lay? Perhaps, like the Nile of old, its wellsprings were hidden to the world, and possibly even to the villain himself. Yet one reason may be found in a little-known fact. Young James Schneider, at the tender age of 10, saw his father dragged away by constables, only to die in prison for a robbery which it was later ascertained he did not commit. Following this unfortunate arrest, the boy's mother fell into life on the street and abandoned her son, who grew up a ward of the state. Did the madman perchance commit these crimes to fling derision into the face of the very constabulary which had inadvertently destroyed his family? We will undoubtedly never know. Yet what does seem clear is that by mocking the ineffectualness of the protectors of its citizenry, James Schneider, the bone collector, was wreaking his vengeance upon the city itself as much as upon his innocent victims. Lincoln Rhyme lay back in his pillow and looked at the profile chart again. Dirt is heavier than anything. It's the earth itself, the dust of an iron core. And it doesn't kill by strangling the air from the lungs, but by compressing the cells until they die from the panic of immobility. Sachs wished that she had died. She prayed that she would. Fast. From fear or a heart attack. Before the first shovelful hit her face. She prayed for this harder than Lincoln Rhyme had prayed for his pills and liquor. Lying in the grave the unsub had dug in her own backyard, Sachs felt the progress of the rich earth, dense and wormy, moving along her body. Sadistically, he was burying her slowly, casting only a shallow scoop at a time, scattering it carefully around her. He'd started with her feet. He was now up to her chest, the dirt slipping into her robe and around her breasts like a lover's fingers. Heavier and heavier, compressing, binding her lungs. She could only suck an ounce or two of air at a time. He paused once or twice to look at her, then continued. He likes to watch. Hands beneath her, neck straining to keep her head above the tide. Then her chest was buried completely. Her shoulders, her throat. The cold earth rose to the hot skin of her face, packing around her head so she couldn't move. Finally, he bent down and ripped the tape off her mouth. As Sachs tried to scream, he spilled a handful of dirt into her face. She shivered, choked on the black earth. Ears ringing, hearing for some reason an old song from her infancy, The Green Leaves of Summer, a song her father played over and over again on the hi-fi. Sorrowful, haunting. She closed her eyes. Everything was going black. Opened her mouth once and got another cup's worth of soil. Giving up the dead. And then she was under. Completely quiet. Not choking or gasping. The earth was a perfect seal. She had no air in her lungs, couldn't make any sounds. Silence, except for the haunting melody and the growing roar in her ears. Then the pressure on her face ceased as her body went numb as Lincoln Rhyme's. Her mind began to shut down. Blackness, blackness. No words from her father, nothing from Nick. No dreams of downshifting from 5 to 4 to goose the speedometer into 3 digits. Blackness. Giving up the mass, sinking down onto her, pushing, seeing only one image, the hand rising out of the grave yesterday morning, waving for mercy when no mercy would be given, waving for her to follow.
Rhyme? I'll miss you.
Giving up.
Chapter 34. Something struck her forehead, hard. She felt the thump, but no pain. What? What? His shovel? A brick? Maybe in an instant of compassion, 823 had decided that this slow death was more than anyone could bear and was striking for her throat to sever her veins. Another blow, and another. She couldn't open her eyes, but she was aware of light growing around her, colors, and air. She forced the mass of dirt from her mouth and sucked in tiny breaths, all she could manage. Began coughing in a loud bray, retching, spitting. Her lids sprang open, and through tearing eyes she found herself looking up at the muddy vision of Lon Solito, kneeling over her, beside 2 EMS medics, one of whom dug into her mouth with latex-clad fingers and pulled out more gunk, while the other readied an oxygen mask and green tank. Solito and Banks continued to uncover her body, shoving the dirt away with their muscular hands.
They pulled her up, leaving the robe behind like a shed skin. Solito, old divorcee that he was, looked chastely away from her body as he put his jacket around her shoulders. Young Jerry Banks did look, of course, but she loved him anyway.
Did you?
She wheezed, then surrendered to a racking cough. Solito glanced expectantly at Banks, who was the more breathless of the two. He must have done the most running after the unsub. The young detective shook his head. Got away. Sitting up, she inhaled oxygen for a moment.
How?
She wheezed.
How'd you know?
Rhyme, he answered.
Don't ask me how. He called in 1013s for everybody on the team. When he heard we were okay, he sent us over here ASAP.
Then the numbness left. Snap, in a flash. And for the first time she realized what had nearly happened. She dropped the oxygen mask, backed away in panic, tears streaming, her panicky keening growing louder and louder.
No, no, no!
Slapping her arms and thighs, frantic, trying to shake off the horror clinging to her like a teeming swarm of bees.
Oh, God, no!
Sachs? Banks asked, alarmed.
Hey, Sachs!
The older detective waved his partner away. It's okay. He kept his arm around her shoulders as she dropped to all fours and vomited violently, sobbing, gripping the dirt desperately between her fingers as if she wanted to strangle it. Finally, Sachs calmed and sat back on her naked haunches. She began laughing, softly at first, then louder and louder, hysterical, astonished to find that the skies had opened and it had been raining, huge, hot summer drops, and she hadn't even realized it. Arm around his shoulders, face pressed against his. They stayed that way for a long moment. Sachs. Oh, Sachs. She stepped away from the clinitron and scooted an old armchair from the corner of the room. Sachs, wearing navy sweatpants and a Hunter College t-shirt, flopped down into the chair and dangled her exquisite legs over the arm like a schoolgirl.
Why us, Rhyme? Why'd he come after us?
Her voice was a raspy whisper from the dirt she'd swallowed. Because the people he kidnapped aren't the real victims. We are.
Who's we?
She asked. I'm not sure. Society, maybe, or the city, or the UN, cops. I went back and reread his Bible, a chapter on James Schneider. Remember Terry's theory about why the unsub had been leaving the clues? Solito said, yeah, sort of making us accessories, to share the guilt, make it easier for him to kill. Rhyme nodded, but said, I don't think that's the reason, though. I think the clues were a way to attack us. Every dead Vic was a loss for us. In her old clothes, hair pulled back in a ponytail, Sachs looked more beautiful than at any time in the past 2 days. But her eyes were tin. She'd be reliving every shovelful of dirt, he supposed, and Rhyme found the thought of her living burial so disturbing he had to look away.
What's he got against us?
She asked. I don't know. Schneider's father was arrested by mistake and died in prison. Our unsub? Who knows why? I only care about evidence.
Not motives.
Amelia Sachs finished the sentence. Why'd he start going after us directly? Banks asked, nodding at Sachs. We found his hidey hole and saved the little girl. I don't think he expected us so soon. Maybe he just got pissed. Lon, we need 24-hour babysitters for all of us. He could have just taken off after we saved the kid, but he stuck around to do some damage. You and Jerry, me, Cooper, Howman, Poling, we're all on his list, betcha. Meanwhile, get Peretti's boys over to Sax's. I'm sure he kept it clean, but there might be something there. He left a lot faster than he'd planned to.
I better get over there,
Sachs said. No, Rhyme said.
I have to work the scene.
You have to get some rest, he ordered. That's what you have to do, Sachs. You don't mind my saying you look lousy. Yeah, officer, Solito said. That's an order. I told you to stand down for the rest of the day.
We got 200 searchers looking for him, and Fred Delray's got another 120 Phoebes.
Well, I got a crime scene in my own backyard, and you're not going to let me walk the grid?
That's it, Rhyme said, in a nutshell.
Solito walked to the doorway.
Any problems with that, officer?
No, sir.
Come on, Banks, we got work to do. You need a lift, Sachs, or they still trusting you with vehicles?
No, thanks. Got wheels downstairs,
she said. The two detectives left. Rhyme heard their voices echoing through the empty hall. Then the door closed and they were gone. Rhyme realized the glaring overhead lights were on. He clicked through several commands and dimmed them. Sachs stretched.
Well,
she said just as Rhyme said so. She glanced at the clock.
It's late.
Sure is. Rising, she walked to the table where her purse rested. She picked it up, clicked it open, found her compact, and examined her cut lip in the mirror.
It doesn't look too bad, Rhyme said.
Frankenstein,
she said, prodding.
Why don't they use flesh-colored stitches?
She put the mirror away, slung the purse over her shoulder.
You moved the bed,
she noticed. It was closer to the window.
Tom did. I can look at the park if I want to.
Well, that's good.
She walked to the window, looked down.
Oh, for Christ's sake, Rhyme thought to himself. Do it. What can happen?
He blurted quickly,
You want to stay here? I mean, it's getting late, and Layton's will be dusting your place for hours.
He felt a mad bolt of anticipation deep within him. Well, kill that, he thought, furious with himself. Until her face blossomed into a smile.
I'd like that.
Good.
His jaw shivered from the adrenaline.
Wonderful. Tom!
Listening to music, drinking some scotch. Maybe he'd tell her more about famous crime scenes. The historian in him was also curious about her father, about police work in the 60s and 70s, about the infamous Midtown South precinct in the old days.
Rhyme shouted, Tom! Get some sheets and a blanket! Tom! I don't know what the hell he's doing. Tom!
Sachs started to say something, but the aide appeared in the doorway and said testily,
One rude shout would have been enough, you know, Lincoln.
Amelia's staying over again. Could you get some blankets and pillows for the couch?
No, not the couch again, she said. It's like sleeping on rocks.
Rhyme was stabbed with a splinter of rejection, thinking ruefully to himself, been a few years since he'd felt that emotion. Resigned, he nonetheless smiled and said,
Oh, there's a bedroom downstairs. Tom can make it up for you.
But Sachs set down her purse.
That's okay, Tom. You don't have to.
It's no bother.
It's all right. Good night, Tom.
She walked to the door.
Well,
she smiled.
But,
he began, looking from her to Rhyme, who frowned, shook his head.
Good night, Tom,
she said firmly.
Watch your feet.
And closed the door slowly as he stepped back out of the way into the hall. It closed with a loud click. Sachs kicked off her shoes, pulled off the sweats and T-shirt. She wore a lace bra and baggy cotton panties. She climbed into the clinitron beside Rhyme, showing every bit of the authority beautiful women wield when it comes to climbing into bed with a man. She wriggled down into the pellets and laughed.
This is one hell of a bed,
she said, stretching like a cat. Eyes closed, Sachs asked,
You don't mind, do you?
I don't mind at all.
Rhyme?
What?
Tell me more about your book, okay? Some more crime scenes?
He started to describe a clever serial killer in Queens, but in less than 1 minute she was asleep. Rhyme glanced down and noted her breast against his chest, her knee resting on his thigh. A woman's hair was banked against his face for the first time in years. It tickled, He'd forgotten that this happened. For someone who lived so in the past, with such a good memory, he was surprised to find he couldn't exactly remember when he'd experienced this sensation last. What he could recall was an amalgam of evenings with Blaine, he supposed, before the accident. He did remember that he'd decided to endure the tickle, not push the strands away, so he wouldn't disturb his wife. Now, of course, he couldn't brush away Sax's hair if God himself had asked. But he wouldn't think of moving it aside, just the opposite. He wanted to prolong the sensation until the end of the universe. Chapter 35. The next morning, Lincoln Rhyme was alone again. Tom had gone shopping, and Mel Cooper was at the IRD lab downtown. Vince Peretti had completed the CS work at the mansion on Van Brevoort and at Sax's. They'd found woefully few clues, though Rhyme put the lack of PE down to the unsub's ingenuity, not Peretti's derivative talents. Rhyme was awaiting the crime scene report, but both Dobbins and Solito believed that 823 had gone to ground, temporarily at least. There'd been no more attacks on the police, and no other victims had been kidnapped in the past 12 hours. Sax's minder, a large patrol officer from MTS, had accompanied her to an appointment with an ear, nose, and throat man at a hospital in Brooklyn. The dirt had done quite a number on her throat. Rhyme himself had a bodyguard, too, a uniform from the 20th Precinct, stationed in front of his townhouse. A friendly cop he'd known for years and with whom Rhyme enjoyed a running argument on the merits of Irish Pete versus Scottish in the production of whiskey. Rhyme was in a great mood. He called downstairs on the intercom. "I'm expecting a doctor in a couple of hours. You can let him up." The cop said he would. Dr. William Berger had assured Rhyme that today he'd be on time. Rhyme leaned back in the pillow and realized he wasn't completely alone. On the windowsill, the falcons paced. Rarely skittish, they seemed uneasy. Another low front was approaching. Rhyme's window revealed a calm sky, but he trusted the birds. They were infallible barometers. He glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 11 a.m. Here he was, just like 2 days ago, awaiting Berger's arrival. Well, that's life, he thought. Postponement upon postponement. But ultimately, with some luck, we get to where we're meant to be. He watched television for 20 minutes, trolling for stories about the kidnappings. But all the stations were doing specials on the opening day of the UN conference. Rhyme found it boring and turned to a rerun of Matlock. Flipped back to a gorgeous CNN reporter standing outside UN headquarters, and then shut the damn set off. The telephone rang, and he went through the complicated gestures of answering it. "Hello?" There was a pause before a man's voice said, "Lincoln?" "Yes?" "Jim Poland. How you doing?" Rhyme realized that he hadn't seen much of the captain since early yesterday, except for the news conference last night, where he'd whispered prompts to the mayor and Chief Wilson. "Okay. Any word on our unsub?" Rhyme asked. "No, nothing yet, but we'll get him." Another pause. "Hey, you alone?" "Yeah." A longer pause. "Okay if I stop by?" "Sure. A half hour?" "I'll be here," Rhyme said jovially. He rested his head in the thick pillow, and his eyes slipped to the knotted clothesline hanging beside the profile poster. Still no answer about the knot. It was, he laughed aloud at the joke, a loose end. He hated the idea of leaving the case without finding out what kind of knot it was. Then he remembered that Poling was a fisherman. Maybe he'd recognize. Poling, Rhyme reflected. James Poling. Funny how the captain had insisted Rhyme handle the case. How he'd fought to keep him on it, rather than Peretti, who was the better choice politically for Poling. Remembering, too, how he'd lost his temper at Delray when the Phoebe tried to strong-arm the investigation away from the NYPD. Now that he thought about it, Poling's whole involvement in the case was a mystery. 823 wasn't the kind of perp you took on voluntarily. even if you were looking for juicy cases to hang on your caller record. Too many chances to lose Vicks. Too many opportunities for the press and the brass to snipe at you for fucking up. Polling. Recalling how he'd breeze into Rhyme's bedroom, check out their progress, and leave. Sure, he was reporting to the mayor and the chief, but the thought slipped unexpectedly into Rhyme's mind. Was there someone else Polling was reporting back to? Someone who wanted to keep tabs on the investigation? The unsub himself? But how on earth could Polling have any connection with 823? It seemed... And then it struck him. Could Polling be the unsub? Of course not. It was ridiculous, laughable. Even apart from motive and means, there was the question of opportunity. The captain had been here in Rhyme's room when some of the kidnappings had occurred. Or had he? Rhyme looked up at the profile chart. Dark clothing and wrinkled cotton slacks. Polling had been wearing dark sports clothes over the past several days, but so what? So did a lot of. Downstairs, a door opened and closed. "Tom?" No answer. The aide wasn't due back for hours. "Lincoln?" Oh, no. Hell. He started to dial on the ECU. 9, 1. With his chin, he bumped the cursor to 2. Footsteps on the stairs. He tried to redial, but in his desperation, he knocked the joystick out of reach. And Jim Polling walked into the room. Rhyme had counted on the babysitters calling upstairs first. But of course a beat cop would let a police captain inside without thinking twice. Polling's dark jacket was unbuttoned, and Rhyme got a look at the automatic on his hip. He couldn't see if it was his issue weapon, but he knew that 32 Colts were on the NYPD list of approved personal weapons. "Lincoln," Polling said. He was clearly uneasy, cautious. His eyes fell to the bleached bit of spinal cord. "How you doing, Jim?" "Not bad." Polling, the outdoorsman. Had the scar on the fingerprint been left by years of casting a fishing line? Or an accident with a hunting knife? Rhyme tried to look, but Polling kept his hands jammed into his pockets. Was he holding something in there? A knife? Polling certainly knew forensics and crime scenes. He knew how not to leave evidence. The ski mask. If Polling was the unsub, he'd have to wear the mask, of course, because one of the Vicks might see him later. And the aftershave. What if the unsub hadn't worn the scent at all, but had just carried a bottle with him and sprayed some at the scenes to make them believe he wore Brute? So when Polling showed up here, not wearing any, no one would suspect him. "You're alone?" Polling asked. "My assistant. Yeah, the cop downstairs said he wouldn't be back for a while." Rhyme hesitated. "That's right." Polling was slight, but strong, sandy-haired. Terry Dobbin's words came back. Someone helpful, upstanding, a social worker, counselor, politician, somebody helping other people. Like a cop. Rhyme wondered now if he was about to die. And to his shock, he realized that he didn't want to. Not this way, not on somebody else's terms. Polling walked to the bed. Yet there was nothing he could do. He was at this man's complete mercy. "Lincoln," Polling repeated gravely. Their eyes met, and the feeling of electrical connection went through them. Dry sparks. The captain looked quickly out the window. "You've been wondering, haven't you?" "Wondering?" "Why I wanted you on the case." "Oh, I figured it was my personality." This drew no smile from the captain. "Why did you want me, Jim?" The captain's fingers knitted together. Thin but strong. The hands of a fisherman. A sport that, yes, may be genteel, but whose purpose is nonetheless to wrench a poor beast from his home and slice through its smooth belly with a thin knife. 4 years ago, the Shepherd case. We were on it together. Rhyme nodded. The workers found the body of that cop in the subway stop. A groan, Rhyme recalled, like the sound of the Titanic sinking in A Night to Remember. Then an explosion, loud as a gunshot, as the beam came down on his hapless neck and dirt packed around his body. And you ran the scene. You yourself. Like you always did.
I did, yes.
Did you know how we convicted Shepherd? We had a wit. A witness. Rhyme hadn't heard that. After the accident, he'd lost all track of the case, except for learning that Shepherd had been convicted and 3 months later stabbed to death on Rikers Island by an assailant who was never captured. An eyewitness, Poling continued. He could place Shepherd at one of the victims' homes with the murder weapon. The captain stepped closer to the bed, crossed his arms. We had the wit a day before we found the last body, the one in the subway, before I put in the request that you run the scene.
What are you saying, Jim?
The captain's eyes rooted themselves to the floor. We didn't need you. We didn't need your report.
Rhyme said nothing.
Poling nodded. You understand what I'm saying? I wanted to nail that fuck Shepherd so bad. I wanted an airtight case. And you know what a Lincoln Rhyme crime scene report does to defense lawyers? Oh, it scares the ever-loving shit out of them.
But Shepherd would have been convicted even without my report from the subway scene.
That's right, Lincoln. But it's worse than that. See, I got word from MTA Engineering that the site wasn't safe.
The subway site. And you had me work the scene before they shored it up.
Shepherd was a cop killer. Poling's face twisted up in disgust. I wanted him so bad. I would have done anything to nail him. But he lowered his head to his hands.
Rhyme said nothing. He heard the groan of the beam, the explosion of the breaking wood, then the rustle of the dirt nestling around him. A curious warm peace in his body, while his heart stuttered with terror.
Jim, that's why I wanted you on this case, Lincoln. You see?
A miserable look crossed the captain's tough face. He stared at the disc of spinal column on the table.
I kept hearing these stories that your life was crap. You were wasting away here, talking about killing yourself. Oh, I felt so fucking guilty. I wanted to try to give you some of your life back.
Rhyme said, and you've been living with this for the last 3.5 years.
You know about me, Lincoln. Everybody knows about me. I collar somebody, he gives me any shit, he goes down. I get a hard-on for some perp, I don't stop till the prick's bagged and tagged. I can't control it. I know I've fucked over people sometimes, but they were perps, or suspects at least. They weren't my own. They weren't cops. What happened to you? That was a sin. It was just fucking wrong.
I was no rookie, Rhyme said. I didn't have to work a scene I thought wasn't safe.
But?
Bad time? Another voice said from the doorway. Rhyme glanced up, expecting to see Berger. But it was Peter Taylor who'd come up the stairs. Rhyme recalled that he was coming by today to check on his patient after the dysreflexia attack. He supposed, too, that the doctor was planning to give him hell about Berger and the Lethe Society. He wasn't in the mood for that. He wanted time alone to digest Poling's confession. At the moment, it just sat there, numb as Rhyme's thigh. But he said, "Come on in, Peter." "You've got a very funny security system, Lincoln. The guard asked if I was a doctor, and he let me up. What, lawyers and accountants get booted?" Rhyme laughed. "Yeah, I'll only be a second." Rhyme turned back to Poling. "Fate, Jim.
That's what happened to me. I was in the wrong place at the wrong time. It happens. Thanks, Lincoln. Poling put his hand on Rhyme's right shoulder and squeezed it gently. Rhyme nodded, and to deflect the uneasy gratitude, introduced the men. Jim, this is Pete Taylor, one of my doctors. And this is Jim Poling. We used to work together. Nice to meet you, Taylor said, sticking out his right hand. It was a broad gesture, and Rhyme's eyes followed it, noticing, for some reason, the deep crescent scar on Taylor's right index finger. No! Rhyme shouted. So you're a cop, too? Taylor gripped Poling's hand tightly as he slid the knife, held firmly in his left hand, in and out of the captain's chest 3 times, navigating around the ribs with the delicacy of a surgeon. Undoubtedly, so he wouldn't nick the precious bone. Chapter 36. In 2 long steps, Taylor was beside the bed. He grabbed the ECU controller from beneath Rhyme's finger, flung it across the room. Rhyme took a breath to shout, but the doctor said, "He's dead, too." The constable. Nodding toward the door, meaning the bodyguard downstairs. Taylor stared with fascination as Poling thrashed like a spine-cracked animal, spraying his blood on the floor and walls. "Jim!" Rhyme cried. "No! Ah, no!" The captain's hands curled over his ruined chest. A repugnant gurgling from his throat filled the room, accompanied by the mad thudding of his shoes on the floor as he died. Finally, he quivered once violently and lay still. His glazed eyes, dotted with blood, stared at the ceiling. Turning to the bed, he kept his eyes on Lincoln Rhyme as he walked around it. Slowly circling, the knife in his hand, his breathing was hard. "Who are you?" Rhyme gasped. Silently, Taylor stepped forward, put his fingers around Rhyme's arm, squeezed the bone several times. Perhaps hard, perhaps not. His hand strayed to Rhyme's left ring finger. He lifted it off the ECU and caressed it with the dripping blade of the knife, slipped the sharp point up under the nail. Rhyme felt faint pain, a queasy sensation. Then harder. He gasped. Then Taylor noticed something and froze. He gasped. Leaned forward, stared at the copy of Crime in Old New York on the turning frame. "That's how. You actually found it. Oh, the constables should be proud to have you in their ranks, Lincoln Rhyme. I thought it'd be days before you got to the house. I thought Maggie'd be stripped down by the dogs by then." "Why are you doing this?" Rhyme asked. But Taylor didn't answer. He was examining Rhyme carefully, muttering half to himself, "Oh, you didn't used to be this good, you know, in the old days. Oh, you missed a lot back then, didn't you, in the old days?" The old days? What did he mean? He shook his balding head, gray hair, not brown, and glanced at a copy of Rhyme's forensic textbook. There was recognition in his eyes, and slowly Rhyme began to understand. "You read my book," the criminalist said. "You studied it at the library, right? The public library branch near you." 823 was, after all, a reader. So he knew Rhyme's CS procedures. That's why he'd swept up so carefully, why he'd worn gloves, touching even surfaces most criminals wouldn't have thought would retain prints, why he'd sprayed the aftershave at the scene. He'd known exactly what Sachs would be looking for. And of course the manual wasn't the only book he'd read. Scenes of the crime, too. That's what had given him the idea for the planted clues. Old New York clues. Clues that only Lincoln Rhyme would be able to figure out. Taylor picked up the disc of spinal column he'd given to Rhyme 8 months ago and kneaded it absently between his fingers. As Rhyme saw the gift, so touching back then, for the horrific preface that it was. His eyes were unfocused, distant. Rhyme recalled he'd seen this before, when Taylor had examined him over the past months. He'd put it down to a doctor's concentration, but now knew it was madness. The control he'd been struggling to maintain was disappearing.
"Tell me," Rhyme asked. "Why?"
"Why?" Taylor whispered, moving his hand along Rhyme's leg, probing once more, knee, shin, ankle. "Because you were something remarkable, Rhyme. Unique. You were invulnerable."
"What do you mean?"
"How can you punish a man who wants to die? If you kill him, you've done what he wants. So I had to make you want to live." And the answer came to Rhyme finally. The old days. "It was a fake, wasn't it?" he whispered. "That obituary from the Albany coroner. You wrote it yourself." Colin Stanton. Dr. Taylor was Colin Stanton, the man whose family had been butchered in front of him on the streets of Chinatown, the man who stood paralyzed in front of the bodies of his wife and 2 children as they bled to death and could not make the obscene choice about which of them to save. You missed things in the old days. Now, too late, the final pieces fell into place. His watching the victims, T.J. Colfax and Monell and Carol Gantz. He'd risked capture to stand and stare at them, just as Stanton had stood over his family, watching as they died. He wanted revenge, but he was a doctor, sworn never to take a life, and so in order to kill, he had to become his spiritual ancestor, the bone collector, James Schneider, a 19th century madman whose family had been destroyed by the police. After I got out of the mental hospital, I came back to Manhattan. I read the inquest report about how you missed the killer at the crime scene, how he got out of the apartment. I knew I had to kill you, but I couldn't. I don't know why. I kept waiting and waiting for something to happen. And then I found the book, James Schneider. He'd been through exactly what I had. He'd done it. I could too. I took them down to the bone.
"The obituary," Rhyme said.
Right. I wrote it myself on my computer. Faxed it to NYPD so they wouldn't suspect me. Then I became someone else. Dr. Peter Taylor. I didn't realize until later why I picked that name. Can you figure it out? Stanton's eyes strayed to the chart. The answer's there. Rhyme scanned the profile. Knows basic German.
"Schneider," Rhyme said, sighing. "It's German for Taylor."
Stanton nodded. I spent weeks at the library reading up on spinal cord trauma, and then called you. Claimed I'd been referred by Columbia SCI. I planned to kill you during the first appointment. Cut your flesh off a strip at a time, let you bleed to death. It might have taken hours, even days. But what happened? His eyes grew wide. I found out you wanted to kill yourself. He leaned close to Rhyme. Jesus, I still remember the first time I saw you. You son of a bitch. You were dead. And I knew what I had to do. I had to make you want to live. I had to give you purpose once more. So it didn't matter whom he kidnapped. Anyone would do.
"You didn't even care whether the victims lived or died."
Of course not. All I wanted was to force you to try to save them.
"The knot?" Rhyme asked, noticing the loop of clothesline hanging beside the poster. "It was a surgical suture?" He nodded. "Of course. And the scar on your finger?"
My finger? He frowned. How did you... Her neck. You printed her neck. Hannah's... I knew that was possible. I didn't think about it. angry with himself.
I broke a glass in the mental hospital library,
Stanton continued.
to cut my wrist. I squeezed it till it broke.
He madly traced the scar with his left index finger. The deaths, Rhyme said evenly. Your wife and children. It was an accident. A terrible accident. Horrible. But it didn't happen on purpose. It was a mistake. I'm so sorry for you and for them. In a sing-songy voice, Stanton chided,
Remember what you wrote in the preface of your textbook?
He recited perfectly.
The criminalist knows that for every action there's a consequence. The presence of a perpetrator alters every crime scene, however subtly. It is because of this that we can identify and locate criminals and achieve justice.
Stanton grabbed Rhyme's hair and tugged his head forward. They were inches apart. Rhyme could smell the madman's breath, see the lenses of sweat on the gray skin.
Well, I'm the consequence of your actions.
What'll you accomplish? You kill me and I'm no worse off than I would have been.
Oh, but I'm not going to kill you. Not yet.
Stanton released Rhyme's hair, backed away.
You want to know what I'm going to do?
He whispered.
I'm going to kill your doctor, Berger. But not the way he's used to killing. Oh, no. No sleeping pills for him. No booze. Oh, we'll see how he likes death the old-fashioned way. And then your friend Solito. And Officer Sachs, her too. Oh, she was lucky once, but I'll get her the next time. Another burial for her. And Tom, too, of course. He'll die right here in front of you. Work him down to the bone, nice and slow.
Stanton's breathing was fast.
Maybe we'll take care of him today. When's he due back?
I made the mistakes. It's my... Rhyme suddenly coughed deeply. He cleared his throat, caught his breath. It's my fault. Do whatever you want with me.
Oh, no, it's all of you. It's...
Please, you can't. Rhyme began to cough again. It turned into a violent racking. He managed to control it. Stanton glanced at him. You can't hurt them. I'll do whatever... Rhyme's voice seized. His head flew back. His eyes bulged. And Lincoln Rhyme's breath stopped completely. His head thrashed. His shoulders shivered violently. The tendons in his neck tightened like steel cords. Rhyme! Stanton cried. Sputtering, saliva shooting from his lips, Rhyme trembled once, twice. An earthquake seemed to ripple through his entire limp body. His head fell back, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. No! Stanton shouted, slamming his hands into Rhyme's chest. You can't die! The doctor lifted Rhyme's lids, revealing only whites. Stanton tore open Tom's medicine box and prepared a blood pressure hypodermic, injected the drug. He yanked the pillow off the bed and pulled Rhyme flat. He tilted back Rhyme's lolling head, wiped the lips, and placed his mouth on Rhyme's, breathing hard into the unresponsive lungs. No! Stanton raged. I won't let you die! You can't! No response. Again, he checked the unmoving eyes. Come on! Come on! Another breath, pounding on the still chest. Then he backed up, frozen with panic and shock, staring, watching the man die in front of him. Finally, he bent forward and one last time exhaled deeply into Rhyme's mouth. And it was when Stanton turned his head and lowered his ear to listen for the faint sound of breath, any faint exhalation, that Rhyme's head shot forward like a striking snake. He closed his teeth on Stanton's neck, tearing through the carotid artery and gripping a portion of the man's own spine. Down to... Stanton screamed and scrabbled backwards, sliding Rhyme off the bed on top of him. Together they fell in a pile on the floor. The hot coppery blood gushed and gushed, filling Rhyme's mouth. The bone. His lungs, his killer lungs, had already gone for a minute without air, but he refused to loosen his grip now to gasp for breath, ignoring the searing pain from inside his cheek where he'd bit into the tender skin, bloodying it to give credence to his sham attack of dysreflexia. He growled in rage, seeing Amelia Sachs buried in dirt, seeing the steam spew over T.J. Colfax's body, and he shook his head, feeling the snap of bone and cartilage. Pummeling Rhyme's chest, Stanton screamed again, kicking to get away from the monster that had socketed itself to him. But Rhyme's grip was unbreakable. It was as if the spirits of all the dead muscles throughout his body had risen into his jaw. Stanton clawed his way to the bedside table and managed to grab his knife. He jabbed it into Rhyme, once, twice. But the only places he could reach were the criminalist's legs and arms. It's pain that incapacitates, and pain was one thing to which Lincoln Rhyme was immune. The vice of his jaws closed harder, and Stanton's scream was cut off as his windpipe went. He plunged the knife deep into Rhyme's arm. It stopped when it hit bone. He started to draw it out to strike again, but the madman's body froze, then spasmed violently once, then again, and suddenly went completely limp. Stanton collapsed to the floor, pulling Rhyme after him. The criminalist's head slammed onto the oak with a loud crack. Yet Rhyme wouldn't let go. He held tight and continued to crush the man's neck, shaking, tearing the flesh like a hungry lion crazed by blood and by the immeasurable satisfaction of a lust fulfilled. Part 5. When you move, they can't get you. A physician's duty is not just to extend life. It is to end suffering. Dr. Jack Kevorkian. Monday, 7:15 p.m. to Monday, 10 p.m. Chapter 37. It was nearly sunset when Amelia Sachs walked through his doorway. She was no longer in sweats or uniform. She wore jeans and a forest green blouse. Her beautiful face sported several scratches Rhyme didn't recognize, though given the events of the past 3 days, he guessed the wounds weren't self-inflicted.
Yuck,
she said, walking around the portion of the floor where Stanton and Poling had died. It had been mopped with bleach. With the perp body bagged, forensics became moot. But the pink island of stain was huge. Rhyme watched Sachs pause and nod a cold greeting to Dr. William Berger, who stood by the Falcon window with his infamous briefcase at his side.
"So you got him, did you?"
she asked, nodding at the blood stain. "Yeah," Rhyme said. "He's got."
"All by yourself?"
"It was hardly a fair fight," he offered. "I forced myself to hold back." Outside, the liquid, ruddy light of the low sun ignited treetops and the marching line of elegant buildings along Fifth Avenue across the park. Sachs glanced at Berger, who said, "Lincoln and I were just having a little talk."
"Were you?"
There was a long pause. "Amelia," he began, "I'm going to go through with it. I've decided."
"I see."
Her gorgeous lips, marred by the black lines of tiny stitches, tightened slightly. It was her only visible reaction.
"You know, I hate it when you use my first name. I goddamn hate it."
How could he explain to her that she was largely the reason he was going ahead with his death? Waking that morning, with her beside him, he realized with a piquant sorrow that she would soon climb from the bed and dress and walk out the door to her own life, to a normal life. Why, they were as doomed as lovers could be, if he dared even to think of them as lovers. It was only a matter of time until she met another Nick and fell in love. The 823 case was over, and without that binding them together, their lives would have to drift apart. Inevitable. Oh, Stanton was smarter than he could have guessed. Rhyme had been drawn to the brink of the real world once again. And yes, he'd moved far over it. "Sachs, I lied. Sometimes you can't give up the dead. Sometimes you just have to go with them." Hands hands clenched, she walked to the window.
I tried to come up with a ball-buster of an argument to talk you out of it. You know, something real slick. But I couldn't. All I can say is I just don't want you to do it.
A deal's a deal, Sachs. She looked at Berger.
Shit, Rhyme.
Walking over to the bed, crouching down. She put her hand on his shoulder, brushed his hair off his forehead.
But will you do one thing for me?
What?
Give me a few hours?
I'm not changing my mind.
I understand. Just 2 hours. There's something you have to do first.
Rhyme looked at Berger, who said, I can't stay much longer, Lincoln. My plane. If you want to wait a week, I can come back.
That's okay, Doctor, Sachs said. I'll help him do it.
You? The doctor asked cautiously. Reluctantly, she nodded.
Yes.
This wasn't her nature. Rhyme could see that clearly. But he glanced into her blue eyes, which, though tearful, were remarkably clear. He nodded. He said to Berger, It's all right, Doctor. Could you just leave the... what's the euphemism of the day? House paraphernalia, Berger suggested. Could you just leave them there, on the table? You're sure? He asked Sachs. She nodded again. The doctor set the pills, brandy, and plastic bag on the bedside table. Then he rummaged through his briefcase. I don't have any rubber bands, I'm afraid, for the bag.
Oh, that's all right,
Sachs said, glancing down at her shoes.
I've got some.
Then Berger stepped close to the bed, put his arm on Rhyme's shoulder. I wish you a peaceful self-deliverance, he said. Self-deliverance, Rhyme said wryly as Berger left. Then to Sachs, Now, what's this I have to do? She took the turn at 50, skidded hard, and slipped smoothly up into fourth gear. The wind blasted through the open windows and tossed their hair behind them. The gusts were brutal, but Amelia Sachs wouldn't hear of driving with the windows up.
That'd be un-American,
She announced, and broke the 100 mph mark. When you move. Rhyme had suggested it might be wiser to take their spin on the NYPD training course, but he wasn't surprised when Sachs declared that was a pussy run. She'd disposed of it the first week at the academy. So they were out on Long Island, their cover stories for the Nassau County Police ready, rehearsed, and marginally credible.
The thing about 5 speeds is top gear isn't the fastest. That's a mileage gear. I don't give a shit about mileage.
Then she took his left hand and placed it on the round black knob and circled it with hers and downshifted. The engine screamed and they shot up to 120 as trees and houses streaked past and the uneasy horses grazing in the field stared at the black streak of Chevrolet.
Isn't this the best, Rhyme? She shouted. Man, better than sex, better than anything.
I can feel the vibrations, he said. I think I can, in my finger. She smiled, and he believed she squeezed his hand beneath hers. Finally, they ran out of deserted road. Population loomed, and Sachs reluctantly slowed, turned around, and pointed the nose of the car toward the hazy crescent of moon as it rose above the distant city, nearly invisible in the stew of hot August air.
Let's try for 150, she proposed.
Lincoln Rhyme closed his eyes and lost himself in the sensation of wind and the perfume of freshly cut grass and the speed. The night was the hottest of the month. From Lincoln Rhyme's new vantage point, he could look down into the park and see the weirdos on the benches, the exhausted joggers, the families reclining around the smoke of dwindling barbecue fires, like the survivors of a medieval battle. A few dog walkers, unable to wait for the night's fever to break, made their obligatory rounds, baggies in hand. Tom had put on a CD, Samuel Barber's elegiac Adagio for Strings. But Rhyme had snorted a derisive laugh, declared it a sorry cliché, and ordered him to replace it with Gershwin. Amelia Sachs climbed the stairs and walked into his bedroom, noticed him looking outside.
What do you see?
She asked. Hot people.
And the birds? The falcons?
Ah, yes, they're there.
Hot too?
He examined the mail. I don't think so. Somehow they seem to be above that sort of thing. She set the bag on the foot of the bed and lifted out the contents, a bottle of expensive brandy. He'd reminded her of the scotch, but Sachs said she'd contribute the liquor. She set it next to the pills in the plastic bag. Looking like a breezy professional wife, home from Balducci's with piles of vegetables and seafood and too little time to whip them into dinner. She'd also bought some ice at Rhyme's request. He'd remembered what Berger had explained about the heat in the bag. She lifted the cap off the Courvoisier and poured herself a glass and filled his tumbler, arranged the straw toward his mouth.
Where's Tom?
She asked him. Out.
Does he know?
Yes. They sipped the brandy.
Do you want me to say anything to your wife?
Rhyme considered it for a long moment, thinking, we have years to converse with someone, to blurt and rant, to explain our desires and anger and regrets, and oh, how we squander those moments. Here he'd known Amelia Sachs all of 3 days, and they'd bared their hearts far more than he and Blaine had done in nearly a decade. No, he said. I've emailed her. A chuckle. That's a comment on our times, I'd say. More brandy. The astringent bite on his palate was dissipating, growing smoother, duller, lighter. Sachs leaned over the bed and tapped her glass to his. I have some money, Rhyme began. I'm giving a lot of it to Blaine and to Tom. But she shushed him with a kiss to the forehead and shook her head. A soft clatter of pebbles as she spilled the tiny secanols into her hand. Rhyme instinctively thought, the Dilly Capagni color test reagent. Add 1% cobalt acetate in methanol to the suspect material, followed by 5% isopropylamine in methanol. If the substance is a barbiturate, the reagent turns a beautiful violet-blue color.
How should we do it?
She asked, gazing at the pills.
I really don't know.
Mix them in the booze, he suggested. She dropped them in his tumbler. They dissolved quickly. How fragile they were, like the dreams they induce. She stirred the mixture with a straw. He glanced at her wounded nails, but even that he couldn't be sorrowful for. This was his night, and it was a night of joy. Lincoln Rhyme had a sudden recollection of childhood in suburban Illinois. He never drank his milk, and to get him to do so, his mother bought straws coated on the inside with flavoring. Strawberry, chocolate. He hadn't thought about them until just this moment. It was a great invention, he remembered. He always looked forward to his afternoon milk. Sachs pushed the straw close to his mouth. He took it between his lips. She put her hand on his arm. Light or dark, music or silence, dreams or the meditation of dreamless sleep. What will I find? He began to sip. The taste was really no different from straight liquor. A little more bitter, maybe. It was like... From downstairs came a huge pounding on the door. Hands and feet both, it seemed. Voices shouting, too. He lifted his lips away from the straw, glanced into the dim stairwell. She looked at him, frowning. Go see, he said to her. She disappeared down the stairs and a moment later returned, looking unhappy. Lon Solito and Jerry Banks followed. Rhyme noticed that the young detective had done another butcher job on his face with a razor. He'd really have to get that under control. Solito glanced at the bottle and the bag. His eyes swayed toward Sachs, but she crossed her arms and held her own, silently ordering him to leave. This was not an issue of rank, the look told the detective, and what was happening here was none of his business. Solito's eyes acknowledged the message, but he wasn't about to go anywhere just yet.
"Lincoln, I need to talk to you."
Talk, but talk fast, Lon, we're busy. The detective sat heavily in the noisy rattan chair.
"An hour ago, a bomb went off at the United Nations, right next to the banquet hall, during the welcome dinner for the peace conference delegates."
6 dead, 54 hurt, Banks added. 20 of them serious.
My God, Sachs whispered.
"Tell him,"
Solito muttered.
Banks continued. For the conference, the UN hired a bunch of temps. The perp was one of them, a receptionist. A half-dozen people saw her carrying a knapsack to work and putting it in a storeroom near the banquet hall. She left just before the bang. The bomb squad estimates we're looking at about 2 pounds of C4 or Semtex.
Solito said,
"Link, the bomb. It was a yellow knapsack," the wit said.
Yellow? Why was that familiar?
UN Human Resources ID'd the receptionist as Carol Gantz.
The mother, Rhyme and Sachs said simultaneously.
"Yeah, the woman you saved in the church. Only Gantz is an alias. Her real name's Charlotte Willoughby. She was married to Ron Willoughby. Ring a bell?"
Rhyme said it didn't.
"It was in the news a couple of years ago. He was an army sergeant assigned to a UN peacekeeping force in Burma."
"Keep going," the criminalist said.
"Willoughby didn't want to go. Thought an American soldier shouldn't be wearing a UN uniform and taking orders from anybody except the U.S. Army. It's a big right-wing issue nowadays, but he went anyway. Wasn't there a week before he's blown away by some little punk in Rangoon. Got shot in the back. Became a conservative martyr. Anti-terror says his widow got recruited by an extremist group out in the Chicago burbs. Some USC grads gone underground. Edward and Catherine Stone."
Banks took over the narrative.
The explosive was in a package of kids' modeling clay, along with some other toys. We think she was going to take the little girl with her, so security at the banquet hall entrance wouldn't think anything of the clay. But with Pammy in the hospital, she didn't have her cover story, so she gave up on the hall and just planted it in the storeroom. Did enough damage as it was.
"Rabbited?"
Yep, not a trace.
What about the little girl? Sachs asked. Pammy.
Gone. The woman checked her out of the hospital around the time of the bang. No sign of either of them.
Rhyme asked, "The cell?"
What, the group in Chicago? Oh, they're gone too. Had a safe house in Wisconsin, but it's been hosed. We don't know where they are.
So that was the rumor Del Rey's snitch heard. Rhyme laughed.
Carol was the one coming into the airport. Had nothing to do with Unsub 823.
He found Banks and Solito staring at him. Oh, the old silent trick again.
"Forget it, Lon,"
Rhyme said, all too aware of the glass sitting inches from him, radiating a welcoming heat.
"Impossible."
The older detective plucked his sweaty shirt away from his body, cringing.
"Goddamn cold in here, Lincoln. Jesus. Look, just think about it. What's the harm?"
"I can't help you."
Solito said, "There was a note. Carol wrote it and sent it to the Secretary General by interoffice envelope. Harping on world government, taking away American liberty, some shit like that. Claimed credit for the UNESCO bombing in London, too. Said there'd be more. We gotta get 'em, Link."
Feeling his oats, Scarface Banks said,
The Secretary General and the Mayor both have asked for you. S.A.C. Perkins, too. And there'll be a call from the White House. You need any more persuading? We sure hope you don't, Detective.
Rhyme didn't comment on the error regarding his rank.
"They've got the Bureau's PERT team ready to go. Fred Delray's running the case, and he asked, respectfully, yeah, he used that very word, he asked respectfully if you'd do the forensic work, and it's a virgin scene, except for getting the bodies and the wounded out." "Well, then it's not virgin," Rhyme snapped. "It's extremely contaminated."
"Well, all the more reason we need you,"
Banks ventured, adding "sir" to defuse Rhyme's glare. Rhyme sighed, looked at the glass and the straw. Peace was so close to him just now. And pain, too. Infinite sums of both. He closed his eyes. Not a sound in the room. Solito added, "It was just a woman herself, hey. Wouldn't be that big a deal, but she's got a daughter with her, Lincoln. Underground with a little girl? You know what that kid's life's gonna be like?" "I'll get you for that, too, Lon." Rhyme nestled his head into the opulent pillow. Finally, his eyes sprang open. He said, "There'd be some conditions." "Name it, Link." "First of all," he said, "I don't work alone." Rhyme looked toward Amelia Sachs. She hesitated for a moment, then smiled and stood, lifted the glass of tainted brandy out from under the straw. She opened the window wide and flung the tawny liquid into the ripe hot air above the alley next to the townhouse. While just feet away, the falcon looked up, glaring angrily at the motion of her arm, cocked his gray head, then turned back to feed his hungry youngster. That is the end of The Bone Collector. It was written by Jeffery Deaver and read by Jeff Harding. This has been an ISIS Audiobooks presentation. Other titles from ISIS by this author include The Coffin Dancer, The Vanished Man, and The Lesson of Her Death. For further details of our extensive catalog of audiobooks on cassette and CD, please call our free phone number, 0800-731-5637.